Song Hyeon is a talented screenwriter, contributing to all popular dramas and movies. But that's not his true passion. He dreams of becoming a professional actor. Unfortunately, Song Hyeon is terrible. During a filming session, a truck suddenly rushes towards a crazy driver. Seeing Minio in danger, Hyeon risked his life to save her. So he had to end his dull life here, leaving his dream of becoming an actor unfinished. Just when everything seemed to end, some miracle occurred. He was reborn once more, and with this new life, he discovered he could enter books and become characters within them. Can he use this rebirth and the privileges granted by the heavens to seize the opportunity to become an internationally renowned actor? Let's follow Song Hyeon's new journey. At a well-known cafe in the city, a couple meets here to talk, and both look quite uncomfortable. The girl looks straight at the boy with a stern expression. "Don't think I don't know anything." He gently shakes the drink in his hand, appearing thoughtful. A few seconds later he denies. "No, don't think I know." He tries to act cool, staring mysteriously into her eyes. The director outside yells, "Cut!" It turns out they were just acting. Both are stunned, looking at the camera. The director stands outside, observing and using the loudspeaker to remind them. "Act harder, hear me." So both hurriedly prepare for their next scene, while Song Hyeon sits in a corner muttering something. Don't think that," he says in an irritated tone. While sitting and reading his lines, Song Hyeon is startled to realize something strange. He's mumbling unconsciously again. He grits his teeth and takes a deep breath to regain his composure. "I thought I had given up acting already." While pondering life, a beautiful actress suddenly approaches Song Hyeon. "Hello, screenwriter." He smiles back. "Hello, actress Minio," she coyly says. "What do you mean by actress? Call me something friendlier." In this awkward situation, Song Hyeon forces a smile. "I'm just being casual." Minio is very bold in expressing her thoughts. "But I want to be closer to you." Which seems a bit awkward. Song Hyeon honestly advises her. "Why do you want to be close to me? It's better to get close to other actors." But Minio sticks to her decision. "No, the absolute power of drama," the manager tells her, "should be close to screenwriter Song Hyeon." Song Hyeon is curious about Minio's statement. "What is absolute power?" She quickly explains. 6 plays you've written have never received less than 15% viewer ratings, the highest being 30%. The absolute power of drama, screenwriter Song Hyeon. Seeing her praise him so highly, Song Hyeon is a bit doubtful. "That's how you rate me? It's a bit embarrassing you say that. The manager told you to say that?" While talking, he suddenly shifts to praising Minio. You always follow the top idols, and now you're about to become a top idol yourself." She looks at him shyly with wide eyes. They both laugh uncontrollably as they continuously compliment each other. "Too shy, true." After some cheerful banter, Minio seriously confides in him. "However, I still have many shortcomings." Song Hyeon sits beside, shrugging and shaking his head. "No, for you, I've liked you since your first performance." His mind recalls the moment Minio performed under the stage lights. "A top idol must excel in every aspect. Your last variety show left a strong impression on me. But it was your acting talent that really attracted me. Too shy, and your last variety show was a hit." Whatever is said, Minio always praises my talent. The great work is because screenwriter Song Hyeon writes such good scripts. And thanks to that I got to be a guest on your variety show. They keep talking non-stop, ignoring everyone around who's working hard. Gaining momentum, Minio seizes the moment to tell Hyeon, "Maybe I should get closer to you." But he remains composed. "I think this is enough, we already have a way to stay in touch." Minio takes out her phone to show the messages they've exchanged, but the contacts are different from what she remembers. Song Hyeon scratches his head awkwardly. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not much into staying in touch." From the other side, the director loudly orders, "Cut, take a break." After finishing, he runs to where Hyeon and Minio are sitting. "How's the screenwriter Hyeon doing?" "Hello, Minio." She politely stands up and bows. "Hello, director." Taking the opportunity, he asks her a bit. Hello, how have you been lately?" Minio beams brightly, raising her pinky. "I'm always fine." The director is stunned and gives her back the pinky. "You're always so pretty." After a few more lines, he hurriedly returns to work. "Is the traffic okay?" But he doesn't forget to give Minio some words of encouragement. "Do your best, Minio." Song Hyeon sits behind like a statue, showing no expression. Suddenly, Minio unexpectedly turns back and asks, "So, what's your problem?" She smiles, looking directly at Hyeon, hoping for an answer. He quickly turns his face away. Not worth mentioning. But with Minasio's bright eyes, she easily sees. What do you mean? The words "I have a problem" are clear on your face. Seeing Hyeon lacks the courage to speak, Minasio takes the initiative to tell him a story she never forgets. You know, I was trained in music, but what I'm truly passionate about is acting. That's why I always respect you. Because you helped me and encouraged me that I could do it, that's how I achieved my dream. That's why I'm always so cheerful. Seeing Minasio so positive, Hyeon can't help but smile, though in reality it's all thanks to Minasio. She looks at his expression and words, guessing. It seems the screenwriter who helped you reach the pinnacle of glory is not happy, right? It struck him in the heart, and Hyeon shifts from surprise to reflection. Song Hyeon tightly clenches his hands together, seemingly hesitating about something. He looks up and smiles awkwardly, thinking he's done enough. A quiet atmosphere envelopes both of them. But only for a few seconds, Minseo bursts into laughter, breaking the silence. You're lying to me, aren't you? Your acting is terrible. Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, Song Hyeon finally admits the secrets he's kept for so long. He had studied acting in film and theater at university. He wasn't outstanding, or rather he was bad, so he always lagged behind others. But that led him to realize early on, and find his talent in another field. Maybe every cloud has a silver lining. Just after telling the story, the director calls out, Minseo, are you ready? We'll start in 5 minutes. She quickly turns to respond, oh yes. Alright, I'm off, she says. Due to the film crew's urgency, Minseo has to temporarily set aside their conversation. After a few steps, she stops abruptly, seeming reluctant. She glances at him with a sad, worried expression. A few seconds later, Minseo decisively turns and leaves, telling herself to hold back. Song Hyeon sits silently, reflecting on the conversation. No, Minseo made a wise decision. Maybe acting was just an illusion for him. Meanwhile, the crew is busy setting up for the next scene. The director observes and urges, hurry up, everyone. Have you controlled the traffic on this street? A few people shout back yes. Minseo and the actor before filming are still chatting happily. After checking everything, the director announces over the loudspeaker, alright, let's begin. Ready to act. Just as the camera starts rolling, Minseo nervously runs behind the actor, Prosecutor Han. He turns around bewildered and asks, I'm sorry, is something wrong? She proactively approaches Prosecutor Han to chat. Han, what kind of coffee do you like? Let me think. I'm not sure, but I usually drink iced latte. Minseo excitedly replies like a girl rushing to declare her feelings. I like coffee too, that's strange. Even though it's the same iced latte, the taste is different. However, the prosecutor responds coldly, heartbreakingly indifferent, ignoring her and walking across the street. Sensing something, Minseo reluctantly accepts the truth. Just as the acting is going well, a strange noise suddenly makes her jump. What's that? A rough truck comes barreling in, knocking over the barrier and some crew members. Despite everyone's desperate cries, the truck stops, but it continues speeding forward. Minseo's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what's happening. While she's panicking, not knowing what to do, a hand suddenly reaches out. Song Hyeon, like a hero disregarding his own safety, rushes forward and hugs her tightly. Minseo shifts from fear to worrying about his safety. Hyeon still holds her tightly. Although he's very scared, he tightly presses his lips together, leaving his fate to the heavens. In a life-and-death situation, he remembers his childhood when his mother was by his side. They walked on a deserted village road without a single soul. She turned to ask playfully, my son, are you really not scared? On the surface, Song Hyeon forced a smile, but inside he kept chanting prayers, yes, I'm not scared. His mother laughed joyfully, really? You're clearly lying, aren't you? Caught by his mother, he stubbornly denies it, no, I'm not. I'm not scared. Suddenly, from the image of his mother, he envisions Minseo standing before him. From her smile and every word, the girl resembles his mother exactly. Writer Hyeon, I'm sure you're lying. Your acting is terrible. Hyeon stands awkwardly for a moment. Returning to reality, after the horrifying accident, Song Hyeon is unconscious in the ambulance. His heart rate spikes suddenly, causing the medical staff to panic. Standing on the brink of death, he thinks about a few things before leaving the mortal world temporarily. This is a lie in my life. If I hadn't given up my dream, the writer would have made it come true. I would never be happy. I think I've done enough. I have no regrets, but it's too late now. I realize it only now. My acting career has started, and it should end happily. If I had the chance, I would definitely seize it. His heartbeat starts to slow and forms a straight line. Thinking he had to visit his grandparents, he didn't expect soft chatter by his ear. Leader, how's your internship going? Hyan opens his eyes wide. He snaps awake, confused why he's lying in an ambulance but now sitting on a stage surrounded by many people. His ridiculous actions draw everyone's attention to him. Song Hyan still doesn't understand what's happening. He turns around and looks around. This is the university's rehearsal room. Why am I here? What am I doing? Clearly, he was hit by a truck. He tries to take his phone from his pocket. But unfortunately he drops it on the floor. He bent down to pick up and examine this phone. Song Hyan was being taken from one surprise to another. What? The phone screen now displayed 10:32 a.m. on May 31, 2022. He was terrified by these strange phenomena. Sure, it was 2035 now, clearly written on the spinning prop board. What else? His face had turned pale, not a drop of blood left. So what was happening? Suddenly, a stern voice startled him. Hey, what are you doing in my classroom? Seeing him dazed, the teacher on the stage shouted down, It's me, I'm talking to you. He was Principal Kyun, the principal of the film department, and the one who made me give up my dream. Song Hyan hesitated to reply, No, I'm just. He couldn't control his emotions and loudly scolded, You performed poorly in acting, you should focus on the lesson, so what are you doing? He was too scared to look him in the eye to reply, Yes, I apologize. After speaking, Kyun turned back to continue his lesson. Alright, if you look to the side. Hearing laughter from behind, Song Hyan widened his eyes in confusion. Huh? A guy sitting above glanced at him and uttered insults. You idiot actor, you can't act if you're asleep. I'm so right. He bit his lip to suppress his anger. Dichan. A guy who instantly became a star after going viral. Trying to stay quiet but the wind won't stop. He kept picking fights with him. I think the teacher is also fed up with teaching. He became famous for being born with a silver spoon and a good-looking face, so he succeeded in every production he was in. But not always with a happy ending. Dichan appeared in most newspapers with many charges like controversy, corruption, murder, drinking, and driving. Dichan sitting above was still smiling and talking to Song Hyan, right? He turned his face up, not bothering to interact with him. He was always looked at with disdain. In class, the teacher announced the upcoming test format. We will choose a play for each group. Once you have chosen your team leaders, I will randomly assign members. Everyone started to chatter. What nonsense this is. The principal should decide based on the common good to ensure fairness. Hyan sat and thought, maybe I should avoid those who want to snub me. Anyway, with my presence here, I won't be welcomed anywhere I go. Hyan lowered his dark face to the ground. He also had to admit that he wasn't good at acting. Teacher Kyun asked, So is there anyone who wants to be the team leader? A brave arm raised up to volunteer. Yes, teacher. Classmates were shocked and surprised to see him volunteer for team leader. He had already guessed that if he said that, many would look at him with suspicion, but he remembered the accident that day. He had made his decision. Hyan pressed his lips tightly, suppressing his fear. The moment he collapsed to the ground, his determination surged. I will become a successful actor. Teacher Kyun asked him, Do you think you can do it? Song Hyan pressed his lips tightly, hesitating before the question. He sat up straight and confidently answered, I will try my best. Seeing his effort, Teacher Kyun approved. Alright, Hyan will become the team leader of the group. He smiled happily. Great. I will try to do it again. Once again, he clenched his hand to make a decision. Upon arriving home, Song Hyan lay on his bed thinking, but first, this is called regression, right? It's hard to explain this current situation, but what's around me is the reality. And I'm not stupid. To miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, he got out of bed and staggered. Song Hyan sat at his desk with a pile of messy books. A total of 8 plays was already too familiar to him. The class had only lasted 2 days. 2 days is a very short time to analyze everything. But who am I really, a successful playwright with 10 years of experience? Song Hyan seriously sat and reviewed each script. If the readers here understood the author's intent or situation, everything would be too easy. A play is a performance full of highs and lows and can immediately change the audience's emotions. A script page of Pierrot's tears naturally popped out in the neatly stacked pile of papers. Is this fate arranged for him? Pierrot's Tears is a tragic love story between an honest farmer and a pure, beautiful princess. Song Hyan sat and thought, but the character I play is not a time traveler. The main character's friend, Jim, loved someone but only received a bitter ending. No matter how wide a hug, It can't hold someone who doesn't love you. Your friend Tan my truck married Piro, Leona. Geem, a passionate young man who can't act even though he wants to. I have no other choice. Song Hyeon is trying to recall memories, so what did Geem say? He closes his eyes tightly to feel Geem's expression. Unexpectedly, he feels like he's entered a mysterious world. Just for a moment, he'll understand. He looks around in confusion. Where is this? Piro's Tears storybook appears before him. What is this? Holding the book in his hand, he still can't believe it. Why is there a sudden change? Song Hyeon moves from one surprise to another. As he opens the book, strangely, the pages are blank inside. He feels something behind him. So he turns around to check and unexpectedly, a door appears out of nowhere. He stands there confused. Inviting me in? Taking a chance, Song Hyeon steps forward to open the door, and a bright light shines from inside. Even he can't bear the brightness and has to cover his eyes. Before he can collect himself, the door pulls him inside. Truly like a phantom Canada, after entering the world inside, Song Hyeon transforms into the main character in the story. Sitting under a tree, he is puzzled. Ho Gwyn-hung looks at herself. What is this? Not understanding what kind of ghost is approaching him, Piro calls out, "What's happening?" Leona sees him and anxiously asks Geem, "Are you okay?" He looks at them and silently says, "The first thing I felt when I arrived here is the feeling of never having someone. That feeling is truly regretful. A feeling of jealousy has arisen in my heart." A red-haired young man runs to me. "Shamit, are you okay?" Song Hyeon stands up straight, stammering, "Oh, I'm fine, but it seems like your wedding would be incomplete without me." The young man helping Song Hyeon stand up kindly asks, "Oh my God, but don't force yourself to do anything." At this moment, Song Hyeon hears his name called. Wishing our beautiful and happy friendship lasts forever, the female lead runs up and holds Song Hyeon's hand. "Are you okay?" Looking into the female lead's sparkling eyes, Song Hyeon silently thinks this is his true love. Song Hyeon awkwardly replies, "I'm fine." On the wedding day, the male and female leads wear beautiful wedding outfits, and everyone's faces are filled with happiness. Song Hyeon watches them from afar and then turns to leave. Song Hyeon punches his fist into the tree trunk. Tears suddenly fall. 1 second later, Song Hyeon returns to reality. He collapses to the ground, not understanding what's happening. It's truly an illusion. However, the painful wound on his hand is real, and it perfectly represents his acting. The next day, filming officially begins. It's no longer a normal regression. Song Hyeon scoffs and exclaims, "No, it's not. That's way too much Pepsi." Song Hyeon reflects on the past, though not clearly. He still remembers the main events. When the whole group won the award, the stock prices chart for Korean cultural content is rising. Song Hyeon can do anything he wants, but doing so will never disappoint him. The script reading day has arrived. The homeroom teacher inquires about the script learning progress. Song Hyeon looks at his friend next to him. He is so worried he starts crying. However, the teacher doesn't rush to have them act but plays a video clip for them to watch and practice. Today we will analyze the lines in the gelato section. Song Hyeon suddenly remembered at this moment. On reflection, the competition isn't that different, is it? This is the place to find talented students, and this is the opportunity to scout talent with a unique chance. The couple is giving each other a bouquet. Song Hyeon runs back to talk to them. Successfully receives the business card of the man. Song Hyeon smugly says, "This is easier than I thought." After teacher Kian finished explaining, Song Hyeon and the friends went into the meeting room. Seeing everyone tense made Song Hyeon feel the pressure. Each member had a different vibe, making Song Hyeon extremely awkward. And besides, there was Dachan, whom Song Hyeon didn't expect to meet again. But for him, things are different now compared to 13 years ago, so there's no need to impress anyone. Song Hyeon cheerfully adds, "First, which script are we going to perform soon?" A silent atmosphere ensues. No one responds sadly. Song Hyeon gets halfway through the sentence. Getting rejected hurts his little heart a bit. Dachan scoffs. Slowly teases him, "Have you heard everything?" Song Hyeon angrily retorts, "Anyway, it's not good to have someone who hasn't read it yet." Dachan hesitates for a few seconds, then picks up a script on the table. Excitedly holds it up and announces, "I think this is not bad." The script Dachan presented was Pyaro's Tears. Song Hyeon suddenly has a different look compared to Dachan. It seems he might not be very skilled. Or it's more important to make the new script famous. Thanks to that, I'm less tired. Song Hyeon asks the friends for their opinions on the script. Everyone happily agrees, each giving a compliment, making the meeting much livelier. The shy girl mumbles, "To be honest, I don't have any ideas, but since Dachan said so." Dachan schemed with his sunny smile and his naturally handsome face to charm the girl, making her agree to join. At this moment, Song Hyeon asks everyone which role they want to choose. The four each choose the character they like. The first guy chooses Pyaro. The second is the cold girl with a constantly expressionless face. She chooses Lona. The remaining two choose Chao Chat and Chan. As Song Hyeon thought, no one wanted to choose Chamet. Another important issue is, Song Hyeon hesitates to write it down. He looks up at Dachan because Dachan hasn't made a decision yet. Even if it's that specialty field, the role would disappear quickly. That's why this is a group project, causing Song Hyeon's arrogant personality to completely collapse, full of disappointment. He always comforts himself that everything will be easy, but whether it will work out is uncertain. Dachan stands up and turns to ask the friend who chose Pyaro earlier. Earnestly asks him to change roles. Song Hyeon thinks for a moment. Alright then. Another minute of silence begins. The brown-haired guy reluctantly agrees to change roles. He will choose Matt, making Dachan smile brightly like a flower. "I'm sorry, but maybe I'm only suited for that role." He mumbles, "It's okay, you're more suited for it than me anyway." Song Hyeon cheerfully continues, "Then I'll choose Chamet." "Does anyone have any objections?" Dachan flips through the script and shakes his head. "No, it's settled then." Choi Dachan's influence is indeed too strong. This also makes Song Hyeon worried. The long-haired girl sitting next to the short-haired guy turns to comfort her friend a few sentences. "Come on, you'll be fine. It's a group activity, be understanding." The other guy could only nod in agreement, unable to resist. Song Hyeon enters the character's name into the script. Everything is done smoothly. He cheerfully announces, "Alright, let's start now, okay?" Song Hyeon arrives at the practice room on time as scheduled. Remembering a bit, Song Hyeon has been transmigrated for quite a while now. Surprisingly, no one has arrived in the practice room yet. Song Hyeon takes out the script to preview, carefully reading each line. However, he still doesn't understand many things in this script. Chamet really supports this couple. What does the author mean? We'll be well received if we follow the plot, but Song Hyeon considers having Chamet sing at the wedding of the girl he loves the most. Their happy image makes him want to shatter it. Although it could be well received, it needs to stand out. Because this is not a simple project, but his first performance he fully hopes for, Song Hyeon scrambles to add some details to the original script. Analyzing the character Chamet in Part 4, Episode 3, this character's actions are hard to understand, more than his two golden hearts. It might be unrequited love. Maybe it's a sin or something. Song Hyeon finishes his notes and stands up. Focus on the character's emotions. Opens his eyes again. Sees himself entering the third dimension with a familiar novel in hand, seemingly thinner than before. He flips through a few pages to check. One page catches his attention. It's the note Song Hyeon just stuck into the script. He folds the book and stares blankly for a moment. Isn't this a note I wrote? Or maybe script edits? Song Hyeon begins to ponder. Thinks for a while, then forgets what he was thinking. He curses, not understanding anything, but first needs to practice. Compared to 13 years ago, the difference isn't much. Song Hyeon walks briskly to a door with light. Once again, he takes on the role of Chamet standing under a fallen tree. A guy runs up calling out loudly, "Chamet is here." Song Hyeon stares in surprise. Exhausted, the person who ran up is the groom in the script. Song Hyeon, surprised, hurriedly asks, "What's going on? How did you abandon the bride and run here?" The groom explains the situation. San fell to the ground while on his horse. "What about the wedding performance?" The groom hesitates to say, "If you see it then. Can you perform the act instead of San?" Song Hyeon hears it like a bolt from the blue. Asks again, "You mean me?" The red-haired guy scratches his head awkwardly, not answering but clearly saying yes. Song Hyeon asks again, "You want me to perform at your wedding?" He continues speaking, but a blinding light appears. He shields his eyes. Opens his eyes again to see Daekan standing in front of him, still probing. "What are you doing, you coward?" Song Hyeon is dumbfounded. Stammers, scratches his head. I'm just practicing." Daekan smirks teasingly. "Practicing? Our lazy actor? Then how long do you plan to perform?" Song Hyeon frowns, not looking at him. "About 1 or 2 hours." Daekan interrupts, "Maybe longer. I can if it's within 30 minutes. Song Hyeon speaks in a low, cold tone. "So you want me to leave so you can do it?" Daekan arrogantly boasts about being the top actor in class with extreme confidence. Song Hyeon stands up straight, facing him directly, seemingly implying something. Song Hyun's terrifying demeanor shocks Daekan. What do you want to do? Song Hyun steps towards Daekan, who stands out among the students. But to those at a professional level, Song Hyun shouts loudly, warning, don't mock me. Daekan's skills are just pathetic. I won't let this guy cause more trouble. Daechan laughs scornfully, jokingly saying it's like being high. As you know. Maybe I need to teach you again. Daechan points at Song Hyun to warn. Song Hyun raises his voice uneasily. Who needs your help? Listen carefully, I'm the one who needs to teach you. These words immediately annoy Daechan. What are you talking about? He just faces Song Hyun and yells, hey, don't get cocky. Do you know what the principal said? He said he would bother me if I had to carry your heavy heart, but I've tried to endure. I'm the only one elevating this play. Song Hyun looks at him with one eye, never seen anyone as arrogant as him. At this moment, their friend Matt appears, just arrived cheerfully greeting everyone. Contrary to his positive attitude, the two men inside are in a terrible mood, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. Seeing someone appear, Song Hyun no longer pays attention to Daechan. Excitedly turns to the new friend, oh, you're here, come practice together. The brown-haired boy hesitates, it's fine, the others will arrive later. Song Hyun brushes it off to reassure him, what's up, is this our group's room for practice? Come practice together. Having said that, no more hesitation, Matt smiles brightly and agrees to join immediately, which angers Daechan. He does whatever he wants. Daechan notices Song Hyun holding the script. Thinking of a way to drive him away, he smirks and turns to the two friends suggesting, but we've just started rehearsing. Maybe let us practice a bit more. The friend fully supports with all his might. Unlike Matt's expression, the two behind are suspicious. Probably guessed what's going on. Song Hyun knows Daechan wants to use acting to humiliate him. But it's also interesting. Song Hyun lifts his head high. A writer expresses their voice through writing, while actors express through their actions. Song Hyun approaches Daechan, tries to care and asks, are you okay? Song Hyun's indifferent attitude makes Daechan slightly panic. Both look at each other with eyes wanting to devour the other alive. This is truly a battle between two men. Both have the same thought, I might get annoyed if they find your weakness. First is scene 1 of chapter 5. Daechan refuses, wanting to switch directly to the wedding scene. Song Hyun enthusiastically agrees. The three standing outside whisper to each other. Everyone realizes Daechan is trying to challenge Song Hyun. A person with a rotten personality acts well while a good person. Earlier, Daechan arrogantly and gently reminded his opponent, you know we haven't rehearsed yet, if you do, then say it, dear. Of course, with Song Hyun's skills, no way. Let's begin, let's see who's the real king. Song Hyun slowly closes his eyes again. With the book in hand, he enters the acting world of the characters once more. Song Hyun's strange behavior makes Daechan doubt his worldview. What's he doing? Well, it has to start. Daechan starts the first line of the character, Chammet, here I am. Song Hyun opens his eyes this time fully into the role of Chammet. Congratulations Pyaro, you finally got married. Daechan panics slightly. People around start discussing, what's that? Isn't his voice quite hoarse or something? He's acting as if it's real. Daechan didn't expect Song Hyun's acting to be that good. Ignoring his thoughts, he continues the next line, thank you Chammet, you should get married soon too. At this moment, the outsiders praise Daechan. Indeed Choi Daechan's voice is very stable. Every professor admires him. Daechan hears it and smugly says, of course, how can Song Hyun compete with me? Rolls his eyes towards Song Hyun. He continues, honestly, just looking at you and her makes me happy. Perhaps I need to get married soon as well. Song Hyun seems to exude the true aura of the character, making everyone have goosebumps. Daechan jumps up to Song Hyun's shoulders, smiling, but no woman would dare marry him. Deep down, he always thought he was better anyway. Song Hyun gently looks at him and says, I don't know anymore. I just hope someone can leave me to find someone better. He smiles warmly. This shocks Daechan into silence. At the end of the trial episode, the remaining four stand up and applaud enthusiastically. It's amazing, and this is full OT. No, do you have private lessons? Include me as well. Help me too, I'll buy you coffee. Everyone crowds around Song Hyun, leaving Daechan standing alone. The recent shock makes him unable to recover. Anger from being shoved makes Daechan extremely furious. He clenches his fists. The teacher has just finished today's class. Your friend turned to ask Song Hyun, you came to the training room today, right? Suddenly, the professor calls Song Hyun by name. He tells you to come to his office right now. Song Hyun feels a bit worried, not knowing what the professor wants. Seeing his serious and tense face, he has to wonder if he did something wrong. Song Hyun goes to Principal Kyun's office. He just sets up outside the door, preparing to enter. The principal sees his face and quickly invites him to sit as if there's something urgent to discuss. He asks about the play, how far the progress is. Song Hyun angrily thinks about Dachan or if that name leaks something to the teacher, and hesitantly responds. Principal Kyun only looked at the script and said, according to some students I've heard, you and Dachan are having an affair, right? If you can't maintain order among the group members, come talk to me anytime. Song Hyun feels a bit frustrated. Does the teacher not trust him? But he still smiles, thanking the teacher for his help. But as a captain, I'll do my best. I want to lead in my own way. Principal Kyun thinks upon hearing Song Hyun's words, it's correct to lead in your own way, better than just making excuses. Song Hyun is determined not to miss the precious opportunity to show his abilities, because he is highly determined and doesn't want to give up. After a long thought, Kyun finally says, I don't know if I should tell you the truth. I've been watching you until now and I feel you've tried your best. Nevertheless, he straightforwardly says, although you have no acting talent, which is what makes you ashamed. That's why I have to scold and compare you with others, and I have to say you need to put in a lot more effort. Dachan is very talented but he lacks the ability to unite the group members, in short, yourself, he points proudly at Song Hyun, surely he has to acknowledge your efforts. However, Song Hyun can only force a smile because he thinks that after such hurtful words, overall the teacher means that even if my acting is terrible, at least I can make the group united. Principal Kyun seriously says, a team led by you is something I'm really looking forward to. Song Hyun stands up, bows slightly to thank the professor, and promises to do his best. Inside, burning with the desire to show the teacher a new side of himself soon. From the moments when the stage was gradually being set up, the audience starts to flood in increasingly to watch this performance, everyone feeling some pressure from the fans. The worried friend just asked Song Hyun, aren't you worried? But the professor sitting below to judge is the most worrying. This is also the first time Song Hyun is performing in front of a crowd, so it must be a perfect show. Song Hyun feels both restless and anxious mixed with an indescribable feeling, as if his heart is exploring another reason. The friend just asked, what are you looking for, your parents? Your female co-star also chimes in, I told you others are nowhere, maybe they already made you worried. But actually, what Song Hyun is searching for is something completely different under the stands. It is the basic goal of this play. Anyway, he is the one who created me Da's breakthrough into the industry, an outstanding actor. That is exactly who Song Hyun wants to conquer. Finally, the show is about to start. The host has announced, quickly prepare for a top-notch performance. And this is the team behind Pyro's tears during the show. Song Hyun has already prepared to unleash his acting as an actor steps onto the stage. As the curtain is lifted, the performance is about to begin. Song Hyun has mastered his lines and confidently step into that world. You began to fully immerse yourself in the role, so you want me to sing a wedding song? Dachan also performed excellently in the dialogue, considering it a blessing for me since you are the only one who can do that. Song Hyun couldn't hold back his emotions. It seemed he had fully immersed himself in his character, feeling the character's pain as if his heart was being pierced. But that heart still tried to endure, suppressing jealousy and anger. That was a forced smile of sanctity. Song Hyun was so immersed in his role that he thought it was himself. This is the only choice for the girl I love, who is now my best friend's bride. That girl wore a magnificent wedding dress, but she no longer belongs to you. That annoying boy can casually laugh, but this guy can only suppress his own emotions, blaming fate for the one he loves belonging to his best friend. To change this tragic ending, Song Hyun had revised the script a day before. In the part where Leona tells Trem that she loves him, Song Hyun felt it was right, but Trem and Leona had secretly been in love during their youth, so that's the core. Even the female lead was confused because Song Hyun made the situation so difficult. It wasn't about love or jealousy, it was hard to understand why Leona still chose Pyro. Regarding this part, Song Hyun thought the relationship between Leona and Trem was quite complicated, even though they had liked each other since childhood. Trem lacked the courage to confess to Leona. Because of that, Kyona got too tired waiting for Trem. So she left. That's why Leona chose Pyro, and felt happy love from him. Although she didn't understand how he felt when seeing her first love. A forced smiling face. But Trem's eyes showed regret and nostalgia for his youth, suppressing the tragedy. The sound of the guitar is a sweet symphony dedicated to the young couple. There was a guy blessing them with the sweetest and most poetic words, but it was full of bitterness. It wasn't simply about choosing a song, but about letting a love fall apart and find a new peace. This wasn't a scene of Pyro's happy wedding, but a place where the audience went from surprise to surprise. Because Trem's pure singing and sincere blessings were the confessions he had never given to that girl, bursting out of his natural barriers. With all his heart, he gave his heart, and wished for a happy life for the girl he loved to be happy with her family. It was a symphony both sweet and bitter, deeply touching. The audience below could empathize with what love is like. Not only loving each other brings happiness but also many other ways. Be happy, and don't repeat the mistakes of the past when we were each other's. It moved Professor Kian, and truly immersed himself in the character this time. Song Hyeon did really well. He completely blended with Trem. Trem's love for Leona was truly great. Although now she was with Pyaro. But Leona's tears on her cheeks were evident. That small guy also shed 2 long rows of tears for regrets and things that could only be in the past for the girl he loved. A long bass note without pause was also when the play ended here. Principal Kion began to speak, praising Song Hyeon's impressive performance today, and he praised everyone, especially at the end when the performance reenacted Pyaro's tears exceeding his expectations. Everyone was proud and praised Song Hyeon for doing really well. The auditions ended here and they did very well in their roles. When people left, they also praised and were amazed when Trem started singing. They cried their eyes out. Someone thought the title should be changed to Trem's Tears. Standing from afar hearing that Song Hyeon felt happy inside because they had been watching his performance. He felt happy and thought he was desperate in that scene. But unexpectedly, this feeling was something he had longed for. Suddenly Dachan looked angry and furious at Song Hyeon. He was arrogant and competitive, so he was jealous when Song Hyeon got attention. To retaliate, Song Hyeon didn't hold back at all. He straightforwardly said, "Maybe because I watched closely and attentively." That made Dachan feel more irritated because he felt like Song Hyeon was insulting him. He started to get angry and vent his anger on everyone around. Suddenly someone called Song Hyeon. "He wants to ask for your information. Maybe this is a great opportunity for you to make a big turning point in your life." Because he is the director of a department, Song Hyeon thought to himself, could it be that their company is too much? So at least a staff member, right? The director just said, "If you're free, we can discuss and have some tea together." But before he could finish, a staff member from LD Entertainment quickly interrupted, pushing him aside and handing a business card to Song Hyeon. "You've probably heard a bit about my company, so let's get straight to the point." He kept rambling, and Song Hyeon was thinking to himself, this must be a famous company. After just a few words, the director was interrupted again by a warning from the other company's staff. "Mr. Silwa, have you forgotten your manners or the rules?" I was the one who approached him first. He adjusted his glasses and responded, "Does that even still exist in this industry? Well, can you give me a little space here?" 2 directors were fighting over the artist for their company. Meanwhile, Song Hyeon, ignoring the battle, was staring blankly at the 2 business cards, thinking, "They came sooner than I thought. Just 1 appearance, and I did great. But these aren't the people I'm looking for." The person you've been searching for unexpectedly appeared right in front of you, greeting you, much to Song Hyeon's surprise. He warmly smiled and handed over a business card, saying he's from JK Entertainment, and expressed interest in talking with you. Song Hyeon chuckled to himself, thinking, this is the person I've been waiting for, and of course, he agreed to the offer. He started smiling brightly, introducing himself as Song Hyeon. And the man looking for Song Hyeon, in the future, Bi Donchun, would become the CEO and manager of the actor group at JK Entertainment. Any actor trained under him achieved great success from their first appearance. And not long after, they would become top actors. All applicants must be screened by Donchun in the qualifying round. "Hello, I'm the new rookie from JK Entertainment, pleased to work with you." Anyone trained by Donchun, even if they waver momentarily, it seems their fate is already set. This award is for the teacher or manager Donchun, the one who has always believed in and supported me throughout my life. Thank you so much, teacher. And that's why he became a legend in the world of management. However, even a legend or icon takes time to create stepping stones. Seeing change in the present, Donchun is exhausted and confused. He thought to himself, it doesn't feel like I've picked up any gems along the way. I wonder how many times I've worked in vain. After getting his ticket checked for the play, manager Donchun decided to recruit new talent. But he thought, finding talent here is nearly impossible. When the first performance began, Donchun was immediately captivated by the young man on stage with his charismatic voice. He was thrilled. "I've found him." After it ended, Donchun rushed to find him, and called the team leader, eagerly announcing, "I found an outstanding talent." The other side responded in shock, "What are you talking about out of the blue? Have you been drinking beer all day?" "No, I watched a student play and found a talent in that group." The team leader was alarmed. "An actor?" Chun continued, I'm going to use contract and now. The other side shouted, are you crazy? That's the contract we signed with debut actors. But this guy is truly one of a kind. But still, contract A is something else, and Sakyu is there too. Hearing this, Chun was surprised. Sakyu? Is that the name we know? Yes, it's him. But before he could finish, Chun excitedly interrupted. I'll take responsibility and bring that talent back. Really? You want to give it a shot? Then, Chun hurriedly called out, Actor Hyeon. Chun smiled with great excitement and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Chun from JK Entertainment. Can we talk for a moment? Scene change. Now, Hyeon is sitting in a room, holding the business card in his hand, deep in thought. A friend of Hyeon suddenly burst in, laughing. You're so lucky. If you joined LD, you would debut with a lot of fans. A girl spoke up. If LD specializes in plays, wouldn't they have recruited you by now? Oh my! Hyeon, you're blooming now, don't forget us. Oh my, are you kidding? But this is JK Entertainment. Are you planning to leave LD? Hyeon suddenly smiled and nodded confidently. He said, there's no reason not to. A few days ago, Hyeon had an interview. This contract is a bit confusing. Do you want me to explain it a bit? But Hyeon calmly took a sip of his coffee and said, no, it's fine. He thought to himself, I've been in this industry for 10 years now. Just because I work as a screenwriter. That's why I've never seen an actor's contract before. Even just the summary, these terms are ridiculous for a rookie contract. I can clearly see the intent. Then Hyeon spoke up, This is not a rookie contract. Chun awkwardly replied, this is a special contract for a rookie like you, but to support my company as much as possible. We couldn't make a mistake. However, for an actor to play the role they want. Suddenly Chun stood up, bowed at a 45-degree angle, and shouted, I will do my best. Leaving Hyeon both surprised and confused. No, please sit down, Chun awkwardly responded, I'm sorry. Recognition from a big company was something Hyeon always longed for. At this moment, he put the contract down and said, it's not what you think, I think this contract is fine. I will sign it. This quick decision left Chun quite surprised. He couldn't hide his joy and responded with a bright smile, yes. Not only working with Chun but also getting the best contract terms. And what's more, the luxury. Finally, today's conversation came to an end. Chun stood up to see him off. Take care, Actor Hyeon. I should be the one saying that, Hyeon laughed. Then they shook hands. Before leaving, Hyeon said, please stay healthy, Manager B. Well, I'll take my leave now. Chun suddenly remembered something, hastily called out, Hyeon, if you have time, would you like to tour the company a bit? The company, Hyeon hesitated. Without waiting for him to answer, Chun began leading the way. This is the entertainment facility that we are proud of, one of the most solid buildings. Hyeon appreciated, it's indeed very spacious. But actually, Hyeon knew this place. The architecture wasn't any different from 13 years later. How could I be mistaken? Then Chun excitedly continued, leading Hyeon to the actor's training room on the 4th floor. I think you'll have to use it by yourself for a while. Suddenly, Chun remembered something and asked, by the way, what genre do you want to work on? Since you're young and quite handsome too, I suggest romantic comedy might be a good choice. Hyeon nodded, sounds good. I think that genre works. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. He said, maybe if it's possible. Could I see the script for all the parts? Right after asking, Chun widened his eyes in surprise. Hyeon continued, I just want to read the script. At that moment, he thought to himself, it's the debut work of an actor after all. Chun, confused, said, there's a lot, are you sure? Yes, let's do it that way. I'll carefully select which work will make me stand out. Hyeon also asked, by the way, Manager, is there a soundproof room here? Watching and analyzing other people's performances is one of my hobbies. It can teach me a lot about becoming an actor. Chun stammered, the soundproof room, Suddenly, a girl walked in. Turning around, Hyeon saw someone very familiar. He immediately recognized her. It was Minio. Even she was surprised that he knew her name. Chun, flustered, said, hello, I didn't know you were here. Minio walked over with a smile and said, I thought I was alone too. Hyeon observed and thought, aside from looking younger, she's just like her future self. Suddenly Minio asked, are you a fan of mine, because you recognized me right away? Oh yes, I've listened to all your songs. At that moment, he thought to himself, and the way she talks seems even cuter. Then the three of them had a pleasant conversation. Afterward, Minio quickly bowed and thanked Hyeon for his enthusiastic support. Thank you so much for your love and support. Hyeon felt very pleased. It's nice to see her happier. Hyeon continued, I also like your acting skills in the MVs. Maybe I hope to learn a lot from you, senior. Minio was astonished. Are you in the acting team? Hyan replied yes, although this is my first contract. Suddenly, Minio stroked her chin and thought, that's great. I also wanted to become a real actress, but since I can't act, I had to become a singer. Danchan quickly corrected, no, Miss Minio, that's not true. Seeing his confusion and panic, she burst out laughing, oh no, just joking, what do you mean by not being able to act? Even Hyan agreed, saying, your acting is really good though, the supporting elements combine to create a character. Before, I could only imagine the character. Now I can feel the character's emotions. For example, someone who appears happy, darkness will engulf them. Danchan kept reassuring, don't be too upset, I'm sure you'll be acting again soon, Miss Minio. If anything goes wrong, let the management know right away, okay? Minio laughed so hard she was in tears. I know, if anything serious happens, of course, that's what I would do. Don't worry anymore. She gently wiped her tears and said, so, can you give me your phone number? Hyan immediately handed her his phone. Suddenly, he felt a chill as Danchan kept staring at him. Then Minio smiled and asked, oh right. Can I call you Appa Hyan? He replied, of course. Minio hurriedly said goodbye. Oh, I'm off now, see you later. Witnessing everything, Danchan was both surprised and confused. Unreal. The only people who have Minio's phone number are her CEO or manager. Actor Hyan is really charming. Seeing Hyan standing there smirking to himself, Danchan asked, hey Hyan, what's going on? Oh, it's just, Hyan awkwardly replied. I'm also waiting to see what happens. A few days later, Danchan took Hyan to meet the director. This is actor Hyan, sir. The director stood up in surprise and invited them in. He walked over to shake hands with Hyan. I've heard about you. I'm Chan Huk. Oh, I'm Song Hyan. At this moment, he thought to himself, this guy hasn't changed much. Then they both sat down to chat. Chan Ho asked, you mean you want to see more scenes? Take this. Danchan, seeing how hurried Mr. Bak was, quietly whispered, director, sir. He suddenly shouted, what? And by choosing a scene by myself. I don't mean anything, but, do you think we should doubt the company's capabilities? Director Bak kept saying, that's our job. But Hyan had different thoughts. It wasn't a good first meeting, but I just need to acknowledge my own abilities. Then, Director Bak handed him a stack of documents. The script is still incomplete, but here's the script I think suits you. Hyan took it, quickly skimmed through it, and rested his chin in contemplation. The character isn't bad, and the scenes are quite magical. But Hyan said, I think I can't do this script, causing the other two to look at each other in confusion. Director Bak angrily asked, what? Oh no, I mean why? Because this work is simply plagiarism. Is it true that you were accused of stealing ideas in the screenwriting competition? I have nothing to say. Hyan still remembered that incident. A plagiarism controversy had arisen when discussing the rights of the Princess in the Basement series for a foreign OTT service. Plagiarism is perhaps the biggest fear of screenwriters. The accusations piled up, sparking public outrage, and the office staff suffered as a result, with continuous angry calls. They didn't know what else to do but call the other side. We have no other choice, asked the screenwriter quickly. However, everything was settled without any legal penalties. Hyan sighed and made his decision. I can't act in a work like this. Meanwhile, Director Bak was shocked, repeatedly saying, but even if the role is a bit disappointing, it's still a good opportunity for a rookie like you. Seeing Mr. Bak's reaction, Hyan thought to himself, for someone who doesn't know anything, this reaction is expected. That's also how the best scripts are presented. But maybe, a few months after this work airs, he'll understand my choice. On the other hand, Danchan was trying to calm the director's anger. Director, don't be like that. He shouted, oh my god, this isn't a joke. At that moment, Hyan smiled brightly and said, I'm sure there's a better project. After that, they kept reading from one script to the next. Director Bak kept grumbling, what a waste. Suddenly, Danchan turned and asked, what do you think about this one? Hyan was a bit surprised. It seemed like he knew it. This was marking a turning point. The story in the script tells about an orphanage filled with greed. 2 children went through countless challenges. When they were young, they always accompanied each other. But as they grew up, each went their own way. A few years later, the director of Gotae Orphanage, who had exploited them, was running for president. The 2 boys, who had grown up fearing abuse, caught Tae and exposed the truth. Moreover, the character Choi Chin-song, keep quiet, I'll go catch Gotae. Weren't you the best among them? Forget the past and let me live in the present, perhaps that helped me. The imaginations in Hyan's mind started to appear, and he sighed, this is it. Then Hyeon said, Brother B, could you explain the work in more detail? At this moment he thought to himself, since it was just an old and vague memory, it couldn't be entirely accurate, but I remember the views being 2.8 million. Then Danchun said the production cost was somewhere around 3 million won. 2 supporting roles are still vacant, so they're preparing to hold a casting. Hearing that, Hyeon was secretly happy, a good achievement from the very first company. Then he turned and asked, is it the role of Choi Chin-song that's missing? Danchun suddenly replied joyfully, yes, that's right. So it was just as desired. Hyeon immediately called Manager B. I want that role. But the North leader still hasn't calmed his anger, so that's it then. So I'll head out first. Danchun, unsure what to do, quickly said, oh right, I have to go now too, I need to prepare for the audition and the casting session. Seeing that, Hyeon asked, Manager, are you alright? Oh, and I also like that work. The leader feels uncomfortable because he thinks I'm prioritizing you. The truth is that work is ultimately stuck in a plagiarism controversy, and no one has known that truth since it aired. Danchun awkwardly continued, it's understandable that he's angry because we didn't pick any famous works but instead went for a small company's work. However, you realized it was a plagiarism piece just by instinct. But you've chosen it, so do your best and relax. Hearing that, Hyeon smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, I do have an eye for people. The sixth sense, recognizing works and building step by step. Then Hyeon said, thank you, with determined eyes. Hyeon tightly gripped the script and resolved, I need to understand the character more. He focused on the paper, then suddenly thought of. But somehow, why did Choi Chin-song say these lines? Because not everything is always in the script, so there will be times I need to express the character's emotions. It's a process of creating the best quality for myself, creating highlights different from others. He picked up the pen, writing something into the script, then continued thinking, that process will make the character more complete. It also depends on how I interpret these characters, so it might be a little different. He looked up, suddenly noticing his reflection in the mirror. Smiling, the Choi Chin-song character I will portray is completely different from anyone else. It's the essence of more than just a person. So I'll combine many roles. Then he headed down to the parking lot. A guy waiting said, Mr. Song Hyeon, I'm here. Hyeon replied, oh okay, still deep in thought, I will change this Korean film and entertainment industry. Arriving at the audition place, there were many other young actors also waiting for their turn just like him. Song Hyeon was slightly surprised. More people came than I thought. Suddenly a voice called, Mr. Song Hyeon, are you ready and confident? He smiled, of course I am, thinking to himself, I'll do it like how I practiced. No, maybe even better. Then a voice said, number 17, please come in. The guy excitedly said, good luck. Hyeon stood up, calmly walked inside. The judge said, yes, hello there. What's your name? He answered, I'm Song Hyeon and I'll be playing the role of Choi Chin-song. One person said, just act naturally, acting out a different scene is fine too. Hyeon said, then I'll choose scene number 17. He was surprised. You chose number 17 because you're number 17, huh? I'm really looking forward to it. Then he closed his eyes, recalling the sequence. Scene number 17. The school days of Choi Chin-song and Baek Kang-soo. Darkness enveloped. The two of them had fallen. Choi Chin-song, the anger after not being at peace. The feeling of Choi Chin-song, anger, belief, despair, but in Choi Chin-song's performance. At this moment, Hyeon began to get into character. Did I win? The co-star said, what are you talking about? I'm the one who won. Fix your hair, it looks like a pile of dung. Chin-song laughed. What do you mean? Your hair is no better. Then they both burst into laughter. What are we doing? Who knows? I can't continue. Let's fight it out next time. We need to find out who the king really is. Chin-song looked at his co-star, eyes full of anticipation. Then he replied, let's do that. End of the audition scene. The judges discussed among themselves, outstanding, what do you all think? The acting was great but the scene felt a bit different. Only Choo-hee remained silent, thinking, what? It's different from the Choi Chin-song character I know. But it seems like. Seeing this, Hyeon became tense. The character I'm playing doesn't seem effective. Suddenly she said, if it's possible, can you act out that scene again? The words left him stunned with joy. Shin Choo-hee, the screenwriter, the leader of Nori Genre Company. But perhaps that wasn't enough to satisfy her. That's why she always strives to push beyond her limits. And though the way she creates a work marks a turning point, the character she focuses on creating isn't. The main character, Baek Kang-soo, it's a minor character of lesser importance. And no actor pays attention to that character. It's a character that's very difficult to express emotions. For a newcomer. Then he said, I'm Song Hyeon and will play Choi Chin-song. But suddenly Chuhee was shocked, thinking, Choi Chin-song really appeared. Scene number 21. The witnessing of Bak Kong-sun as Go Tae enters politics. So he decided to find Choi Chin-song. Then Dunche looked at him and continued, I didn't intend to tell you, but you're the only one I trust. We can't let the demon Go Tae leave this world. He just quietly listened to him without responding, constantly thinking, Choi Chin-song, who went to prison for his friend, had made a decision. Thinking of this, he extended his hand and said, This hand of mine is too dirty now. Once something is too dirty, it's hard to clean. Then he clenched his hand again, looking incredibly confident, saying, So let's go catch Go Tae. No one is stronger than the two of us. The person next to him looked at him in shock. He continued, If there is, let them come, we'll catch that scoundrel and rest after. Then he gazed into the distance, his face lighting up, saying, For the peace of this nation. Shin So-kwon was stunned after watching his performance, then couldn't help but silently exclaim, Incredible. From his natural talent, voice to the scene, no, everything was too perfect. After completing his performance, he turned and headed back to his spot. Chuhee suddenly spoke up, saying, Director. To me, this movie, I can't imagine what it would look like without Song Hye-on as the actor. At that moment, he couldn't help but doubt himself. What's going on? It's like I've become Choi Chin-song for real. Could this be the power of the book? Thinking so, he couldn't help but recall the book. Director Chin, after hearing the screenwriter's words, loudly responded, Yes, screenwriter, I think so too. Then he looked at him with a beaming expression, saying, Actorly, I'm not entirely sure, but I could see you with this kind of acting talent again. He remained silent for a moment. Then he respectfully bowed and happily said, Thank you. Chuhee rummaged through her jacket pocket for a moment. Then took out a business card and handed it to him. As she did, she said, This is my company's business card. If you have any questions about the script, feel free to contact me anytime. He was dazed for a moment, then smiled and accepted it, saying, Thank you, writer. Director Chin, sitting beside, thought to himself, She's someone who will never change her opinion about a scene until she feels fully convinced. Maybe she's already fond of that actor. Sin Chuhee, films and theater, since the two of us work in different fields. That's why I don't remember her name, but now it's different. If she continues to maintain such an appealing writing style, her name will remain in my mind. As soon as he saw you come outside, Don-chun hurriedly asked Song Hye-on, How did the audition go? What was the atmosphere like? He rubbed his head and smiled, replying, I think it went well. He asked again, You think everything went well? He walked past Don-chun and said, She said if I need anything, I should just contact her. He looked at him skeptically and asked, Are you sure you heard that right? He smirked, thinking to himself, Maybe I shouldn't react like that. I still have so much to say. Seeing that he didn't respond, Don-chun kept following him, nagging, Lee, explain to me more clearly. After the audition, time gradually passed. He walked to his workplace under the curious eyes of the people around him. The crowd began to gossip. One person said, This is the first time I've seen him. Who is he? Another replied, Me too, but he seems to be quite familiar around here. Someone couldn't help but ask, Is he a rookie being recruited by many companies? Hearing their continuous gossip, he thought to himself, Maybe I should have come earlier to greet everyone. Then he entered the meeting room, bowed politely, and greeted, Hello everyone, I'm the rookie Lee Song Hye-on. I look forward to your guidance. An old lady saw this and smiled, praising him, You're really handsome. If you get a big role, you'll probably become famous. Another person chimed in happily, Just like I was when I was young. He observed the situation and thought, Maybe this has left a good impression. Chuhee waved cheerfully and called out, Hello, Song Hye-on. He happily responded, Hello, writer. Then he walked over, shook her hand, and said, Thank you for casting me. She smiled and replied, Not at all, it's a joint decision with director Chin So-kun. Oh, we can be a bit stubborn, so please bear with us. Your acting skills have already caught the director's eye. The film is unique, it's not like a play. Nothing is definite in many cases. The importance of a character's role can increase or decrease depending on relationships. Song Chang-huk was stunned for a moment, and then disdainfully said, I heard that the role of Choi Chin-song was given to a rookie. Does he have any connection with the writer? He was cast as Baek Kang-so, a man who started with small roles and has appeared in more than 50 films. A hand placed on his shoulder said, You should start worrying now. That rookie will gradually replace your position. It was Min Hana. She's regarded as a Madonna in the music world, making her debut on television. She continued, A rookie who's already familiar with the writer, and it's his first debut in a major film? He must be pretty pro. After he gave her a sharp glare, she laughed loudly and said, just kidding. Even if the rookie does well, how could he compare to you? He raised an eyebrow and responded, of course, that's why between two actors, jealousy arises. I've been through so many hardships, from extra roles, small roles, and finally leading roles. He recalled his past. Back then, he was standing on set, and the director was never satisfied, shouting NG, constantly. Then a pile of scripts flew at his head, startling him as he cried out. The director walked over and scolded him, are you trying to ruin this play? He bowed repeatedly, apologizing, yes, I'm sorry. I had to endure so much humiliation just to stand in this acting industry and secure a decent role. He looked across at him, sitting opposite, thinking gloomily, but maybe he got a good role through connections. Suddenly someone shouted, we'll resume with the script after a 10-minute break. Everyone started dispersing. As he walked past him, he deliberately bumped his shoulder hard, thinking maliciously, this is not an easy place. Then he gave him another unfriendly glance, as if to say, this is not a place for someone like you. He was left stunned by his attitude, staring blankly. He smirked, thinking, I'll teach you a lesson. A young man bowed and said, hello, sir. Cheho cheerfully raised his hand and said, how have you been? Hyeon, noticing the conversation, turned to see what was happening. He replied, I've been well. How about you, sir? Hyeon looked at Cheho and thought, a former theater actor at Daehakaro, a symbolic actor with the skills of 1 million people, playing Go Tae-sik. Hyeon, surprised, thought, just as I expected, really impressive. Cheho said, me too. Work hard. He stood in awe, thinking to himself, looking at him, that tension just vanished after meeting him. Cheho turned his head towards Hyeon. He raised his hand to his chin, pondering, is this the power of a 10 million actor? Suddenly, Hyeon saw Cheho bow towards him, and he was startled. Right after that, he passed by him and said, hello, writer. He stood there, stunned, speechless. Cheho happily approached Chuhee, happily shook her hand, and said, I look forward to working with you. She responded cheerfully, hello, Kim Cheho, here you are. Suddenly, Cheho threatened her, saying, if I misunderstand or don't know anything, please be kind enough to advise me. The girl, frightened, awkwardly smiled and replied, don't pretend, I know you're a great actor already. After saying that, Cheho suddenly shifted his expression, pointed at Hyeon, and said, and this is, Chu-hee immediately understood and hurriedly introduced, oh, he plays Choi Chin's song. Hyeon quickly stood up, bowed nervously, and said, I'm a rookie. Hello, my name is Lee Seon Hyeon, I look forward to your guidance. After speaking, he raised his eyes to look at Cheho. Hyeon saw him gazing at the boy, bewildered and speechless, mesmerized. Cheho's eyes suddenly grew silent as he recalled the past and narrated. It wasn't easy to find a work that suited oneself at a glance. Back then, he was sitting on the sofa, holding a book in one hand and a phone in the other. Cheho answered the phone, then hurriedly said, oh, I want to be in a production, oh right, I want to play Go Tae. He continued, however, it marked a greater turning point than that. To choose the role of Go Tae, character analysis had to be seamless, however. A young man approached him, looking apologetic, scratching his head as he spoke, hello Mr. Cheho, writer Sin Chu-hai said your analysis of Go Tae-sik's tone is a bit. Cheho raised his eyes to look at the young man and said, as long as I portray it well, it's fine. Don't tell me she doesn't trust my abilities, huh? The young man nervously replied, oh no, it's not that. The young man continued, she said it's difficult to mesh with the other characters like this. Cheho was surprised by the young man's words. He thought, she'll see, however it is, I can make it work. Back to the present, Chu-hee placed his hand on his chin and said, oh, I hadn't even considered that. Chu-hee turned to Hyeon and said, so you think we should get rid of the details, huh? That would be okay for new actors. Hyeon responded, oh, that's just my opinion. Chu-hee enthusiastically said, no, feedback is very good. According to you, doing so would help the actor get more into character, but I might need more input to stabilize things. Cheho looked at her and thought, she doesn't trust her own opinion but that rookie. She smiled brightly and said, I feel like I've just been praised. Chu-hee abruptly interrupted the conversation. All right then, keep it up, and with that, he turned and walked away. A handsome young man approached and cheerfully said, hello Mr. Cheho. He smiled and raised his hand, oh hello. Hyeon glanced at the two of them. Chu-hee closed his eyes, feeling weary, and said, he's very talented in acting, but his stubborn nature tires me out. Hyeon, bewildered, stammered in reply, oh, I see. He forced a smile and thought, I've heard rumors they're not that close, but I don't know to what extent. Hyeon thought to himself, maybe it's more tense than I thought. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Scene change. Soan looked at the computer and said, nice to meet you, we'll be working together for the next few months. I'm looking forward to it. Choo-hee clasped his hands together and cheerfully said, hello, after all the past conflicts, I'm looking forward to working together, hoping for your guidance. After speaking, everyone applauded in praise. Jae-ho raised 2 fingers and joyfully said, let's all work our hardest together. Chan Huk stood up, bowed, and cheerfully said, since this is my first lead role, I'll give it my all. Hyeon stood up, holding a chair. He excitedly said, I'm Lee Seong Hyeon, playing Choi Chi-song. Hyeon bowed and said, I look forward to your guidance. Choo-hee clapped, looking at him and thinking, he's polite but not lacking in confidence. The more I look, the less he seems like a rookie. Hyeon raised his head, smiled, and thought, the script reading begins. He pondered, this film will surely be a success, a perfectly organized scene. Hyeon continued to think, a lead role with both looks and acting ability. Choo-hee and Chan Huk exchanged disdainful glances. Chan Huk cheerfully said, you're leaving without saying goodbye? Ending it like that, huh? Hyeon continued thinking, plus, the chemistry between Chan Huk and Minhwa is incredible. Choo-hee smugly said, why? Are you saying you don't like a woman like me? Chan Huk laughed heartily and said, a woman like you, huh? What kind of woman would that be? You've got a great body, and a pleasant face. Chan Huk paused for a moment, then continued, and attractive too. Hyeon touched his cheek, looking awkward as he thought, this guy must be cunning, surely he's trying to leave an impression on the audience. Choo-hee shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, after all, don't you need a woman by your side to confide in? Hyeon imagined, Chan Huk flirtatiously touched Choo-hee, saying, that kind of woman, she's not what I need. What I need is you, the woman of my life. Chan Huk and Choo-hee sat in a dimly lit cafe, full of romance. She said, that look, me? He asked, what do you mean by that look? Choo-hee rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him, and said, that's the look of a love thief. They gazed at each other tenderly, making Hyeon think, and then a kiss. He snapped back to reality, awkwardly coughed a few times, and thought, but how could they do that, because this is just acting. Hyeon looked at the script and thought, after all. He saw his character's lines coming up and thought, it's my turn. Hyeon and Choo-hee's eyes met as if. Choo-hee frowned, glaring at him, as if he hated him for something. Hyeon smiled at him and thought, Bak Kang-so, a man familiar with power. He pondered, Bak Kang-so, after hearing the news, he drank too much and was punched by some thugs. Kang-so leaned against the corner of a wall. Suddenly, someone approached him, holding a metal rod. Kang-so saw someone coming near and turned to look. Kang-so was shocked at the person in front of him. It turned out it wasn't just one person, but 3 people who had come to beat him. They looked at him with disdain for a moment before one of them spoke up, do you remember us? We're the ones you sent to prison, Prosecutor Bak. Kang-so arrogantly said, sending you thugs to prison was the smartest choice I ever made, now get lost. One of them hesitated for a moment before saying, you little. With that, he raised his fist and charged at him, angrily shouting, you need to know what a fist tastes like, huh? Kang-so saw his fist coming towards him. Suddenly, a foot kicked the thug's arm. He painfully clutched his injured arm and collapsed to the ground. His subordinates, seeing this, quickly turned to check on him. Boss, Kang-so turned to look at the person who had helped him. The person who helped him turned out to be Hyeon, who said, oh man, these kids need to be taught a lesson, people like you, doing that to the prosecutor. He was surprised and thought to himself, oh man. Hyeon put his hands in his pockets, looking smug, and said, you guys can talk like that, huh? His provocative gaze challenged the thugs. But inside he was thinking, what kind of acting is this? Back to reality, Kang-so looked at Hyeon in confusion. He watched him reading the lines, thinking, reading and analyzing a character's lines, anyone can do that. Kang-so saw Hyeon fully immerse himself in the character, thinking to himself, the key to becoming an actor is the ability to turn a character's lines into your own. His eyes showed a hint of discomfort as he thought, in that regard, I'm not inferior. He angrily bit his lip, thinking, much more compared to some newcomer. Scene change, Kang-so got into character, awkwardly bowing his head, saying, Jin-sung, I need a favor from you, I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Then Hyeon put his hand on his shoulder and laughed, saying, what a hassle, but he thought to himself, however. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Hyeon cheerfully said to Kanso, now let's go catch that go sick and reform the country. He thought, what the heck, that guy. Suddenly a voice rang out, wow, incredible. He snapped out of the role, surprised, and looked to the side. Kanso was furious, his killing intent palpable. He gripped the script tightly, staying silent. Cheho praised Hyeon. Thank you for your hard work, he bowed and said, thank you, sir. He smiled warmly and said, you too, your acting is quite good. Hyeon sat down on a chair, leaned back, and sighed in relief, extending his hand, thinking to himself, phew, it's over. Suddenly, he noticed something. Hyeon saw Kanso glaring at him, making him think to himself, what the heck is that about? Danchun leaned in close to him, his face full of worry, whispering, I heard that song Chan Huk is pretty jealous of you. Hyeon looked up at Danchun in confusion and wondered, am I being warned? He thought to himself, I know he doesn't like me, but if this goes to the manager. He stood up and said, Manager Danchun. He looked at him blankly and asked, what's up? Hyeon cheerfully said, before Song Chan Huk's film starts, I want to meet him alone. Danchun, confused and not understanding the situation, said, He slammed the script onto the table, thinking to himself, besides good writing and acting skills, the relationships between actors should be friendly, especially when it's a role that shows close friendship. Danchun awkwardly slung his bag over his shoulder, his face full of worry, saying, well, let's go then. Hyeon looked away and thought, if this keeps going, it's going to affect work. In a room somewhere in the company, Hyeon opened the door and walked in. Suddenly a voice rang out, I'm here, startling him a bit. He turned around to see Chan Huk and happily said, hello senior. He waved and smiled at him. It's great to see you. Hyeon eagerly approached Chan Huk and said, oh wait, what would you like to order, senior? I'll order for you. He waved his hand, politely saying, oh no, the manager will bring the food for us, besides. He continued, if you want to be friends with me, just call me casually. Hearing Chan Huk's words, Hyeon looked at him in confusion, nervously. He continued with a scornful look, but how can I do that, just talk casually? Chan Huk put his hand to his mouth and said, Right after that, his expression changed to a cheerful one, extending his hand and smiling, saying, I'm just kidding, how about we exchange phone numbers? Hyeon was still stunned by his words and stood there for a long time. Hyeon closed his eyes, forced a smile, and thought to himself, this sucks, really annoying. He pulled out a chair and sat down, giving his phone number to Chan Huk, smiling and saying, here. Hyeon handed his phone to Chan Huk, thinking to himself, he seems like he's just pretending to be relaxed. Chan Huk took his phone with a disdainful look and asked, aren't you busy, Seoang Hyeon? He continued thinking, no veil can cover the eyes of the wise. He noticed Chan Huk's hand trembling as he held the phone, thinking to himself, his anxiety. Hyeon replied, oh no, it's just that I'm still a rookie. Chan Huk handed the phone back and said, soon you'll be as busy as a haunted person, because your acting is amazing. He slammed the table, continuing, but I'm also worried. Chan Huk leaned in close to his face, his expression angry, his voice filled with malice, because everyone is only focused on you, Seoang Hyeon. Hyeon calmly met his gaze. He continued, just relax, your eyes say nothing. Chan Huk smugly said, or maybe I, as your senior, should give you some advice. He tapped the table and continued, in the end, the main character has to stand out, and what happens if the friend of the main character outshines him? With a mocking expression, Chan Huk continued, it's simple, the audience will be confused because a supporting character on the sidelines is trying to act like the main character. Hyeon clenched his fist in anger, thinking, what the heck is he saying? He thought, the friend of the main character, all of them are just characters in the story. Hyeon continued thinking, depending on the angle or context, there could be some memorable scenes. Suddenly someone came, making Chan Huk startled and turn around. His gaze was still fixed on him, while he was talking to someone else. Why are you late? Hyeon pondered. As a supporting role, in that moment, he had to bring out something unique. Chan Huk scolded the secretary for being late. She scratched her head apologetically. He kept thinking, enough to outshine the lead actor, who angrily bit the straw in his water cup. Chan Huk turned to him and said, so don't overdo it, and look at the big picture, understand? Hyeon cheerfully replied yes. He thought, I've understood his implication. He happily continued, I met you just to say this, I hope you can help. He thought again, however. Chan Huk raised an eyebrow and disdainfully said, I'm saying this mainly for your own good, Seoang Hyeon. He thought, my ambition is so big that such things won't shake me. Hyeon nodded and smiled, with determination in his heart, I won't give up. His eyes looked a bit sad as he gazed down and said, I understand, he thought, the most important thing in a project is. Chan Huk looked at him with a puzzled expression. Hyun thought, it's a supporting role that isn't overshadowed by the lead role. He nodded smugly while looking at him. He thought to himself, I'm certain. Chan Huk cheerfully discussed other topics with him. The water cup reflected his smiling face, but deep inside, he had the determination to make it a reality. A milestone, the first film scene. A voice called out his name, Oh Song Hyun, over here. He turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was Kim Chae-ho, who joyfully waved him over. He saw this and thought in confusion, what, didn't he dislike me? Although thinking that, he still happily responded, hello. He laughed, unlike before, now you're friendlier. He thought to himself, I can't believe he could be impressed by someone just because of a line reading. He always exaggerates everything, and his way of analyzing characters is different too, which is why writer Shin Joo-hae trusts him. He extended his hand and asked with concern, today's your first filming day, right? He shook hands and respectfully bowed, yes, that's right. I might make a lot of mistakes, but I'm looking forward to working with you. Then he turned to Writer Lee with a smile and said she was also impressed by his reading. She happily replied, yes, his voice is pure gold. He shyly denied, no, I learned it from my seniors. He suddenly patted his head and praised him, you did well, maybe you're right. I'll pass on all my experience to you. Then he let out a breath and continued with a smile, and you can call me brother too. This statement left him dumbfounded. He didn't notice and affectionately put an arm around his shoulder, asking, you're not planning anything after the shoot, right? I know a shark fin soup restaurant nearby, you want to go? He replied, yes. He unconsciously glanced at Chan Huk behind him. He was staring at him with a complex expression. He thought to himself, he's doing it again. Maybe he's jealous because the senior likes me. The director's voice suddenly rang out, action, please get ready. Hearing that, he silently made up his mind, based on this first performance. The director called out, camera. The first scene was the breakup between Bak Kang-soo and Go Tae-si, the incident where Bak Kang-soo had completely clashed with Go Tae-si. Chan Huk, playing Bak Kang-soo, began acting, you taught me just to use me to make money. Go Tae-si, played by Chae-ho, said, what are you talking about? People often misunderstand things because they don't listen carefully. Then he put an arm around the person next to him and continued, don't you remember this teacher? He used to teach you when you were young. The other person adjusted his glasses nervously and said, it's been a while, Kang-soo. Kang-soo trembled with anger, and then looked at him and questioned, are you planning to turn a blind eye to those wicked thieves? Then he slammed the table hard and shouted, this is fraud. I won't do it anymore. He let out a faint chuckle. Then gloomily said, you've still got a long way to go. I've told you that there's nothing you can't do. He stood silently observing from outside and quietly remarked, how can you pass up a career? Chan Huk was trembling and thought to himself, I didn't expect to be able to show such an expression. The director's voice rang out, cut, okay, on to the next scene. He smiled confidently and thought, finally it's my turn. Time to become Jin Song. It's been some time since Go Tae-si and Bak Kang-soo opened a school, about 2 months to be exact, and Bak Kang-soo had also left the orphanage. While acting, he kept thinking, in this part, Choi Jin-song is just a supporting role, so it's not that difficult. Jin-song glanced over at Bak Kang-soo and asked, what's going on? Bak Kang-soo hesitated and replied, what do you mean, nothing's wrong? He said, stop lying and tell the truth, nothing serious, right? He was silent for a moment before speaking. I got into Seoul University. Choi Jin-song heard that and frowned, thinking it was serious, then asked, is that why the people from Seoul came here? After that, Baek Kang-soo had to reconsider and said, no problem. But they mainly came here to meet the director, not to see me. After hearing Chan Huk finish his line, he was stunned for a moment and thought, this wasn't in the script, then smirked, don't tell me. Chan Huk silently chuckled in satisfaction, thinking, no matter how good a rookie is, how could they handle such panicky situations? Seeing a hint of worry on his face, Chan Huk was even more pleased, thinking, this is the difference between us, kid. Then he turned to look at him with a smug expression, thinking, at this rate, he'll know his place soon enough. However, to his surprise, he continued with the lines, making Chan Huk freeze, I think it's different this time. They're not exactly the kind of upright or glamorous people the old men like, but maybe they're just like me. Chan Huk froze, unable to believe he could continue with the lines, and was left speechless. The director, sensing the issue, shouted, cut. Both of them stopped. Director Chin reminded, hey, Chan Huk, if it doesn't fit the character, don't just do as you please, got it? He bowed his head and apologized, yes, I'm sorry. Then he glanced at him with a look of discomfort and envy. He gave a faint smile and thought, he wants me to mess up? What a joke, he couldn't help but scoff, is that all? Then he looked back at him with a sharp gaze, silently determined, I'll do the same. The tension between them was palpable. The director told the two of them, move a little closer. Song Hyeon, watching from behind, thought, the photo shoot had resumed in the earlier scene. Chan Huk had lost his pride and was merely acting according to the script. Thanks to him, everything ended without any trouble, even though the crew continued after that, and a few scenes were repeated, but in the end, it all worked out. The director was pleased with the shot, eagerly saying, well done, thanks guys. As soon as it ended, Chan Huk turned and walked away. Watching him leave, Song Hyeon thought, he's in this situation even in a simple additional line. Clearly, his acting would be poor if he keeps this up. Suddenly, there was a voice calling his name from behind. It was Chae-ho, a senior, who ran up and threw his arm around Song Hyeon's shoulder, saying, that added performance was top-notch. Hearing that, he replied, I was a little nervous, you could probably see it on my face, to which Chae-ho laughed and said, not at all, you looked like a seasoned actor. Song Hyeon beamed and bowed to thank his senior. Then Chae-ho asked about Chan Huk, but what happened with him? He always seems to look at you with resentment in his eyes. A tense silence followed, and the question seemed to put Song Hyeon in a difficult spot. He awkwardly stammered, it's just that he said to act freely, so I just wanted to give it my all. His senior was surprised by his response. Then Chae-ho excitedly said, you really are something. You'll have to tell me all about it over dinner. Isn't the next shoot with you and that guy in a gunfight scene? See you later. With that, the two of them finally went their separate ways, each getting back to work. The scene shifted to the makeup room backstage. Everything was neatly arranged and ready. The door opened, and Song Hyeon walked in. He thought to himself, so this is the power of the makeup room. The skilled makeup artists quickly invited him to sit down so they could get to work. These busy moments were all too familiar to Song Hyeon. The time pressure was ever present, both in theater and film. It cost hundreds, if not thousands, of won for just one day of filming. Because of that, he had to deliver the best quality performance in the shortest amount of time. After finishing his makeup, Song Hyeon stepped into the team scene. If one person made a mistake, the whole team had to redo everything, so teamwork was the most important thing here. The cameras were ready, and the acting began. Taking a deep breath, Song Hyeon confidently fought on. Drinks had already been prepared on the table, along with several appetizing snacks that looked enticing. The chairman laughed and said things turned out this way because there was too little time. The older I get, the more impatient I become. Then he placed his drink down. So, you've already applied to Seoul University? I see, well done. Hearing that response surprised the young man. He continued, my son will go out to a vast ocean, and what parent would hold their child back? Those words would never come from Go Tae's script. Bak Gangsu was perplexed by the unexpected reaction. He worriedly thought, is he planning to leave it like this? Without waiting long, he spoke up, that's amazing, it's better than just settling for this tiny place, you should aim for greater things. Hearing that, the young man asked, what do you mean? He immediately replied, it's about making my people powerful, to overwhelm South Korean society. The people in the room, shocked by the statement, nodded in agreement, brilliant, just what the chairman expected. The young man was now trembling in a whirlwind of thoughts. Has he lost his mind? Go Tae realized that. His son is indeed a tiger cub. He was furious at Bak Gangsu's actions and was about to throw the glass at him. The glass was tightly gripped, raised high. Suddenly, the glass was snatched away and gently placed back on the table. Chin Song arrived just in time to defuse the situation. Go Tae was also surprised. Outside, the director and cameraman's faces gradually turned pale. Gangsu was equally surprised. This scene wasn't in the script. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Gangsu froze in place. The chairman smiled, but he couldn't hide his anxiety and unease. Chin Song was just like the others. Outside, a crew member asked, should we stop? The director, with a stern contemplative look, responded, let it continue. I have a feeling we're about to see a good show. Back to the scene, Go Tae asked, so you think we're fools? Gangsu, maybe you can't live in this world on your own. Perhaps this orphanage has produced a lonely person. However, you grew up there. So you can't live alone, huh? His words were full of sarcasm. You should know that Chin Song is still here. Go Tae had now grasped Choi Chin Song's weakness, his only friend. Immediately he stood up. Raising both hands, he shouted, pour me a full glass, father. Gangsu showed an irritated expression. Seeing this, his lips curled up as he replied, you're indeed a smart son. This scene wasn't in the script, but with top-notch acting skills, it played out smoothly. The chairman's acquaintances arrived and joined the situation. The two of them quickly approached Go Tai and sat down. Chin Song stood aside, observing the events. Their conversation continued, and the scene concluded smoothly. Song Hyeon approached a woman and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask where the room of a person named Kim Chae-ho is?" He was led to the room, and Chae-ho warmly welcomed Song Hyeon. He said, "You found your way here quickly," and the young man replied, "This place is well known after all." The senior handed him a cup of water, saying, "Have a drink, it's not alcohol. But perhaps we shouldn't disrupt the filming like this, right?" Song Hyeon nodded in agreement. He continued, "But you look quite serious today," Song Hyeon replied. "I was also surprised when I slammed the glass down. It seems like Chae-ho's intention wasn't that, not the glass. But I thought you were Choi Chin-song. If it were me, I would have stopped." At that moment, he understood the issue. Chae-ho kept pouring water and said, "It's like I have to toughen up, if I don't want to be overshadowed by this acting genius here." Song Hyeon replied, "Yes, senior is the genius," though he thought to himself, "It's a bit much, but not entirely wrong." Chae-ho laughed and said, "It's true, it's like I'm being drowned by your talent," though Kim Chae-ho didn't seem to like it much. But even if it had nothing to do with this party, he was still cautious in every word he said. Outside, a tipsy man angrily shouted, "Do you know what that guy said to me? He said I'm washed up, he messed everything up and blamed it on me. It's infuriating." Song Hyeon glanced around for a while. At that moment, he guessed this must be a gathering place for filmmakers. Then he spoke up, "Maybe I've learned a lot from senior Song Chae-ho." The waitress finished serving and stepped out the door, wishing the guests a pleasant time. Song Hyeon said, "The scene continued thanks to senior's sharpness." He responded, "Compared to me, you're even better. Who taught you?" And he replied, "I still have a lot to learn, hoping for your guidance, senior." Chae-ho said, "No need to be modest, you're so good already, what could I teach you?" The two of them had a pleasant conversation afterward. Time shifted to the next day. Chan Huk angrily pointed straight and said, "Why was my scene pushed back for this rookie?" After the final shot, Chan Huk became even more furious. Two staff members tried to explain, "For the sake of the film, we had no other choice." Things got even more serious. No one thought he would express his anger so openly in front of the crew. They assumed he would stay quiet until the end. Another staff member ran up to Song Hyeon and said, "It's better if you wait in the car, sir. Don't worry too much, you don't need to pay it much attention." It's not exactly a pleasing sight when the lead actor argues with the crew. As he stepped into the car, Song Hyeon's face was full of frustration and wandering thoughts. Chae-ho turned and asked, "Director, there's no shooting tomorrow, right? Should we plan something?" He happily said, "Indeed, you're the most thoughtful director. How about we all have dinner together to boost everyone's morale?" Song Hyeon was startled upon hearing this. All eyes were on him. Song Hyeon smiled and said, "That's a great idea." The director turned and smiled, "So you agree, Song Hyeon?" A company dinner, Song Hyeon sat in the back, feeling triumphant as if he had struck gold, thinking, "This is my chance." The director continued, "All right, if nothing comes up, we'll have dinner together." Hyeon calculated silently, "This is the chance to reorganize this chaotic relationship." Chae-ho chimed in, "I thought the younger generation doesn't like these group dinners, but you're quite different." Song Hyeon smiled and replied, "It's just basic courtesy, especially since we're all in the same company," though he thought to himself, "I wouldn't have liked going to these dinners before." Chae-ho, amused, said, "Oh my, you're quite the smooth talker. Now let's hurry to the set." They sped off to the filming location. Scene shifts to a restaurant. As Song Hyeon entered, he saw two people already waiting. They greeted each other. "You came early, writer." She replied, "Oh, it's because we came straight from the set. After watching the clip the director sent, I couldn't sit still. I wanted to see how it really was." Song Hyeon curiously asked, "If it's about that clip?" She quickly responded, "I don't care about it at all." Then she slammed the glass down on the table, reenacting his scene. Seeing that, he blushed in embarrassment. "I got goosebumps after watching it. The first time I met you, I felt that uneasiness, but this time, it feels completely different." The person next to him said, "Bring 4 more plates of meat, bro." Hyeon laughed and said, "It was only thanks to Senior Chae-ho's help during filming. In truth, it's because he practices his acting exercises every day," though he couldn't say that. Hearing Chae-ho's name, she lowered her voice, "He's good at acting too." Hyeon started feeling down. "They're still like this. This reaction is kind of." She continued, "But I'm a bit worried about him. He's slow in expressing Go Tai." But his acting skills and unique confident demeanor sometimes make it stand out so clearly. Hyeon cheerfully replied, professionalism really makes a difference, huh? For the sake of the film, it's easy to express emotions. That's how a true professional works. Suddenly, she turned to ask Song Hyeon, what about you? You're also a professional in this field. The question made him pause for a few seconds. He replied, I'm trying my best too. Footsteps echoed from outside. Hyeon turned to look, just as Chan Huk walked in. The two of them awkwardly faced each other. Chan Huk quickly took his seat, apologizing for being late. But when he sat down, he kept an arm's distance from Hyeon. Hyeon looked annoyed, thinking it was childish. Another person arrived. Long time no see, editor, she replied. Is Senior here already? He asked. Is the director not here yet? Hyeon responded. It seems he couldn't make it due to some business. Senior, beer or soju? Jae-ho replied. I've been into beer lately, so give me a beer, just keep pouring. Then he turned to ask, how have you been, writer? As if hinting at pouring her some alcohol, she tactfully declined, I'm doing fine. The two of them continued catching up. Everyone thought the writer was polite, but she refused to pour soju because she preferred drinking straight from the bottle for convenience. She said, I didn't expect you all to be so surprised, and Song Hyeon's eyes were like, wow, old lady, didn't see that coming. Jae-ho said, oh man, you always think about the film like it's playing in your head. We can't leave a writer like you alone, she replied. I told you he's serious. The moment I saw him audition, a diamond instantly came to mind. While everyone laughed and had fun, someone sat in a corner quietly. Jae-ho turned to ask, what exactly were you doing that day? Hyeon shyly replied, oh no, the writer exaggerated. She added, no, Song Hyeon really is the shining diamond of this film. I'm certain of it. Jae-ho chimed in, writer Sin, why do you only idolize Hyeon? She responded, oh my, is there a problem if I adore my own character? Jae-ho replied, I'm a character too. She heard that and said, so, do you want me to do the same for you? At that moment, Jae-ho covered his face, embarrassed by his slip of the tongue. Then he grabbed a nearby glass of soju and downed it. I'm actually only 20 years old. Song Hyeon looked around thinking, everyone enjoys this cheerful atmosphere. Except for Song Chan Huk. He's more reserved than I thought. I need to adjust for the sake of the film set. Jae-ho, now tipsy, said, hey, your acting is amazing. You don't look like a newbie at all, honestly. I always look forward to acting with you. There's just something about acting with you. Completely different from others. Upon hearing this, Song Chan Huk set his beer glass down on the table. All attention shifted to Chan Huk. He smirked and said, well, Song Hyeon, there's a bit of arrogance in you. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Seeing the lead actor brooding, the man sarcastically said, what's the matter, right? Newcomers always act all obedient in front of seniors. But during filming, even their expression is too arrogant. Hearing this, Hyeon thought to himself, maybe he's a bit. At that moment, Jae-ho nudged the person next to him, laughing to diffuse the tension. It's just that Song Hyeon is such a great actor. Chan Huk replied seriously, that's not what I meant, don't you understand, senior? The man, now awkward, wondered, what's wrong with him? Hyeon thought, I never expected him to act this way. Then he spoke, I'm sorry if you feel that way, senior. He believed this was his opportunity. So he immediately humbled himself to appease the other person. What I did wrong or worried about in my debut film is natural. So if there's anything wrong, I'll try to fix it. Jiyeon interjected, hey, why are you saying that? It's kind of weird. Chan Huk, shaking with anger, repeated the junior's words, look at this newbie. I'm sorry if you feel that way. That's not how I think. It's all because you act so arrogant, you little punk. The young man's shout drew the attention of everyone around. What's going on over there? What happened? Cheon quickly held back his colleague. Stop, you've had too much to drink. At this moment, Chan Huk seemed to lose his mind and shouted, let me go. You don't know anything, so just don't talk. These words truly made the man uncomfortable. What? Hyeon looked at the mess in front of him in confusion. Cheon angrily scolded his junior. What? How dare you? At that moment a voice called out, Actor Cheon, calm down. On Chan Huk's side, he sighed tiredly, really. Then he harshly scolded, this is why you all should shut up before I lose it. The main character thought to himself, he finally caused a scene. Chan Huk vented all his frustrations, you keep telling me this and that, protecting Song Hyeon, but don't you know I'm the main character? The man quickly responded, no one forgot that, the main character you? Your acting is stiffer than a rookie, and now you've caused this chaos. Watching this, the girls whispered, he's really lost it, did he forget he was once a rookie too? Hyeon thought, this situation is getting worse. I don't really like this. But it has to end. Only then can it heal. It's all your fault, so don't blame anyone else. However, to ease the situation, the young man bowed his head and conceded, I'm sorry, senior, it's all my fault. Chan Huk paused for a few seconds after hearing this. The main character continued, Senior gave me advice to improve. I still have many shortcomings. These words made the other party even more confused. From you, I've learned a lot. Meanwhile, people around whispered, he said he learned to act better from him, because he felt inadequate, so he always stood behind him, unreal. At this moment, Chan Huk felt more frustrated than ever. The tipping point came when he saw the young man smiling and saying, please guide me. The man couldn't hold it in anymore, and cursed the brat under his breath. Then he lashed out at Hyan, knocking the young man down. Afterward, he muttered to himself, I knew this would happen, crazy bastard. Seeing this, everyone there was in shock. Someone call Song Hyan's manager now. Chuhi was thoroughly disappointed in the young man and yelled, I can't believe Song Hyan got hurt while we're at the heart of filming, are you kidding me? Just then, someone pushed the door open and shouted, Chan Huk. Immediately, all attention turned to the main character, Song Hyan. Are you okay? The young man replied, let me check. After removing his hand from Hyan, everyone saw a long cut on his face, blood gushing out. They hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Chan Huk, thirsting for the center of attention, grew even more envious. No one paid him any mind anymore. They quickly shouted, Manager. Call Song Hyan's manager. Hurry up. And then they all left, leaving Chan Huk standing there, seething. Not long after, the news spread to the set Song Hyan's face was injured. How come you're only saying this now? It's true, skill is key in the entertainment world. However, from this incident, it was really because of actor Chan Huk. We can conclude that wasn't all. Chan Huk sat in a corner anxious. But that wasn't all. Yesterday that guy was bleeding a lot. It'll take some time for him to recover. His role isn't that important. It'd be better to replace him rather than wait. He might be replaced. Thinking about this, the young man became more smug. I didn't intend to punch him in the face, but maybe it was more than I thought. It's all for the benefit of the film. Suddenly at that moment, a voice rang out, Good morning. The man was surprised while his colleague approached the main character, Song Hyan. I heard you bled a lot yesterday, didn't you? Hyan quickly replied, Of course, but I put makeup on. Doesn't it look more natural? The man responded, Yes, but... Seeing Hyan, Chan Huk wondered, what the hell? Why is that guy here? Suddenly, at that moment, the main character stood right in front of him. The other immediately spoke provocatively, What, you want to hit me? Go ahead if you want. Then he stood up and got close to Hyan and said, If the media spreads that it was a two-sided fight, I'll still come out on top. The main character didn't say a word, suddenly raising his fist. He scared the life out of Chan Huk. However, the young man simply placed his hand on the other's shoulder and said, I only fight through acting. Senior Thoy. Chan Huk pretended not to believe what he had just heard. Hyan said again, I'm completely different from you. While the opponent angrily called him arrogant, he once again asserted, I will use my abilities to beat you. These words successfully angered Chan Huk. You dare talk about acting in front of me. At this moment, the crew interrupted. We will start the next scene. Please don't move to the preset positions, the male lead calmly said. We'll see. Who will be the winner? Start the 50-second scene. After graduating from law school, Bak Kansu tried to sever ties with Go Tae during the cooperation to prosecute the Go Tae group. He was caught by an internal spy. Chan Huk was being severely bullied. The young man growled, Sit still, you brat. He approached and grabbed Chan Huk's head, warning him, I've disliked you from the start. Hey bro, take care of me. After saying that, he slapped the young man and shouted angrily, You don't know you're just like us. Chan Huk was hit so hard he rolled to the ground. Instead of showing sadness or resentment, he started laughing inexplicably. The man questioned, Did I hit him too much that he lost his mind? The other person laughed and replied, Chin Song, have you dealt with him yet? The other replied, What are you curious about? Do you think that guy will come save you? What disgusting feelings. Then he grabbed Chan Huk's tie. Mocking him, Choi Chin Song knew your dad abandoned you, he betrayed you. The young man indifferently said, You mean Chin Song knows I'm here? What, you dumbhead, why don't you just say it out loud? As for the male lead. Moving to the 53rd scene, Choi Chin Song opened the door and stepped in. However, he hesitated while others were performing passionately. Why did you let that guy know about this place, you idiot? Seeing things not going as scripted, the crew wondered, Isn't this the moment Choi Chin Song enters? I think there's some confusion. What should we do? Or maybe it's better to stop. After hearing this, the director bluntly refused. No. He thought it wasn't the right moment yet. They're doing exactly what I imagined, let him perform as he did before. The male lead was no less anxious. Finally, his face showed determination. At the same time, on set, Chan Huk loudly said, "If he doesn't know I'm here, he won't come. Go to and..." Before he could finish, the male lead suddenly kicked the door open. "Tough, huh? You're still not dead," under the appearance of Choi Chin-song. Chan Huk thought to himself, is he trying to ruin my fluency? So your ambition is to steal my glory? The young man continued his role. After all the punching and kicking, now you show up. The male lead only smiled and asked, "Are you still okay?" At that moment, the man signaled his subordinates, "Punch that guy quickly." The first one rushed up and got punched in the face by the young man. The second one searched for a long plastic stick. Then he charged at the young man. The male lead's face showed no fear. He directly counterattacked the opponent, scaring the leader so much his face turned pale. He trembled and said, "Don't come near." Next, he pulled out a dagger, loudly warning, "I told you not to come near." The male lead stepped towards him. "You haven't heard what I said yet." He grabbed the wrist of the person in front of him and continued, "The knife in your hand doesn't always follow your will." Then he directed the blade towards the leader, turning it back at him, and said, "It follows those with more power than you." Witnessing this, Chan Huk had to admit one thing: that kid is truly a monster. On the way back, inside the car, Hyan spoke up, "Now you can do whatever you want, you don't belong in the darkness." Chan Huk quietly asked, "What about you?" The young man replied, "I will also find my own path." A few weeks later, after wrapping up the scene, Soken couldn't help but be amazed. "Well done. Thanks for your efforts, great job everyone." Hyan, after hearing that, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, a long shoot. Finally done. Suddenly, someone bumped into him and sneered, "Stop sucking up." Annoying, in the end, nothing ever changes. The man curiously asked Chan Huk, "What's going on with you?" The main actor didn't care about this and recalled the encouragement from his seniors. "If it weren't for Song Hyan, I probably wouldn't have acted in this movie. And I need to put in more effort, or else I'll be swallowed by a genius like you, Song Hyan. Your talent surpasses mine. Song Hyan is definitely the gem of this movie, I'm sure of it." Thinking this, the main actor vowed to himself, "As an actor like Song Hyan, I will give it my all." Suddenly, a voice came, "Hey Song Hyan." Soken signaled the young man to come closer. Then he asked, "Did you overact a little?" Hyan replied, "Not too much, sir." The man said, "If it's because you added lines, don't worry, take a break, but remember to open the gift I gave you. You deserve it." After the main actor got home, as the director said, an unimaginable gift had arrived. The scene shifts to a person who looks very exhausted. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, "Leader back." He excitedly ran up to report, "Look at this. Director Chin Sekuen sent me an email." His hurried demeanor left him astonished. The director for the film Hyan starred in? A few minutes later, he opened a folder on his phone. Yes, that's right. The two seemed quite shocked after looking at the folder. Inside was the footage Hyan shot yesterday. "Can people like you even understand the prosecutor's language? Let's go catch Go Tae and save the country. The knife in your hand doesn't always follow your will, it follows those with more power than you." Even Leader Back got excited seeing the footage starring Hyan. He didn't expect it to be this intense. The prediction about it being a box office game changer came true. The trailer was just released, and it went viral on social media, leaving viewers amazed. "I've never seen anything like this before, it's definitely going to rock the box office." The first trailers got hundreds of thousands of views. The numbers skyrocketed. At this point, all attention was on Kim Chae-ho and Song Chan Huk. However, I think Hyan's video had quite an impact, but as a rookie, I don't expect too much. Hyan calmly admitted, "The views for the main character are quite high, so there's no doubt the film will be a success." Hearing this, his manager sighed, "That makes sense, but at least everyone in the world should see it." He cried out in frustration, "Who knows how Leader Back will react? If anyone watches it, they'll probably become addicted to the film." In the elevator, Hyan spoke up, "Of course, but maybe from now on, I'll try harder." Hyan suddenly turned back with a cheerful smile and said, "This is just the beginning." His words seemed to make him ponder. "That's right, it's only the beginning. I'll call you if you have an appointment or something you should rest." The elevator doors slowly closed. "The beginning, that's what I said, but it's just that I was too excited and couldn't control myself. I need to go further. It's indeed lucky for me to have such an opportunity." Just then, the elevator doors opened. Suddenly, a girl hurriedly stepped in from outside. This immediately caught Hyan's attention. Does the goddess always appear? His face instantly became awkward. She smiled and asked, "Where are you going?" Hyeon signaled that he was planning to go up. Then he revealed, "Going to see a movie?" She asked, "Can I join you?" "It's no problem, but is now a good time for you? Because yesterday you said the next few days would be busy. I don't know why you sent this. However," she excitedly explained, "because I've prepared everything perfectly." "Oh, I see." A few seconds later she asked, "What movie are you planning to see, Perry Hotter?" Now Hyeon silently thought, if it were someone else, I would feel a little bored. But with Minio, it feels quite comfortable. It's different. The movie lasts 2 hours and 30 minutes, it went by quickly. After the movie ended, Minio stretched and exclaimed, "I really like this movie. A masterpiece, always awesome to watch." She turned to suggest, "How about we watch another one?" But in the end, Hyeon had to decline. "It's late already. If we watch another one, it'll be really late." Minio pouted, feeling lazy. Seeing that, Hyeon gently said, "We'll continue next time." Just hearing that made Minio excited. "You promise?" Before leaving, she didn't forget to ask, "But hey, can I ask you something? When you first met me, what did you think? It's really hard for me to show all my abilities. So no one notices me, that's why I—" Before Minio could finish, he interrupted, "I saw everything clearly. Your expressions were revealed." Hyeon gently touched her shoulder and said, "Now? Get home safely." Hearing his reply, she happily left. "Let's take a picture together. Like a turning point for us to become closer." Minio raised her phone to snap a photo. "Come closer, like this." After spending time together, they finally had a picture. This is the picture that stirred my heart. That night, while enjoying his sleep, Hyeon suddenly received a phone call. He quickly answered, and from the other side came a panicked voice. "Hyeon, what are you doing? Check the internet." He swore he quickly went to check. Still dazed, he hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. But just a few seconds later, his face started turning pale. "What the heck? Your name is trending as a top keyword." In this situation, Hyeon couldn't hide his emotions. What the heck is going on? He didn't expect the picture of him and Minio to spread all over the internet. Just minutes after it was posted, there were countless likes and comments. Hyeon realized the situation now. He's in trouble. Even though the online scandal shows no signs of slowing down. No more time to worry about that. Because the movie premiere was brilliant. At the press conference, they greeted me as Chae-hye from the hit movie, and today we also have some guests who are the main characters in the film, marking a turning point. The host kept asking them many questions. My schedule was packed. However, it didn't stop there. She continued by saying, "Now let's talk about the movie. First, senior Song Chan Huk, how do you feel about playing the lead role for the first time?" He immediately replied, "I'm a little more nervous than usual." But suddenly Chae-ho interrupted, "You work hard, so why worry? Your career is already successful, and you're still so diligent." He immediately retorted, "No, don't tease me, senior." A few seconds later, the host continued, "Among the captivating actors, one actor has caught everyone's attention, actor Lee Hyeon." Hearing this, he quickly introduced himself, "I'm Hyeon, playing Choi Chin-song." And then it happened. She immediately brought up, "There's a rumor circulating in the film industry that a once-in-a-millennium treasure has appeared." Hyeon shyly responded, "You're flattering me. You're really humble. That's why you've made that woman's heart fall for you." Just hearing this made his mood sink. How could you be close to Minio, someone who's very famous in the music world? Although quite uncomfortable, Hyeon had to admit, "We've only met a few times because we're in the same agency." You get these kinds of questions in movie interviews, so an actor has to be careful not to get caught in scandals. Suddenly, she wondered, but Minio said it was a date. Hyeon quickly explained, "That wasn't it. That photo was just a chance meeting at the company." Yet Chae-ho teased, "Weren't you two on a date?" That statement left Hyeon in despair, completely dumbfounded. Finally, she shifted her attention to him. "You look just like Go Tae in character makeup, although as Tae, it doesn't quite resemble me." His enthusiastic attitude surprised Hyeon. The senior is trying to change the subject. Maybe I should thank him for that. But Chan Huk on one side seemed quite confused. He kept glancing over with a jealous look on his face. Now it's time for the last question. This time it's for actor Hyeon. You need to answer clearly, because many people are curious about this. Who is Song Chan Huk to you? This question left both of them baffled. In his mind, he calculated, who is Song Chan Huk to me? Who even cares? Seeing Hyeon stay silent for too long, Chan Huk began to get worried. His hand wouldn't stop clenching tightly. But in the end, Hyeon finally answered, "To me, he's a good senior. When acting, he taught me a lot of things, even during auditions. I've truly learned so much from him. The host was surprised to hear this affirmation. Wow, senior Song Chan Huk is truly exemplary. What a great senior. It's nothing. One of the famous traits of Go Tae in the film is, no matter what happens behind the scenes, you still have to smile in front. It's an unspoken rule in this world. After the press conference, Chae-ho complained, sitting like this for so long is exhausting. I need to go somewhere. Hyeon advised, take care of your health, senior. Suddenly, the senior asked, do you want to attend acting school with me? Yes, but let's go later because as a senior myself, I don't even know what my next role will be. So Chae-ho gave in, fine, anyway, everyone's tired today. But before leaving, he said, hey senior. Thanks for earlier. Then he suddenly recalled the interview. Chae-ho cheerfully replied, see you at the next premiere, senior, take care. A rookie always draws attention. At that moment, Hyeon's manager came over, we should go too. He thought to himself, but this kind of attention can be poisonous, another method is. Suddenly, someone called Hyeon from behind, excuse me. Hello Hyeon, I'm Cheon, a reporter from CCA, reporter Cheon. He suddenly panicked, remembering the article he had read earlier that morning. The reporter wrote about Minasio's scandal. It seemed like things weren't as simple as that. However, upon reading the article thoroughly, it focused more on actor Lee Hyeon. Seeing her appear, he greeted her warmly. Hello, reporter, I'm Hyeon. Cheon suggested that in order to interview you, I had to request permission to meet you, but you didn't seem interested in this. At the same time, the manager signaled that there was a gap in your schedule right now. So Hyeon agreed to her suggestion, saying, I think you can contact my manager to discuss the specific schedule. Getting a few flattering articles wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, Cheon realized that talking directly with you was still the best option. Confident but only trusts his own abilities, does not respect seniors. A fleeting flash of light, the words she said left Hyeon confused. Immediately, Cheon explained that these were rumors spreading about Hyeon among the reporters. It was spread from Song Chan Huk to the reporters, and I heard they have already blocked any interviews with you. Didn't you know? Furthermore, there's a recent scandal involving Minio, a rookie actress who gained fame more through social media manipulation than talent, and public opinion hasn't been favorable. Hyeon was shocked and questioned, then why does the reporter want to interview me? Finally, she sighed smugly. Instead of rumors, I want the truth. Isn't it better that I trust my judgment about this truth? From my observation, my judgment is correct as always, and I'm certain that Hyeon will become a successful actor. What do you think? Can you endure the pain? But give us some good reports as well. Hyeon, stunned, replied, but if you help me, you'll get into trouble too. Contrary to his anxious mood, Cheon appeared very confident. I'm a reporter. My job is to dig for information. Her determined eyes were set on victory. A burning spirit for a newcomer and a rookie actor. In the end, Hyeon smiled contentedly. All right then, let's head to battle. Scene transitioned to Hyeon on his way to work. Suddenly, his manager spoke up. This is surely a move by a famous agency known for manipulating social media. I've heard that Song Chan Huk has been quite active since his last project was released. However, Hyeon didn't seem to care much. Suddenly, he apologized to him. Helping the actor focus on their work is my responsibility, yet I haven't been able to help much. But Hyeon countered, you didn't do anything wrong, it's all because of Song Chan Huk. When is the official release? The beginning of next month, so less than a month left. Hyeon's attitude left the manager somewhat bewildered. He slowly opened the car door. We just need to do what we can. Faced with the current situation, his manager didn't know what else to say. Then he called out, Hyeon. Even as a rookie actor, you're amazing. It's like you've just been reborn. You're always calm and experienced, as if you don't care about these things. Being suspected by him, Hyeon tried to deflect. No, he's sharp, all right. But it's not that I don't care, it's just that it's not yet time to act. Everything will be clear when the movie is released. Then we'll see who the real lead actor is. While resting, he would read some scripts that had been sent to him. As soon as he got home, Hyeon immediately grabbed a few scripts. Marking a turning point, he was now the center of attention, so it was natural that similar themed works were sent to him. Instead of similar roles, I need something new. Hyeon accidentally grabbed another script from the table. This one was for a movie called Laning. To escape from debt collectors hunting down her father, Duchi had to flee from death every night. Even a slight careless sound would lead to her being discovered. By accident, her presence had been noticed by Dong. Scene transition to Korea's top fine arts high school. The story unfolds after she passed the entrance exam to Let High School. The supporting character is a former national swimming athlete, Woo-hun, who is on a downward spiral. He's a handsome and captivating high school boy. And the main character is the nephew of Dong, and a bad boy from Let High School. Seo reaches out. Whose hand is he holding? Hyeon was a bit surprised after reading. When it was broadcasted, its highest rating was 9%, but more than that. This is a trending topic. Among the settings I received this time, this is the only work in the romance genre. Suddenly someone called Hyeon. Unexpectedly it was Minio calling. But who is Hyeon? Minio's man, an unwanted scandal when singer Minio returned. Singer Minio came back with a small album posted on social media yesterday. She posted a photo with a stranger on her account, and quickly deleted it. When Song Hyeon read this news, he felt shocked. Minio must also have been confused by the scandal. I'm listening, Minio. Her call woke Song Hyeon up. Don't worry about the scandal, just get some sleep. When you wake up, my album will be released in 1 minute, Minio said worriedly. The 5th song is about you, so you have to listen to it, okay? What? Song Hyeon was confused about what Minio meant. Wait, why is it about me? Just listen, you'll know, and you must listen to it, Minio teased. As soon as she finished her sentence, Minio quickly hung up, leaving Song Hyeon bewildered. Looking at the phone screen, she's already hung up. Song Hyeon lay in bed, tossing and turning, thinking. What's going on? Isn't she worried about the scandal anymore? But clearly, the first song Minio wrote was Night Sea. This song was the stepping stone that allowed Minio to hold her position as a top star. Has that song already been released? Song Hyeon thought absent-mindedly. Watching the clock tick, Song Hyeon wondered if he should give it a listen. She just debuted, yet she's already topping the trending list right after her release. She's truly amazing. Song Hyeon scrolled through the playlist and suddenly noticed, is the 5th song this one? I also need someone to lean on during the moment I can be myself. When I'm just me, I realize that I'm still a naive child, still curious about this world. As soon as the song began, Song Hyeon felt that it was a good song. He could sense her dedication through it. When I was feeling my worst, someone told me to stay positive. That was more than enough for me. The lyrics seemed to carry hidden emotions for Song Hyeon. Does Minio think of me this way? Just thinking about it made him blush. After Minio's small album release, contrary to all concerns, all attention and criticism from the scandal had calmed down. Minio felt very happy too. The scandal has died down. Song Hyeon picked up his phone to check the situation. Chae-ho was also very happy about this. Everyone had some new news. All right then, whose hand is holding me back? Feeling tired, Song Hyeon said. I should get back to work. The setting I received only includes episode 1 and 2. But that's enough to analyze the character. The most notable character this time is the bad boy with a romantic streak from the high school. He's holding the script and thinking about the character. This bad boy style is a bit like Seong, but, unlike Seong, someone who does what he believes is right. Seo only acts for the one he loves. He opens the door, revealing the light, stepping in like an explorer. In Scene 5, Dian was just rescued at the pool by an international swimmer representing the school. Afterward, she was personally granted admission by the principal. She had to participate in a test. Time keeps passing, but it's still not there. However, the results were terrible, and then, being evaluated like this is unacceptable. She only runs a little faster than average. How is that possible? She received an admission recommendation directly from the principal. I failed the entrance exam, Dian panted. If you understand, pack your things and go home. The PE teacher seemed irritated. Go home? I can't just fail like this. Dian was feeling desperate. It can't end like this. Come on, teacher. I absolutely won't allow this. Then Dian said with a determined face, I'm resolute. I will never come back. That miserable place, the one I struggled so much to escape. And so she kept running, ignoring everything. After running for a while, Dian was exhausted. She sat at the bottom of the stairs panting. Why are you running like that? Here, drink. Someone handed Dian a bottle of water. It was an extremely handsome guy. He looked at her with tender eyes. So Dian had no choice but to say thank you. Drink, rest, then go home. Why are you trying so hard to get into a place like this? They make students run like crazy and call it an entrance exam. What's so special? The two sat in the corner of the schoolyard, chatting like old friends. When I first came here, I didn't expect this either. This place is very different from where you were before. It's not what you imagined. It's overwhelming and harsh. Students have to pass a test to get in, which is already difficult. He tilted his head up to the sky, recounting the events. By the way, do you really not remember anything? All your other memories are intact except the person who saved you. It's strange you don't remember. Try to recall bit by bit. Oh, it's not that I want you to thank me or anything, you know the principle, right? Just tell her I saved you from falling into the sea, Dian replied. I don't remember. Try to think harder. I said I don't remember, so stop asking. Also, Dian wanted to say something else. You wouldn't survive an hour in the place I used to live. Hey, I said stop talking, where are you going? And so she took off running again. If you keep running like that, you might fall. That day, she ran just like that, as if her fragile body could shatter at any moment. So, instinctively, I wrapped my arms around her. She turned to look at me, surprised. Suddenly, we were both deeply immersed in emotions. They blended together. A captivating scene, where the characters were running passionately toward each other. Song Hyun thought to himself, I haven't graduated high school in a long time. I'm a bit worried about whether I can act this out well. But then, the phone rang. The manager said, check this out, it's an audition for the Soaring movie. The door opened, here it is. In front, a girl was waving. Long time no see, screenwriter, sorry for the sudden notice, thank you for coming. It's nothing, I was just relaxing at home anyway, Song Hyun replied shyly, though analyzing the script. This is the first time she's called me out to meet like this, I'm a little nervous. Have you chosen your next project yet? Not yet, I'm still looking. That's perfect, if there's nothing else, shall we order? What kind of food do you like? I don't have a preference, so anything is fine. Has everyone ordered yet? Well then, I'll have one clam pasta with mushroom sauce, a pizza, and a grilled dish. Wait, isn't this too much for just the two of us? Song Hyun asked hesitantly. Then the screenwriter waved, over here. Sorry I'm late, the voice came from a short-haired girl. It turned out to be Aram. Aram and Song Hyun's eyes met as if they had known each other for a long time. Could it be you're Aram blurted out. Song Hyun was now staring blankly at the girl in front of him. He quickly stood up and bowed. Hello, I'm Song Hyun. Aram now finally realized, startled. Song Hyun excitedly ran over. I really liked the character intro video. It marked a turning point. I was planning to go watch the movie as soon as it premiered, but I didn't expect to meet the actor beforehand. Nice to meet you, thank you for liking the movie. Even the screenwriter was at a loss with the two of them. This is the young person I care about the most, Aram. Song Hyun now finally realized, this is Aram. The author of that story, Song Hyun suddenly remembered. Could it be the Soaring work? Aram happily said, you already know? This world is scary. I didn't think I'd meet her like this, he said nervously. Nice to meet you. Actually, today's meeting. The reason I called you here is because I want you to introduce Song Hyun to the Soaring movie. Both of them looked at each other in confusion after hearing this. The screenwriter told Aram that if Song Hyun already knew about her, it would be easier to talk. Aram is very talented in writing scripts, and her skills are also excellent. However, because her standards are so high, very few actors fall into her consideration. Hearing this, she immediately rebutted, that's not true. It's because the director kept sending me actors I didn't like. Hearing her explanation, the screenwriter smugly said, that's why I introduced you to Song Hyun, and at that moment, she turned to look at him. Song Hyun listened to the screenwriter, and she added, Song Hyun too, if you haven't decided on your next project, you should consider this one. He suddenly felt a little tense, and Aram shyly said, why are we discussing this while eating? As for Hyun, he felt that although it was a bit sudden, this was a good opportunity. It wasn't just any project, it was Soaring. Then, he sincerely said, if you give me a chance to audition. But before he could finish, Aram interrupted, a rookie actor introduced by a rookie screenwriter won't carry much weight. Because after all, they're both just rookies. She gave a small laugh, and it seemed like the production company also wanted a more famous actor. The screenwriter was surprised, did they really say that? Aram added, the casting director only selected such actors as candidates. I know Song Hyun is very good at acting, but you heard it too, Soaring is my debut work. The atmosphere suddenly dropped. Aram spoke frankly, so it will be very difficult for me to work with you. If there's another chance next time, for sure, unexpectedly, Hyun replied, next time? I heard that. But we can't miss this opportunity now, can we? I really want to work with you on this project. I will use my acting to win the role fairly. Hearing him say this, she was deeply moved. To the point where she couldn't find the words. The screenwriter whispered in her ear, I told you meeting him would be worth your time. Her mood improved considerably, yes. Then the screenwriter raised her glass, well then I'll cheer for you, let's drink to wish you luck. After that, their quiet meal resumed. After some time, Aram began to open up. Why is it that in our country, people aren't allowed to date? But whatever it is, it always needs a romantic element. Why is that? I want to write a youth movie. I don't want to write about teenage love. Her complaints kept pouring out, but the screenwriter just nodded absent-mindedly. The atmosphere became tense again. She recklessly poured herself more wine. Contrary to Hyun's restraint, the screenwriter fully supported her. When it was time to leave, the screenwriter suddenly said, "The audience is always right. If the audience wants romance, then we have to show them romance, right?" Hyun agreed, "That's right, since we're in the entertainment industry, maybe the public is always right." She suddenly looked over. Then playfully added, "Every time I talk to you, Song Hyun, I feel like I'm speaking to a senior screenwriter." He gave a small smile, for no particular reason. Suddenly another voice chimed in, "No, there must be something." It was Aram. "It's the aura around Song Hyun. Even though he's a rookie actor, he's very relaxed." Moreover, the way he immediately responded to the whimsical dirty tricks of actor Chan Huk was so cool. He was surprised. Dirty tricks? The screenwriter quickly stopped her. "Aram, I told you not to tell anyone." She sighed. "It's really hard for a rookie actor not to make mistakes in moments like that." The screenwriter was left speechless and covered her mouth. "You'd better keep quiet for now." Hyun then remembered, "Was it that time? But how did you know about that? You don't often come to the set." She explained that actually, she had secretly visited the set for a while. She had heard that Chan Huk didn't like Song Hyun very much. Hyun responded immediately. "Thanks for your concern," the screenwriter said. "As long as you know, that's good. Good luck with your audition. I want to prove that my eye for talent isn't wrong." He listened and politely said, "Thank you, take care on your way home." He felt that even though it might not be the case, recently he had become more ambitious. Before leaving, Aram asked, "Can we go for a second round?" The screenwriter replied absent-mindedly, "Go home and keep drinking." Unexpectedly, she whined, "Are you abandoning me?" "I'm not going home." "No, we're going to your house to have a party, come on." Hyun smiled as he watched them, a story of growth created by those who find joy in the little things in life to move forward. And with a little romantic element blended in perfectly. I want to live in that moment. A few days later, most of them were still newcomers. Even before the premiere, no one would have more influence than Song Hyun. He responded, "Even if they do, it doesn't matter. Because no matter who it is, I'll give it my all," he thought. Dan Chung said, "There are more candidates here than I thought, and it seems like a few people signed up before the deadline." He cautiously asked, "But Song Hyun, you seem pretty confident." However, Hyun didn't respond. He was focused on something else. That was another actor across the way. That person was Song Tae, an actor specialized in psychological romance films. His most recent, and widely discussed film had a rating of 8%, playing the supporting male role from the other night. Dan Chun was taken aback, maintaining his composure. Why is actor Song Tae here? Could it be that he is also auditioning for the role of Han Seo? He reassured, "Don't worry too much." Then he suddenly approached to greet, saluting his senior. "I am a new actor, Song Hyun." He shook hands, expressing pleasure in meeting him. "I have heard much about you. They say you are very skilled in acting." He offered a general thank you but thought to himself, probing for information during their first meeting, even though he is a senior. Suddenly, he added that he had also heard that your attitude is not very good. Hyun asked, "Yes, what do you mean?" He did not hesitate to speak directly. "I have heard a lot from Senior Chan Huk that your acting is not bad but you are arrogant." He suspected he understood. There was a post on social media. Both names belonged to the same lineage. Finally, he suddenly asked, "After all, what role are you planning to audition for?" He straightforwardly responded that the role of Seo is handsome, and he is preparing for that role. Song Tae was surprised and then remarked that it was troublesome. "In any case, the role of Seo is mine," displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. He recalled Aram's words and it seemed the production company also desired a more renowned actor. "I apologize." Hyun finally understood, so that was what she meant. Song Tae advised him not to overexert, as failure would be highly embarrassing. Before he could respond, someone called him. Actor Song Tae invited him in. He left without saying a word. Dan Chun told him that Song Hyun should wait over there, and he thought it best for him to avoid Song Tae. He agreed, deeply contemplative. As his manager advised, it was best to avoid encountering him, as romantic scenes do not require such intense emotions. They checked the clock. It was taking longer than he thought. He thought again, usually auditions do not take this long. At the same time, someone said, "So I excuse myself?" Song Tae leisurely stepped out. He looked at him, and then mocked him, just as he had thought. The situation had been orchestrated to such an extent. The person called next was actor Song Hyun. He hurriedly left, telling Don-chun that he would try his best and return soon. Don-chun encouraged him wholeheartedly, telling him to keep it up. He thought to himself that he cannot give up. Then he entered the audition room, greeted everyone. I am the new actor Song Hyun, and I hope for everyone's assistance. The assessor responded, Hello Song Hyun, I heard that you have just completed a milestone project. He replied, Yes, that was recent. He asked, Are you confident enough? Hyun smiled brightly. I believe that an actor must be able to portray all types of characters. The person was satisfied, responding, Well done. Writer Aram is greatly looking forward to Song Hyun's performance. Someone else whispered, Isn't Song Tae more famous? Selecting a new actor is somewhat unwise. He heard everything and simultaneously recalled the words he had spoken to Aram. Finally, he told them, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The writer has kept her promise. The person said, You may begin. You are free to perform the scene you have prepared. He looked over at them. In a situation where everyone wanted to choose Song Tae. Then we must reverse the situation. He chose to perform Scene 2, Part 9, where Seo invites Tryon to go to the movies. She was annoyed. Why should I go to the movies with you? He said that if we continue to spend time together, your memories might return there. She replied, You still haven't moved on from that incident? With a seemingly indifferent attitude, I do not care who saved me. Being alive is enough. Seo said that person saved your life. Aren't you curious at all? If you could remember, perhaps your life would change. Tryon disagreed. I don't think memories have such a significant impact. But he didn't care, told her to forget it, and then they arranged to meet at 11 o'clock on Saturday. She looked surprised. He remained insistent, stating that if she did not come, he would find and bother her, using all his wealth and affluence. Tryon was confused. Wealth and affluence are the same, but Seo replied that he only has that much. She frowned and questioned. Then she burst into laughter, saying it's fine, a day isn't a problem. He was stunned by this smile. Then awkwardly turned and left. I have something to do, I'll go ahead, don't be late on Saturday. Suddenly, Tryon called him back, Hey Seo. However, he continued to walk straight. Only after leaving that place did he stop. His cheeks flushed red. Watching Hyun perform, Aram thought, to be honest, I wasn't expecting much. I like him because of his gentle, innocent appearance. What's wrong with me? I thought he was still just a newcomer. However, the scene he chose to portray wasn't just an ordinary romantic scene, but a scene that showcased the character's rich personality, a very challenging one to perform. Scene 10. Han Seo descends from the rooftop and accidentally encounters Shin Cha-dum. She seemed displeased. Were you on the rooftop again? People say that to become wise, one must know how to look down from above. But that's not what they meant. Keep doing that, she said a series of things and then left, and he didn't respond at all. Before completely leaving, she added, If you suddenly realize what I meant and fall to the bottom, it will be very difficult to climb back up. At this point, Seo asked, What will you do if I really fall to the bottom? If someone manages to climb up, then someone else must fall down. That's how this place works, isn't it? She said. This performance left them all in awe. Hyun confidently said, I have finished. The other person exclaimed. That was insane! Did you feel a bit moved? Aram joyfully praised. It was excellent! This work is just too amazing! The other person heard and said, Did you write that, screenwriter? She quickly explained. No, that's not what I meant. But with that acting, it really was amazing. I think his skills are even better than Song Tae's. The director coughed lightly. He's better than I thought. Then they told Hyun. We'll review it and get in touch with you. It was a very good performance. He thought to himself, their reactions weren't too bad, this is really promising, and then he thanked them. See you all again. Finished, he returned to the previous spot. Suddenly someone called out. Hey! Song Tae approached provocatively. It seems the audition went well, huh? Your expressions were better than I expected. Hyun looked over. Song Tae? He arrogantly said. The director was overdoing it. He's just giving amateurs false hope. Don't feel too bad if you fail. Besides, getting the lead role isn't that easy. Hyun silently cursed. It seems a little fame has inflated his ego, but he still smiled. We'll just have to wait for the results. This attitude caught him by surprise. How long are you going to act all arrogant? But deep down, Hyun was really looking forward to it. At the interview appointment with reporter Cheon, she asked, How do you feel? Can you handle the pain? But please give us some good stories. Would this interview be able to hold Chan Huk back? Hyun sat waiting in the cafe. A little later, Cheon arrived. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The traffic was kind of... He quickly waved it off. It's fine. I just got here myself. Don Chung immediately brought her water. Here you go, reporter. She accepted it and thanked him. Who knew she would gulp it down so quickly? After finishing her drink, she said. Shall we begin? Hyun, of course, agreed. Cheon started. The first question is, why did Hyun start acting? He replied. I don't think I had any special reason. But I've always loved acting. Since I was a kid, I loved long dramas, and I think that gradually turned into my desire to become an actor. To put it simply, I just love acting. Cheon remarked. I see. He continued. Becoming part of a play, receiving everyone's attention, becoming someone else who isn't me, I enjoy that. She added. From what I see, Song Hyun seems to really love acting. He chuckled. Really? She replied. Yes, often there are many people who say they don't know when asked this question. I'm not sure if it's because they're afraid to admit they like attention, like you, Hyun. Hyun hesitated a little, right? She asked. Shall we move on to the next question? Do you have a favorite actor, or is there someone you consider an ideal role model? He said. Among Korean actors, I like Hyung Suk, and for foreign actors, I like Robert Downey Jr. Cheon was excited. You mean actor Hyung Suk? He recently became popular again thanks to his role as Iron Man in the Love and Crime Project. Hyun enthusiastically responded. There were 2 quite famous articles recently. He's shown as the lead in 3 of the top 10 films in the history of Korean cinema, she said. What a remarkable person. He smiled. It seems like you also like him. My dream is to one day act in a film with him. Cheon happily said. I feel like that day isn't too far off. Hyun said. It's just normal stuff. Sometimes I get nervous because I'm still new. Or I worry about how the camera will capture me, things like that. Suddenly, Cheon placed her hand on his. She said, have you forgotten our promise? I'm on Song Hyun's side, you don't have to hide anything. We promised to show them the strength of amateurs together. He laughed. I really can't beat you. Sometimes I think I show my effort too obviously. People tell me, Hyun, don't try so hard, don't outshine the lead character. He said, but my efforts have never disappointed me. I will continue to work hard. When it comes to acting, I won't back down to anyone. Cheon was pleased. Good. He joked. Well, you better write well. She gritted her teeth. That's a tough request. But I'll do my best. Now this will be the last question. When the film premieres, you'll have a lot of fans. Is there something you want to hear from them? He scratched his head. I can't imagine it yet, but I'd like to hear. I'll cheer for you. I think that sentence would fuel my fire. After that question, they both stood up. Cheon said, thank you, the interview is over. Hyun responded, thank you too. I hope the article turns out well. She smiled, of course. Before he left, she called out, oh, actor Song Hyun. He was surprised and waited for her to speak. Unexpectedly, she said, I'll cheer for you. Hearing that, he froze for a moment. I never imagined that someone would support me as an actor. But reality always exceeds expectations. Then he smiled brightly. Yes, thank you. When Hyun returned to his car, he saw that his manager had decorated the car with a banner congratulating actor Song Hyun for landing the lead role of Han Seo in the film Flying. This surprise left the lead actor stunned and happy. He pointed at the banner and asked, Manager, what is this? To which the manager nonchalantly replied, it's to celebrate your first lead role in that film. My most heartfelt congratulations to you. Song Hyun got the lead role of Han Seo in the film Flying. He scratched his face awkwardly. Isn't this a bit much? The manager smiled widely, showing both rows of teeth. What do you mean? You've landed role after role thanks to your own acting talent. So of course I have to congratulate you. Hyun modestly replied, it's just luck. Even so, you wouldn't be able to get by on luck without talent. He's a prime example. Hearing the manager say that, Hyun was curious. Who is he? He, in the manager's words, was CO. His mood is terrible right now. Can you believe I didn't get the part? He said he had already talked to them. He said all I needed to do was show up, and I'd get the role. The manager standing behind didn't dare say a word, afraid that even one wrong word would ruin everything. The manager added, I heard that the manager of actor Bok Song-tae was my junior in school. Hyun just gave a half-hearted laugh at that. With that personality, I'm sure he made a huge deal out of it. So, Song Hyun, just be confident and enjoy yourself. Yes, thank you. After a while, the car arrived at its destination. The manager looked in the mirror and asked the lead actor, we're a bit early. Do you want to do something first? Or wait in the car and go in later? Without hesitation, Hyeon opened the door and stepped outside. I'll follow the manager's advice and enjoy this time. Anyway, my happiest moments are on the film set. The set was full of equipment, but no one was there yet except for Aram. Hyeon politely greeted. Hello, screenwriter, Song Hyeon. You're here early, Aram responded. He cheerfully said traffic was good, so I could get here early. By the way, why are you on set? Aram didn't hold back and answered. Ms. Chu, he told me to come on the first day of shooting. Thanks to you, Song Hyeon, my story came together smoothly. I don't have to rush to meet deadlines anymore. Hyeon humbly replied, thanks to me? No, it's because of the screenwriter's talent. Aram recalled the audition, excitedly saying, what would you do if you actually fell to the bottom? The scene you performed for us during the audition, it inspired me. I'll definitely show you the script when it's finished. From now on, I hope you'll help me out. I should be the one saying that. As the two of them were happily chatting, someone else suddenly entered. Hello everyone, I'm Min Dunche from the Bright Moon Group. His bright energy makes everyone pay attention, that person is. I will try my best to act well. Min Dunche used to be an idol. His first role was Chi Woo-han in the film Fly High. Min Dunche is an actor I've liked since The Last Life, writer. I think this part should have more of this feeling, but the character's emotions. In the past, when the two were discussing the script, someone interrupted. Hello everyone. He walked into the set in astonishment, looking around everywhere. He doesn't work for fame. His eyes are filled with a passion for acting. The director spoke up. He's just an unknown idol, here to assist the film crew. He's only here to watch the scene. Getting a role was lucky enough. Is he in the way? Should I send him back? Hyeon laughed and replied, no, whether he's cheering us on or just watching, it's still helpful for him. Back to reality, you never thought you'd meet him here. Dunche sensed someone coming and turned around. Hyeon extended his hand to introduce himself. I'm Song Hyeon, playing Han Seo. Nice to work with you. Min Dunche's face suddenly brightened more than ever. He quickly grabbed the male lead's hand. Thank you. I'm also looking forward to it. Hyeon smiled back at him and introduced the woman behind. This is the writer Aram. She's the writer. I will do my best not to tarnish your work. Please guide me. Min Dunche's words made others feel embarrassed. Aram shook her head and said, me too. But you look nervous. Hearing that, Dunche scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Is that so? Maybe it's because I want to do really well. Hyeon observed him and thought to himself, for a newcomer like Min Dunche, being nervous is normal. Let's head inside. Hearing the invitation, Dunche happily clenched his fists, showing determination. Yes, I will do my best. Doing your best is a bit. Aram hesitated. His passionate fire made the two feel uneasy, a bit too much. But, as the three were talking, someone came up. Everyone is here already. I'm sorry for being late. Chung So-hyun, playing the female lead Do Tryon in Fly High. Aram cheerfully responded, you're not late, it's just that everyone arrived early. But So-hyun's attitude was still a bit reserved. Yes, but next time I'll be more careful. Hyeon, having interacted with her before, understood her personality. Now seeing the person in front of him like a different person made him surprised. What's this? Normally she's not this self-conscious. To be frank, she's usually very lively. Why is she suddenly so shy? Just then, someone passed by and bumped into So-hyun. Excuse me. Hyeon realized something. Watching how she trembled, he guessed, could it be? He stepped closer and whispered in her ear. So-hyun, could it be that you're acting? So-hyun was surprised. Oh. You guessed right. Before filming, I often unintentionally act like this. The first scene of the film, Do Tryon, born with a silver spoon and always targeted by the elders. A character with unexpected charm, whose personality gradually grows resentful over time. At this moment, So-hyun had already synchronized with Do Tryon in the film's first segment. Min Dunche also came up to talk to her, saying the same old thing. I'll try my best not to get in the way. So-hyun smiled awkwardly. I'm not that good either. A collaboration of captivating characters and unique actors. No doubt this work is going to be a lot of fun. The director used the loudspeaker to shout, filming starts now. We'll begin with actress So-hyun. She was sitting on a chair wrapped in a towel waiting. Hearing her name, So-hyun felt nervous. I'm going first? Her mind was in turmoil. What should I do? At that moment, Song Hyeon stepped up to reassure his colleague. You'll do just fine, don't worry too much. So-hyun's nervousness was different from Min Dunche's. He cheered for his senior. You can do it, sis. The manager stepped forward and asked Song Hyeon, it looks like you'll have to wait a few more hours. Do you want to wait in the car? Tryon, the character in this film, her fear when facing new challenges. Hyeon firmly replied, no, this is a scene I can't miss. He walked away, leaving the manager bewildered. The perfect synchronization. The expression, the breathing, and the emotions of the actors, I want to fully grasp it. The cameraman spoke up, now, rolling, action. The bright lights flashed on, signaling the actor to transform into the character. These are all things that will help me. Scene 3, hotel lobby. Tryon, failing to repay his father's debt, is being chased by a gang of thugs. Sohan fully immerses herself in the character. She runs at full speed, panting from exhaustion. But unfortunately, the thugs have caught up. They outnumber and overpower her. Where does this little mouse think it's going? The leader grabs Tryon's shirt, throws her to the ground. Tryon trembles and pleads, "Please spare me," the thug replies. "Who said anything about killing you? I think I want you to live for a long time with both arms intact." Then he orders his subordinates, "Bring her here." The creditor presents a document. "Just read it all and we'll talk. You've seen the agreement before, so I don't need to explain it again." Hearing this, Tryon becomes furious. "Did you lend my father money again? You know we can't afford to pay it back, so why do you keep lending him money?" The thug laughs at her misery. "It seems like you've grown bolder. But this is just our job. Besides, your family has a good system in place. Your father borrows, you repay. We don't have to go through the hassle of finding the debtors. They sit back and relax. You get what I mean." Tryon is shocked but then regains her composure. "All I need to do is disappear." The creditor is stunned. Tryon slowly stands up. What if even the one repaying the debt disappears? Watching Sohan's performance, Hyeon couldn't help but be amazed. "I didn't expect much, but the blend is perfect. I didn't think she could focus like that from the start." Her emotions flowed through her expressions. "As if I'm drawn to it." After that scene, the actor gets a short break. The staff member notices her trembling and rushes over. "Hold on, I'll bring your things right away." Sohan sees the staff hurrying but doesn't have time to stop him. Hyeon approaches Sohan to encourage her. "You've worked hard." But seeing her clutching her head and trembling, he's shocked. "Sohan, are you in pain?" He turns and shouts, "Someone please." But then, as he looks at Sohan again, he realizes something. Sohan speaks, "You must be surprised. This happens to me after every performance. I immerse myself so deeply that it's hard to break free, even after the scene is over. I must seem foolish." Hearing her explanation, Hyeon understood and responded with a smile. "Not at all. Switching expressions so abruptly at the end of the scene is impressive. It's very useful." Sohan is touched. "Useful. Fully immersing in acting and life. There's nothing to worry about. But it would be better if she could control that ability. It shouldn't be useful." Hyeon bows to his senior. "Not at all. I've learned a lot." "Thank you, senior." Sohan shyly responds. "Senior? Don't call me that." At that moment, the manager arrives. Song Hyeon. "Manager," he gestures to the side, "you have a guest." A guest. Behind the manager, a girl appears. She shows up with a bright smile like the sun. Hyeon is surprised. "Minio, why are you here?" She responds, "I've been working on the background music for the film Fly recently, didn't you know?" "Really?" Minio pouts. "You're not interested in me at all." The manager remains cheerful. "Surprised, aren't you?" Hyeon explains, "It's not that I'm not interested, I just hadn't heard." Sohan sees the two chatting so comfortably and approaches. "You two are quite close." Minio cheerfully replies, "Yes, very close." But the male lead denies it. "No, we're not." A dispute arises. "What do you mean, so we're not close?" Hyeon feels awkward. "That's not what I meant, Minio. Anyway, you're amazing, I'm proud of you." Though it's a compliment, Minio feels something is off. What's with that reaction? "I'm not your little sister." Hyeon doesn't understand her feelings, chasing after her confused. "What, did you say something?" Minio turns away. "Nothing, just leave it at that." Then she changes her tone and calls the male lead. "Hey, let's go watch a movie together." Song Hyeon heads to the theater. He looks around confused. Where are they sitting? Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Over here," making him turn around. Choo-hee waves joyfully at Song Hyeon. Song Hyeon walks over and says to Choo-hee, "I thought only the scriptwriter would be here, so everyone is watching together." Choo-hee replies, "It's just a coincidence." Then the old man next to him speaks up, "Usually, I just say hello and leave, but it's fun to stay once in a while." Song Hyeon laughs and says, "I heard your next project is related to detectives." Choo-hee also joins in, "I think it suits you." And Chae-ho responds, "Don't even talk about it. I had to gain weight for that role, it was tough." Choo-hee also responded, "It's fine, completely changing the image is great anyway." Song Hyeon was sitting lost in thought, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought, it would be more fun with Minio here." Going back a few days, to the day marking the global premiere, Song Hyeon said to Minio, "The pre-screening is coming soon, let's go together." Then he blurted out again, "No." Minio awkwardly replied, "It's just that day my schedule is really packed, plus I don't like crowded places, you understand me, right?" Returning to the present, Song Hyeon sighed and said, "Well, Minio also needs a break," so in the end he still didn't understand. At this moment, Sokwon spoke from the stage, saying, "First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here today." Then Sokwon continued, "What I felt while making this movie is that I've gotten old. Making a movie is no longer easy." He went on, "If it weren't for the staff, the people who worked with me, and writer Chuhee, who wrote such an interesting story, without them, I wouldn't have made it this far. Actor Chae-ho, who led the actors and made the set lively, actor Chan Huk, who perfectly portrayed the main character with excellent acting, and finally, the most important performance. Actor Song Hyeon overwhelmed everyone with his performance." At this point many people were commenting, many were in awe of the talent, and were wondering who Song Hyeon really is. Sokwon continued, "I truly feel honored to work with such an outstanding team." Hearing this, Song Hyeon felt very happy. After that, the premiere was a great success. Suddenly an old man said, "The orphanage is a place for those who will forever live in loneliness, a character of action with a purpose. However, for those who grew up here, if you only save yourself, it's of no use. You also have to think about Chinsong, who will stay here forever, overwhelming emotions, exceptional direction, and performances that make the audience unable to look away. And the appearance of Song Hyeon, who sacrificed everything for his friend. Reaching out to the audience, those looking towards North Gangsu. Lines of dialogue that offer salvation. Containing passionate friendship between men. Everyone watching the premiere couldn't take their eyes off the screen because of the impact of the movie." After the premiere, everyone gathered for a meal, celebrating the box office success that marked a turning point. Suddenly Chae-ho asked him, "So," Hyeon was confused. "What?" he said, "This is your movie, what do you think of it?" Hyeon raised his beer to his mouth and shyly replied, "It's amazing. I know the content of the movie, but it's even more amazing with the director's creativity and the audience's perspective." Chae-ho took a beer bottle and said, the lead handed over the glass. As he poured the beer, he said, "I also had my time, but now I have other things to think about, other things. Things like how the movie's revenue will turn out. I wish I could view acting with the same innocence as you. Nowadays, all I care about is money. So today you came just to see if it's a good movie, right?" Hyeon was flustered by the question and didn't answer. Chuhee, sitting next to him, spoke up, "It's because you keep acting all pitiful. Is your next detective role going to be like that too?" "What do you mean by pitiful?" Chae-ho grumbled. He propped his chin and thought, "My goodness, I've become a boring old man." "Is that what you meant?" Chuhee, being misunderstood, shouted, "That's not it at all." Suddenly Hyeon stood up, his emotions overflowing. "You know an actor shouldn't chase after money. You even give advice to younger actors. I think I'm really lucky to have met you, senior." Chae-ho was a bit surprised. "You remind me of a saying, you'll meet someone with the title of genius at least once in your life. When that happens, don't chase them, just let things happen naturally. You'll succeed sooner or later, I'm sure of it." Hyeon, touched, bowed and raised his glass to him. "Thank you. You might think this is a memorable moment from the gathering. The things he said will be proven true soon." At another location, the landline phone rang loudly. Leader Back entered and overheard the conversation. "Yes, currently actor Song Hyeon is fully booked." Seeing everyone busy because of that actor made him feel bewildered. What's going on here? As he stood there puzzled, he spotted Bi Donchun running by, calling out, "Hey, Bi Donchun, stop right there. What happened last night? Did he say anything about Song Hyeon? Don't tell me it's that new guy." Without making him wait long, he replied, "Yes, Song Hyeon is a huge hit." Leader Back was even more shocked. "What, did something happen?" Bi Donchun pulled out a newspaper and handed it to him. Everyone already knows him as an outstanding newcomer. Leader Back held the newspaper and said, "Looks like this is from a reporter who attended the special premiere. Is there something special?" Donchun replied, "The internet is going crazy. However, the real leads are Song Chan Huk and Kim Chae-ho. Compared to them, news about Song Hyeon came out the earliest." It's an explosion. To further convince Leader Back, Donchun pulled out more evidence. Character analysis for Chinsong in the movie marked a turning point. With rave reviews praising the male lead to the skies, "He's incredibly good at acting. Even I know that. I like this atmosphere." It was truly unexpected. I watched this before reading the article. Just from watching the review video, I could already feel his acting ability. And I've already booked tickets to see Chinsong. I'm really looking forward to it. It's not that there weren't any opposing opinions from the public. But everyone had just one thing to say. That they would keep an eye on him. The leader of the North spoke up. "The moment he refused my offer, I thought he was just a kid who didn't know anything. He recalled arguing with him at that time. Even though the role wasn't anything to look forward to, it was still a good opportunity for a newcomer. Aren't you going to do it? I'm sure there will be better projects. At the bottom of the article was information about the famous romance movie rumored to have plagiarized in a competition for new screenwriters. He then reflected. But now, I was wrong. He acted well and was lucky enough to avoid a plagiarism charge. Don-chun was bewildered when he heard this, not understanding what was going on. He grabbed him by the collar and said, "Luck is a skill in this entertainment industry. Take care of him just as he has. It seems like raising him was a good thing. Success follows success." This saying couldn't be more fitting for this case. The Turning Point movie had nearly 800,000 views in just the first week after release. The pace could far exceed the highest audience count of 8 million in the future. However, calling this a success is still a bit early. Song Hyeon stretched his arms. Happily spoke to the morning, feeling refreshed, while acknowledging that the Turning Point helped him take one step closer on the path to success. Looking at the bustling crowd, he mused, more people than I thought. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Excuse me, are you actually Song Hyeon?" He hesitantly turned and replied softly, "Yes." He saw a girl blushing, handing him a paper and pen. "I'm a fan of yours, can I get your autograph?" Song Hyeon was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure like a professional actor. "Should I sign here?" His firm handwriting inscribed the message and autograph for the fan. Seeing the name written at the end caused the fan to panic, unsure of what to do. "How did you know my name?" Song Hyeon smiled and pointed to the name engraved on the pen, which matched the name he had just written. "Thanks to this." Without a doubt, the fan kept bowing in gratitude. "Thank you. I'll continue supporting you." Overjoyed, "I can die without regrets now." Behind her, a girl who had just complimented Song Hyeon's looks rested her chin on her hand and told her friend, "See, I told you it was Chin Song." After the initial shock, her friend responded, "That's amazing, we just saw the movie, right?" She hesitated without finishing her sentence. Everyone rushed over when they realized it was him. "Please give me an autograph too. I'm a fan, I'll continue supporting you." "Are you an actor?" "I'll take a picture." He smiled and replied yes, then thought to himself, "The movie is really famous. I didn't think it would be this big." Suddenly it got so crowded, what should I do? Suddenly, a call came from manager Don-chun. It was conveniently an excuse for him to leave the crowd. He said, "See you all later, thanks, everyone." Don-chun asked, "Hyeon, did you go out today? There are posts about meeting you, all positive posts, so that's good. Nothing strange happened, right? Do you need me to pick you up?" He replied, "No, I'm fine. I got out thanks to you. I've just arrived at the meeting place." Hearing this, the manager was relieved and said, "I see, if you need a ride call me." Hyeon responded, "All right, I'll hang up now." Minio had already arrived at the meeting place and was waiting. The two of them entered a random restaurant, and feeling curious, he asked, "Minio, weren't we going to the movies?" She replied, "That's what I planned, but suddenly I remembered this place." Hearing that, he asked, "Is something going on?" She didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "I think I need to ask you for a favor." She ordered 2 servings of chicken and 2 beers. Hyeon was a bit taken aback at the mention of a favor. She said, "I'll tell you while we drink." When the beers arrived, Minio raised her glass towards him. Then, with great enthusiasm, she said, "Let's drink." He smiled and replied, "All right." Both raised their glasses and drank them down. It turned out that after just one sip, Minio started criticizing the drink. "It's not good at all. What's so great about this that everyone drinks it?" Hyeon chuckled and said, "It's because you don't know the taste yet. Moreover, what do you want to ask for?" She took out one earbud and handed it to him. "Here, this is the background music for the flying project that I'm working on. Listen to it, but remember that this is just a demo." He listened as well. The soaring lyrics engulfed both of them. A silent space dedicated to music. He thought to himself, the song is so gentle, not overly processed. Even with this singing technique, she can still create such beautiful sounds? It sounds like a complete song, but... Hyeon spoke up, "It doesn't sound like a solo." She eagerly responded, "I knew you'd notice right away, it's a duet. The first part is from the woman's perspective, and the part we just heard is from the man's perspective, by the way. Can you do it?" This made him pause for a second, thinking, "Me sing?" He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "My voice is a bit... I'm sorry, but I think it'll be tough." But that's not what Minio was asking. She said, "I wasn't asking you to sing. I wasn't planning to ask anyone really." He replied, "So what are you asking me to do?" She hesitated, "Well," and then finally said, he was quite surprised and exclaimed, "The narrator?" She replied yes in the middle. When we switched to the man's part, I thought we could add some of your acting in. This was right up his alley, so he agreed. Minio was overjoyed. Really? You promise, right? Let's seal the deal now. No backing out. I'm really looking forward to working with you. I didn't think much about it at the time, that the consequences of that choice would lead to a date with Minio. The happiest time I've had in a long while. To rise and go even further. Minio jumped up with joy after getting a perfect score. We won. You weren't going easy on me, were you? Hyeon stood by clapping in praise. The modest guy said, not at all, you're better than I thought. In the end, they both received a bear after winning the game. Hyeon reflected, balancing work and rest is the most important thing, but now it's time to get back to the stage. At the company, Hyeon, looking puzzled, asked Donchun, the CEO wants to see me? His manager awkwardly replied, he didn't say why, but I think it's something good. He glanced back at his manager's expression and said, I'm fine, but you look more nervous than me. You're the one who said the CEO is a good person. Donchun felt a knot in his stomach, but outwardly, he still forced a smile to reassure Hyeon, the CEO? Of course he's a good person, that's true, but his presence is a bit. Hyeon smiled confidently and said, I think that's a good thing. Although he tried to appear calm on the outside, inside, he still felt a bit anxious. The CEO of JK Entertainment, this was the first time I was meeting him. The manager stood at the door, took a deep breath, and finally knocked. CEO, it's Donchun. As soon as they walked in, they saw him waiting. Hyeon quickly bowed his head to greet him. Hello, I'm the new actor Song Hyeon. I had heard some rumors about him. The CEO of JK Entertainment, Chan Huk, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, turned and smiled warmly, welcoming him. Welcome, Hyeon. He invited him to sit down and continued, I've heard a lot about you from the company staff. Everyone praises your talent. Hyeon humbly responded, you're too kind. Chan Huk offered some advice, you don't need to be so modest. I think so too. I heard you personally chose to take a major step. Now Hyeon started to feel genuinely nervous. What did he mean by that? Was he unhappy with my decision to go against what the company had planned for my first film? Seeing Hyeon's pale face, Chan Huk laughed and reassured him, relax, I'm just curious, I didn't mean anything else. Feeling relieved, Hyeon let out a sigh and replied, yes. Then, he candidly explained, just by reading the script, I felt it would be a success. Missing out on it would be a regret. He thought to himself, I don't want to lie about anything related to acting. Chan Huk grinned mischievously, just as I expected, that's what I like about you. The major step is still very popular, and it looks like its popularity will continue to grow exponentially. You made the right choice and showed everyone your outstanding acting abilities. Thanks to that, you left a great impression with your very first work. Moreover, a rookie actor in a supporting role becoming a hot topic on par with the lead, that has helped me a lot too. Hyeon hesitantly voiced his thoughts. I didn't expect to stand out this much. I'm happy but also very shocked. He asked a question that left him stunned. Is there anything you need or want? Hyeon, thinking he must have misheard, asked again, huh? Chan Huk then clarified, you are our company's first actor, and will soon be its face. I want to provide you with anything you need. Hyeon quickly declined, that won't be necessary. Suddenly, CEO Chan Huk called out, Manager Donchun, startling him. Yes? He politely asked, could you step outside for a moment? Donchun immediately stood up and followed. You understand now? Hyeon felt that something wasn't right here. Why did he suddenly send the manager out? Chan Huk smiled and asked for his opinion. If I can't help you with anything else, I can assign Director Bach as your personal manager. What do you think? Hyeon was shocked and asked himself, change the manager? He's starting to play mind games. Director Bach has more experience, he'll be more helpful to you. Donchun is a good person but still needs more development. The difference in promotional abilities and experience between them is vast. Donchun stood outside, anxious and worried for Hyeon. Inside, the man continued to persuade Hyeon. Promotion is a very important aspect for new actors. That's the key point, he said, wearing a mysterious expression. Hyeon was a bit confused, unsure of how to respond. So he bowed his head and reflected, what he said isn't wrong, this offer is entirely well-intentioned. Choosing a director as a manager for a new actor means they will invest all their effort and time into making you the face of the company. Seeing him contemplate for so long, Chan Huk added, it's not a bad deal. But you're spending so much time thinking about it. Are you a suspicious type of person? Finally, Hyeon made a decision. I'm very grateful for your offer. But no, thank you. Chan Huk quickly guessed. You're worried about manager Danchan, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm thinking of giving Danchan a raise for all that he's done. Hyeon quickly denied, it's not that, I'm not so thoughtless as to make decisions based purely on personal bonds. He clasped his hands together and hesitantly said, I trust in manager Danchan's abilities. I've seen him bring me into JK Entertainment since I was still in college. From our first meeting, Danchan eagerly approached and introduced himself. I'm Danchan from JK Entertainment, can we talk? Hyeon continued telling Chan Huk, he's not only talented at finding people but also has a great eye for talent. Doesn't the president think the same? Chan Huk burst out laughing, you really trust manager Danchan, huh? Well, alright, but this can't be a one-time thing. Actor Song Hyeon, who believes in manager Danchan, and chosen by him, show me that actor Song Hyeon truly has potential. Show me that once again. Hyeon forced a smile but inwardly began to chant prayers upon hearing the president's loaded words. The man stood up and spoke to him with a determined tone, at that time, I will definitely be able to see things more clearly. Seeing him extend his hand for a handshake, Hyeon quickly reached out and responded, yes sir. Hyeon confidently promised Chan Huk, I'll do my best. After the conversation ended, Hyeon slowly walked out. Danchan had been waiting outside for him the entire time. As soon as he saw him come out, he rushed over to ask, did everything go well? Hyeon turned to look at him and called, manager. He suddenly moved closer to where Danchan was standing, then raised his hand with a bright smile and said, we will definitely succeed. Danchan was overjoyed upon hearing these words from Hyeon. He told himself, success, so that no one can look down on us. Then the two of them high-fived, demonstrating their resolve. Danchan wholeheartedly said to Hyeon, yes, we must succeed. There are many ways to gain others' recognition. Find a way to approach the person whose recognition you seek. Songtae patted Danchan on the shoulder and said, I heard you lack basic manners and don't respect your seniors. Don't waste your time and just leave. Hyeon quietly echoed his earlier thoughts. Bring down your opponent and make yourself look better. But the truth is, the only way for an actor to gain recognition is through acting. Danchan also arrived on set, and the young man greeted Hyeon. Seeing Danchan's pale face, he asked out of concern, is something wrong? Danchan responded, I'm really nervous about today's shoot. I even took medicine to calm down. Today is the confrontation scene between Seo and Woohyun. Just thinking about performing opposite you makes me tremble. Hyeon chuckled and reassured him, don't worry too much. A little nervousness is fine. I'm nervous too, Danchan. Standing near an idol, do I look old? But the young man still seemed uneasy. I don't have the energy to joke with you. But I will do my best. Seeing that determination, Hyeon was a bit surprised and replied, that's the spirit, I'll do my best too. He thought to himself, his determination is different today, no wonder he's nervous. Unlike those sensational action scenes, this is a scene where the two characters clash emotionally. With just the actors' voices and expressions, we need to make the audience fully immersed. The cameras started rolling, the heated argument began. I didn't know you wanted to become me. Lying and pretending you saved Tryon, acting like you're the one injured. Instead of trying to become a professional swimmer, you should try becoming an actor, instead of swimming with your fear of water. Wouldn't that make you more successful? I only said that because I was worried about you, old friend. Danchan responded, me? Jealous of you? Where did you get that confidence from? A guy with no friends, no family, no talent. Those words pierced Hyeon like 1,000 daggers, making him furious. Danchan brushed his hand away and said, or should I say it's because you're incompetent, you couldn't protect them, unlike me. You can't sacrifice anything, so don't touch me. If you don't want to lose Tryon as well. Then he walked out of the class. The scene ended, and Hyeon let out a sigh, thinking, just one take, and I'm already exhausted. Danchan's performance was truly astonishing. In the scenes where he got angry with a furrowed brow, sometimes he revealed everyday habits and made a few mistakes. The makeup artist was surprised that the powder on Danchan's forehead didn't crease at all. Meanwhile, Hyeon kept quietly observing Danchan, thinking, he commands the atmosphere with just his gaze. His diligence surpasses real-world barriers. Even though this is his first time acting, he should have had a hard time noticing such small details. Should I be nervous? I don't want to fall behind. Meeting such a strong rival has ignited my passion for acting more than ever. The director even gave praise. You both acted very well, keep up the good work. Everyone's coming to the party tonight, right? Danchan eagerly replied, of course. I definitely can't miss today. It's such a memorable event. A party that touches a dream. Hyeon quietly sat in a corner and whispered to himself, so today is the premiere of episode 1. I've been so busy lately I forgot. Suddenly, a female voice called out, Hyeon. Can I sit here? He quickly responded, Sohan, go ahead. She said, you can just speak casually with me, I'm the youngest here, so I'm not used to formal speech. He replied, but before he could finish, she interrupted, actually, I feel uncomfortable with it, can I speak casually with you? I want to be your friend. Hyeon stood there, a bit stunned. Then he eagerly extended his hand and said, sure, let's be friends. From behind, someone else chimed in, me too, I want to be friends with Hyeon too. It was Dunche. He suddenly remembered and said, aren't we already friends? Sohan remarked, did you two become close while I wasn't around? Dunche added, you both look so happy. But you didn't have a shoot today, yet you still came? She replied, I wouldn't watch the first episode alone at home. Dunche responded, I get it, when we first released our MV, I also watched it with my group members. Let me pour you a drink, sister. The whole table suddenly became much more lively. The manager chimed in, everyone, listen up. In just a few minutes, the premiere will begin. I'm leading, so follow me. He raised his glass. Then he shouted, success. And everyone joined in. Finally, the premiere moment arrived. Dunche suddenly tapped his spoon. He asked, hey, how much are you betting? While Hyeon was still confused, Sohan explained, he means the ratings. Dunche confidently said, I'm betting 7%. I'm sure the series will be a hit. Sohan bet 5% and was immediately teased by Dunche, that's quite high. Isn't that a bit too much? She replied, it looks like I have more faith in our team than you do. He got a bit disheartened, it feels like you're teasing me. Sohan quickly explained, that's not what I meant. Hyeon thought to himself, typically, the highest ratings only reach about 9%. It's quite popular, but not enough to hit double digits. Now it's your turn. How much do you bet? Over 10%. If we're betting, we should bet confidently, right? Suddenly, Hyeon burst out laughing after seeing a message from Min Dunche, who texted, hey, our first episode hit 2%. I can't believe we reached that rating, it's amazing. Hyeon happily thought, it's only the first episode, and we've already hit 2%. It's definitely going to rise even more in the future. Minio came by and saw him smiling, looking so cheerful, and asked, what are you thinking about that's making you so happy? Hyeon replied, oh, it's the group chat. We're betting on the ratings. Minio curiously asked, oh, how much did you bet? Hyeon grinned and said, I bet 10%, but we've only reached 2% so far. Minio excitedly guessed, so you'll win the bet, right? You said it's only 2%? My OST will be released soon, it's sure to hit 10%. Hyeon teased her, you're getting more confident, aren't you? She laughed and teased back, don't you like it? Hyeon looked her in the eyes and said, how could I not like you? The two of them looked at each other, feeling a bit shy. Minio was very surprised to hear him flirt like that, she froze, her cheeks turned red. She quickly stood up, slammed her hand on the table, and told him, all right, let's forget about that and start recording. Hyeon entered the recording studio for the first time, casually saying, so this is the recording studio. Then he put on the headphones, and Minio asked him, can you hear me through the headphones? Focus, I'm going to play the music. Hyeon listened and signaled to her that he understood. Hyeon began to hum his superior voice, though everything in the world might change, though I might no longer be myself, I don't want to forget you. Minio, standing outside, was also very satisfied. She felt that, just as expected, the more you listen to the song, the better it gets, it's even more powerful than before, but the emotion isn't too intense. Instead, it was very gentle, serene. A close relationship yet distant, even when being together, they couldn't truly be close. Despite that, there was still a feeling of waiting without urgency. After Hyeon finished singing once, Minio immediately asked, how do you feel? Hyeon was very satisfied and cheerfully said, I could understand it right away, I feel it's much better than the previous version. Minio giggled mysteriously and said, just wait, because I still have more things to show you. Alright, when I say 1, 2, 3, start reading the first line. After hearing that, Hyeon thought to himself, how could the song be any better? He looked at Minio, feeling that, just as he thought, Minio was someone to look forward to in the future. Hyeon began to read the first line of the song, I have become so familiar with your silhouette, that when I stand before you, I can't say a word. After hearing it, Minio shook her head and said, I think it's okay, but can we try it again? Seeing her expression, Hyeon immediately asked, did I make a mistake? Minio bluntly commented that it wasn't a mistake, But I couldn't feel the emotion, I couldn't empathize. Let's try it one last time. Hyeon started again. I have become so familiar with your silhouette. But before he could finish, Minio cut him off and asked to do it again. Then he continued singing again. Hyeon was confused but kept singing, though after he sang the first few words, Minio made him redo it. She told him, "This isn't right." Then she had a revelation. "Oh, I remember now. Just think of it as if you're acting, not singing." Hyeon cluelessly asked, "Acting?" She replied, "Yes, just as if you're Hanseo speaking." Hyeon nodded and said, "Got it, let me try again." He tried to immerse himself as if he were Hanseo speaking. He loved Chien, but the two of them were like two people who could never come close. He could only look at Chien's silhouette. Hanseo kept walking behind her. He had become so familiar with her silhouette. Once he adjusted his emotions, Hyeon sang in a much more melodic tone, "So when I stand before you, I can't say a word." After hearing him sing, Minio was startled, utterly shocked. She jumped up and exclaimed, "Hold on, that was completely different from earlier. How did you change so quickly?" "It sounded amazing." Hyeon scratched his head and told her, "It's all thanks to you. I was able to do it because I thought I was Hanseo." He thought about the scenario between the two of them. "I hope that one day, you'll remember me. But as long as Chien is happy. Even if I'm lost in the past alone, it's fine." Minio stood there stunned, saying, "Just as I thought, I'm glad I asked you to do that." Hyeon put his headphones back on and said, "Let's move on to the next part." But then Minio suddenly stopped him. "Hold on." Hyeon was a bit confused. She handed him a sheet of lyrics and asked, "Can you sing the last part like this?" "I got inspired by what you just said and changed a few lines." The new lyrics were, "If you're happy in the present, I'll meet you alone in that past." After reading, Hyeon asked, "So I'll sing it like this?" "You thought so much about the old line." Minio replied, "Of course, but don't worry, isn't the first draft always said to be garbage?" "Of course, every one of my song drafts is perfect, but I just thought of something better, so there's no need to keep the old one." Hearing this, Hyeon smiled brightly and admired her. "You're really cool." In his mind, sometimes Minio acted like a child, but when it came to work, she was definitely professional and thorough. "This is a song created by me and Minio, so I'll give it my all." However, this statement wasn't just a mere wish. It also reflected the inner turmoil of the male lead Hanseo. He held Chien's fragile body and vowed to protect and take care of her. But in one scene, Seo had to chase after Chien, panting and saying, "Don't you remember who I am? I'm the one who saved you." Chien turned her head and harshly said, "I remember very clearly. That person was Kwihyun, not you." In Chien's memory, there was no trace of Seo. In the script, Chien was also asked by an older woman, "I'll give you a stage to run freely. In return, give me your voice and keep the secret of that day." At that moment, Chien was terrified of her. She asked, "Is this the condition to enter this school?" Seo, standing outside, heard everything. Seo was extremely shocked and horrified to learn that the one who forced her to erase those memories was his own grandmother. Love, rejection, anger, but also negotiation and acknowledgement, everything that girl did. He was trying to bury his feelings for her. Hyeon recounted the entire script to Minio. After a while of scratching her head and pulling her hair while writing, Minseon finally finished and said, "I'm starting the recording now. Writing the introduction is harder than writing the song lyrics." She thought to herself, "The love Hanseo has for Chien, I should try to express his tangled emotions. It's very hard to understand them clearly, but can he express them properly?" Hyeon sang the first lines. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the music. He thought about Seo and Chien's story. Then Hyeon placed his hand on his heart and sang the final line, "I will meet you alone in that past." After listening, Minio let out a sigh. Then she slammed her hand on the table. She was extremely satisfied, thinking to herself, "Honestly, stop surprising me already." Minio recalled, "I love acting. Even though I know it's a foolish dream, I will still give it my all. However, when I hear him sing, his perfection makes my efforts seem like child's play. It motivates and awakens a deep curiosity inside me. I always wonder, how will the Hanseo he creates turn out? Seeing Hanseo's face when he thinks about the woman he loves makes me feel like I'm Chien." Minio was lost in thought, and noticing this, Hyeon asked her, "Minio, what's wrong?" Minio smiled, feeling a bit emotional, and replied, "What am I supposed to do if you keep being this perfect?" The recording session ended smoothly, and immediately after release, it shot to the top spot. The impressive acting, the fresh script, and the soundtrack from Minio, The perfect combination of all three caused an explosion on social media and the press. Discussions continuously popped up on forums, soaring to the top. The power of a rookie actor. Ratings continued to rise to 2%. It became the talk of the youth, increasing at a dizzying rate, shaking the world. Its attraction was so strong it could bring a group that was fading into the light. The band Bright Moon seemed to come back to life. They happily appeared on the media, greeting everyone, "We are Bright Moon." Min Dunche and the other members expressed their determination. "We will try even harder in the future. Thank you everyone." Hyeon was also watching this band on his phone. He turned it off and thought to himself, everyone is trying their best. With that determination, how far can they go? I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, a manager walked by and said, "Oh Hyeon, I listened to your OST, it's really good. You two must be close to be able to create an OST together like that, huh?" Hyeon chuckled and modestly replied, "I'm just glad I could contribute to the broadcast. I only participated because I was given a great opportunity." Suddenly, there was a call. "Hey!" Hyeon turned his head to see who it was. It turned out to be Min Dunche, cheerfully waving. Hyeon immediately complimented him. "Congratulations on making it back to the charts." Dunche scratched his head, both delighted and embarrassed, and said, "Everyone is crying their eyes out at the dorm. It's really chaotic there. After Soaring wraps up, we will come back. Am I dreaming or what?" Hyeon laughed and encouraged Dunche. "Your effort is being recognized, but if you're still worried, let me pinch your cheek to see if it's real or just a dream." Dunche continued, "No, I have to thank you." Hyeon was confused and asked, "For what?" Dunche explained, "Your OST with Minio." After hearing it, I thought more about the perspective of Kwi-hein. Hearing this, Hyeon pondered for a moment. The main characters of that OST are Han Seo and Chien, however. It also reminded me of the character Kwi-hein, someone who is in unrequited love with Chien. The painful gaze of Kwi-hein, wondering, where is the love of the woman he cares for directed? Dunche excitedly continued, "After hearing that song, I understood more about Kwi-hein's feelings. Today's Kwi-hein will be different from before, watch out." Seeing Dunche's confidence, Hyeon could only smile. He extended his hand and said, "I won't go easy on you either." To Hyeon, he welcomed every challenge in acting. Dunche was equally excited and thrilled to collaborate with his senior. The two shook hands. Dunche showed his passion. "I'm really looking forward to it." This pool scene follows the argument between Han Seo and Kwi-hein, where he discovers his true talent and hones his skills. Seo was quietly reflecting with his eyes closed. At that moment, Chien suddenly pushed him into the pool. Kwi-hein was talented at swimming. Seo, suddenly and rudely pushed into the water, surfaced and irritably asked, "What was that for?" Chien waved her hands in fear and said, "Oh sorry. But what are you doing at the pool? I thought you were Kwi-hein." Seo was a bit surprised. "Are you looking for him?" "This is a small part of the dispute in the relationship between the two." Chien said, "If I'm right, what do you plan to do?" Seo pushed her against the wall, and said, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't do anything." Chien sighed and told him, "Anyway, this matter doesn't suit you. Are you really trying hard? Get a medal first, then we'll talk. You're a newcomer, yet you're so confident." Seo got closer to her and asked, "If I win a medal, will you grant me a wish?" Chien immediately replied, "Sure, go ahead and try." He heard that and said, "It's a promise, don't forget, I have a good memory. But even if you forget, I'll remember everything for you." Chien pushed him away, angrily saying, "I already said I won't forget," and the director's cut sound rang out. The director clapped loudly, continuously praising, "Great, keep it up." Sohan smiled and said, "Thank you, director. I'll head out now, I have another schedule." Everyone worked hard. The others also thanked her, saying, "You worked hard too, Sohan." Sohan hurriedly packed up, thanked everyone, and left. Seeing her like that, Dunche was very surprised, saying, "Sohan has been really busy lately. At this rate, she might collapse." The director, standing nearby, said to Hyeon, "See how deeply she's immersed in this romantic role? Many actors fall in love while filming." Dunche, startled by this, hurriedly explained, "It's not like that." He shouted, "Since we're on the same team, I'm just worried. If Hyeon were the busy one, I'd worry the same way." Hyeon smiled skeptically and said, "I understand, but until we wrap up, stay away from romance scandals." Dunche, pouting, said, "It's odd that you understand." The director quickly intervened, saying, "All right, back to work. Dunche, I know hiding your feelings is hard, but hang in there." Dunche felt like crying. Even the director is like this. Hyeon silently thought in the film he chose A, but in real life, it's B? Could the male lead in the movie be different from real life? There have been many cases like this before. Suddenly, someone called out, Hyeon. Hyeon, surprised, asked, Editor Aram, why are you on set? Dunche cautiously said, hello, writer? Aram replied, I came because there's something I need to discuss with the director. However, seeing her gloomy face, Hyeon was very concerned and asked, writer, what's wrong? Aram asked for their opinion, for the final episode's main couple, instead of Chien and Seo. How about we switch to Chien and Kwi-hein? Hyeon was utterly shocked, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Hyeon asked, is she thinking of replacing the male lead? Sweat poured down his face. He didn't understand what she was planning to do. Aram replied, not yet. The script was originally written for the male lead Han Seo, so changing it would be very difficult. If we rush to change the storyline, all the scenes will feel disconnected. Dunche worried, hesitated and said, writer, Aram interrupted, not letting him speak, saying, there's no need for you to say anything. Hyeon pondered for a while, thinking, after all, Min Dunche is part of an idol group, and with a show targeting young audiences, having him as the male lead would indeed fit better. After considering everything, Hyeon expressed his thoughts, this is your work. So you need to decide after carefully considering the direction you want the film to go in. There's no reason why we can only have Han Seo as the male lead. Writer Aram was very surprised and asked, what do you mean? From the beginning, you were decided as the male lead. Hyeon patted Dunche on the shoulder and said that was just the start for us, but if the audience prefers Kwi-hein's character, then changing the male lead would be the right thing to do. Showing the audience what they want is the primary goal of any film. And of course, I'll do my best not to lose my role as the male lead. Dunche was deeply moved by his treatment, crying and saying, you've grown so much, I've learned a lot from you. Hyeon, seeing him sobbing, said, you're so over the top, you idiot. Writer Aram, also quite in agreement, said, you're right, even in a situation like this, Hyeon is still carefree. From the start, you didn't seem like a rookie at all. Then she asked a question that stunned Hyeon, are you living your life for the second time? Seeing Hyeon's bewildered face, Aram laughed and said I was joking. She continued, for now, the storyline will stick to the original script until episode 10, and then I'll decide what comes next. I also have to consider audience preferences. Dunche had an idea. How about we hold a vote before episode 10 airs, titled, The Main Character Will Be Chosen by the Audience. Aram clapped enthusiastically and cheered, that's a great idea. If we do that, people will be more invested in the show, so let's have the audience vote. The male lead will soar. Both Hyeon and Dunche were excited, that's great. The next day, Sohan arrived at the filming location, looking puzzled. The atmosphere was more tense than usual. But the ratings had gone up, how strange. Aram, noticing Sohan's arrival, said the day Sohan left early, something happened. Sohan was quite surprised and curious, asking, what's going on? Aram replied, nothing's confirmed yet, but we've discussed changing the male lead. It's a bit surprising, but to win the lead role. This is a battle between the actors. Hyeon, sitting while practicing his lines, plucked a leaf and asked Chien, why isn't it me? Sohan, seeing this, was quite surprised, thinking, is that leaf supposed to be me? The writer chuckled honestly, I find this situation quite amusing. Sohan agreed, saying, who will win the audience's heart? The writer is really sneaky. The time to film had arrived, the director signaled, episode 7, scene 11, ready, action, roll camera, act. Scene 11 is the school outing, where Han Seo accidentally finds Chien's keychain. Seo picks it up and says to himself, this definitely belongs to Chien. If you're carrying something like this, it's surely yours. Then he thought, what should I do with this? This scene shows a playful Han Seo, so it must be performed in a humorous and likable way. I studied his silly antics to get Chien's attention, which should be portrayed as really adorable. Seo excitedly shouted, I've figured it out. This photo is so beautiful, it looks like it was taken by a professional photographer. Maybe I have a knack for photography. Seo also texted Chien, telling her to hurry to the fountain if she wanted to get her keychain back. Seo still didn't understand, feeling a bit childish, but why was he avoiding me? He also told her, let's take a walk and then go home. Suddenly someone came and grabbed his hand. Seo was very surprised to see it was Kwi-hein. Kwi-hein came and angrily shouted, give it to me, I'll give it back to Chien. This isn't your kind of joke. Seo still couldn't understand what on earth he was doing. He provocatively smiled, but it suits me well. Kwi-hein gritted his teeth and said, why do you always do whatever you want? Seo was startled and asked, did you eat something strange? Stop talking nonsense and go back quickly. Kwi-hein continued, you've already got it. Seo seriously asked again, what on earth are you talking about? Kwi-hein shouted, you already have everything. Do you have to take my things too to be satisfied? Chien is everything to me. Hyeon was quite surprised, thinking to himself, is this from the script? But he had to get back into character. Why are you saying this out of nowhere? When did I ever take your things? Hyeon remembered, if this follows the script, this is when Kwi-hein seems lost in his own world. Don't tell me he's improvising. If he wants to play it like that, then I have to be serious too. Hyeon continued his role. Who told you that I have everything? It seems you still don't understand. Right now I only want one thing, and that's Chien. As long as I have her, I'll be happy. The two were fully immersed in their improvised scene together. Aram, standing outside, was also amazed and told the director, looks like we're about to witness an epic battle. Hyeon used his experience to respond, and that's to try and, that's my only condition. Dunche, facing him, asked, so can you give up everything? Try proving your words that all you need is tryin'. Hyeon responded, why should I prove anything to you? Dunche's calm voice rang out, what I couldn't achieve no matter how hard I tried. I don't want to keep seeing your calm demeanor while you keep stealing it. His emotions and acting talent surprised Hyeon. What? His ability to improvise a character is no joke. Dunche, with a pained expression, said, for me, truly, there's nothing else besides that. The character's emotions at this point would be a soul stirred, having once strived for a dream. Dunche covered his face with his hand and said, for me, Tryon is the only thing in this world. He intertwined longing and love for Tryon. Moreover, he showed his feelings for Tryon, along with the anger he had towards Hyeon's character, Han Seo. Hyeon was stunned by Dunche's performance. At that moment, the director shouted, cut, take a break. Dunche immediately broke character, exhausted and panting. Staff came to help him. That sweat isn't just for show. Dunche, are you okay? Aram jokingly said, I really thought they were about to fight. The director asked her if she was satisfied. Aram nodded eagerly. Of course, it was amazing, gave me goosebumps. But could it be dangerous, she said, feeling more uneasy than concerned. Aram looked at Hyeon and said, it's good to get into character. But when it comes to intense action scenes, getting too immersed can backfire. Although with you two, that would never happen. Hyeon thought to himself, always competing for roles like this is actually a good thing. Moreover, the contrast in a scene like this is also beneficial for me, as an actor wanting to work long-term. You have to pay attention to the character's emotions so you don't fall too deeply. That afternoon, Hyeon walked with Bi Dan-chun, and due to the tension, he walked awkwardly. Manager, are you tense? You look like a robot, Dan-chun replied. Of course I'm tense. This is the first fan signing event. I almost needed to take tranquilizers just to come. The manager asked, if Hyeon were in charge of managing, would it be normal? Hyeon's basically a robot, isn't he? Hyeon smiled and replied, you're nervous too, it's just that. Hyeon smiled brightly and said, more than being nervous, I'm even more excited. The movie broke through 5 million viewers in an instant. That kind of audience count is quite unusual. Even actors known for hitting the $1 million mark haven't achieved that with their first work. Even so, this is just a tough beginning. Hopefully, it continues to exceed expectations like this. Behind the stage, the actors greeted each other. Everyone, it's been a while. Chae-ho waved at someone arriving. Yeah, you're here. Still busy these days, right? Working hard as always? Hyeon replied warmly. This is the first fan signing event, so I've been so anxious I couldn't sleep. Hyeon noticed Chae-ho's leaner figure. Lost weight again? Finished filming, right? Chae-ho replied, yeah, believe it or not, losing weight is easier than gaining it. Seokwan suddenly appeared from behind. You two have gotten quite close. Is it because you didn't get to film together and feel regret? Hyeon nodded and greeted the director. Long time no see. Seokwan laughed and said, hello, Hyeon. The male lead of the film, Chan Huk, finally arrived. Chae-ho put his arm around him and ruffled his hair. This time, I heard you're joining the film crew. Not bad, huh? Chan Huk tried to protect his head from Chae-ho's claws, his hair a mess. The sound of their playful banter reached Hyeon. Growing up, huh, kid? He thought to himself. Those two seemed closer off-screen. Suddenly, he and Chan Huk locked eyes. Chan Huk immediately put on a displeased expression toward him, a complete contrast to his attitude toward Chae-ho. Hyeon sighed inwardly. Things just aren't the same anymore. The staff announced, actors, let's get started. Everyone immediately sat up straight and adjusted their appearance. The large curtain was drawn. The packed audience appeared right before their eyes. Some female fans excitedly shouted, Appa, I love you! Chae-ho Appa, Chan Huk Appa, I love you. Uncle Cheho, with his graying hair, was caught off guard by the sudden confession. Love me? Even with such a supporting role, it still has an impact, since you can't resist old fans. Hyeon cheerfully thought, it's true, the fan base is no joke. At that moment, a girl in the audience wearing a hat and mask stood up and bravely shouted, acting genius Lee Song Hyeon, fighting. The surrounding audience was startled by her. Whoa, what was that? Was that Minasio's voice? The familiar voice he heard made him recognize it immediately. Why is Minasio here? Isn't she afraid of being exposed? Down below, Minasio waved at him. I'm your #1 fan, so of course, I'll secretly be here to support you. Hyeon, fighting. Thanks to her, Hyeon felt much more confident. Thanks a lot. The staff announced that the autograph session would begin soon. Please don't rush and take your time lining up. It's time now. The fans followed the organizer's guidance and approached the actors. A young girl excitedly said to Hyeon, I'm really your fan. I also watched your vlogs. Hyeon politely responded, thank you. Next was a male fan. The two shook hands warmly. Your acting is crazy good. I'll always support you from now on. Hyeon nodded and replied yes. After the interaction, Hyeon signaled the next person to come forward. This time, it was a child. The boy looked at him with sparkling eyes and called his character's name. Oh, Jin-sung, it's really you. Hyeon, confused, said this is a restricted movie, how do you know about it? The boy's parent reassured him. I was always with him while watching, and he only saw the trailer. Hyeon was extremely happy to have even young fans. Thank you for your support. Just then, a loud scream startled Hyeon. When he looked over, he saw the entire venue in chaos because a man was holding a knife. Don't come near. What worried him more was that the hostage the man was holding was. It was Minasio. The man shouted, everyone shut up and listen to what I say. The autograph session immediately fell silent, as if frozen. Hyeon was the first to approach them. Please calm down first. The manager anxiously held him back. Hyeon, it's dangerous, don't go near. He waved it off, saying, it's fine, I'll try to talk. But Donchun was very scared that something might happen to him. No, you can't. Yet Hyeon still decided to approach the man with the knife. I don't know what's going on, but I'll do my best to help. Please, just put down the knife first and let's talk. But the man reacted more aggressively. I told you not to come near. Do you believe what I'm saying or not? Hyeon stopped and said, then I'll stay put and follow your demands. Why are you doing this? The man gritted his teeth and said, Song Chan Huk. He nearly lost control, cursing, that bastard Chan Huk. Bring him to me immediately. As long as that bastard comes here, I'll turn myself in. I said bring him now. Chan Huk's face turned pale in an instant. Song Chan Huk? What kind of relationship does this person have with him? The man saw Chan Huk standing behind Hyeon and became even more agitated. Bring him here now. He angrily swung the knife outward. Since Hyeon was the closest, he easily saw the opening. Without thinking much, he quickly rushed forward. Hyeon forcefully struck the man's waist with a shout. The knife was successfully knocked out of the man's hand. The nearby young men also stepped in to help restrain the man. Let go of me, I said let go. Amidst the man's struggles, Minasio, who had been taken hostage, was still trembling in fear. What kind of situation is this? Hyeon held the man's arms tightly and said, go to the station and explain yourself. Tears fell, and the game was over. The man, hands tightly bound, bowed his head and cried, I'm sorry. Right at that moment, the police arrived and arrested the man. Fortunately, the situation was under control, and no one was hurt. Song Chan Huk, the cause of the incident, was taken home to be dealt with. Manager Donchun worriedly asked Hyeon, are you okay? What if you're hurt? He tilted his head and said, I'm fine. Due to the incident, the staff had to announce the end of the event. The autograph session will end here. The schedule and premiere date of the movie will be officially announced via SNS. The only thing left to deal with now. Hyeon stood waiting for his #1 fan in an empty corner. After a while, Minasio appeared. Were you waiting for me? Hyeon immediately asked. Minasio, are you okay? She smiled and replied. Of course, thanks to you, I have no problems at all. Isn't the signing event over? You should come in quickly. Seeing her forced expression, Hyeon, feeling heartbroken, said, don't hold it in anymore. Artists are human too. There are no reporters here. These words successfully made her break down. Minasio trembled as she recalled the terrifying experience. I was really scared. The knife. At that moment I thought I was going to die. I haven't even prepared my album for release yet. I have to work even harder. Even in that panic, Minio, afraid of revealing her identity, didn't make a sound. After giving her time to release her emotions, he patted her on the shoulder and consoled her. You've done well. I'm so glad you're okay, Minio. But even with Minio's efforts, she couldn't keep that hot news hidden. An article was published with the headline, "Did you know about the stabbing incident at the Czech Metco movie signing event?" The article summarized that on that day, an unknown man with a knife appeared at the cinema and took a girl hostage, causing a major uproar. Hyeon subdued him. However, the girl was the singer Minio. I didn't see any other articles, so the management company must have covered it up well. The comments under the article exploded, with everyone curious about the relationship between the two and why singer Minio was there. Regardless of the reason, the name Song Chan Huk, the person involved in the incident, could be found anywhere. A few days later, Hyeon was invited to the police station. He calmly walked in. "Hello, I've come to provide testimony as a witness." The officer politely invited him in. "Hello, Mr. Hyeon. Please have a seat," the officer first asked. "Can you clearly explain the situation at that time?" Hyeon nodded and replied, "Yes. During the signing event, I suddenly heard a scream, and the man pulled out a weapon from his bag. There was a civilian nearby in a dangerous situation." The officer asked, "Is it true he was looking for Mr. Chan Huk?" Hyeon nodded. He found the senior's location and immediately pointed the knife in that direction. "And at that moment, you seized the opportunity to subdue him?" Hyeon replied, "Yes, though it was dangerous, there was no other choice." The officer smiled and said, "First, thank you for your bravery. Thanks to you, no one was injured, and the situation was quickly brought under control." Hyeon said, "It's no problem." After filling out the statement, the officer said, "Now we may need to call on you again." "Thank you for your cooperation," Hyeon gently asked. "Yes, but could I meet him for a moment?" he explained. "I'm still a bit concerned." The officer remained silent for a moment, then agreed. Regardless of the reason for his arrest, it shouldn't be long, but a brief visit should be fine. He pointed to the man being held over there. What made Hyeon want to meet him was that he had seen the man's emotions. Mostly anger, but mixed with deep sorrow and extreme despair. At that time, the man kept muttering, "I'm sorry." But who was he apologizing to? Hyeon quietly stood in front of the cell door, and the man looked up at him. Calmly, Hyeon asked, "May I ask your name?" He knew he had to start with the basics. The man replied, "I'm Du-chan. I apologize for that time." Hyeon nodded. "It's all right, but I have this question. Why were you looking for Chan Huk?" At the mention of that name, Du-chan became furious, clenching his fists. "I was going to kill that bastard, that demon in disguise in this world." He told Hyeon everything, about his daughter, Sejong. Sejong had sent some truly excited messages. "Dad, I made it." At that time, he didn't understand and asked, "What's making you so happy?" It turned out to be the work she had been preparing for a long time, waiting to be publicly revealed. She happily shared that her short work had passed the preliminary round. His eyes filled with pride for his little girl. "Now there's just the final appeal." "You're not dreaming, right?" The father and daughter hugged each other. "Congratulations, my dear daughter, truly congratulations." From here, it seemed like they were in for a string of happy days. But one day, Sejong told me she was coerced. At a party, a director approached her. "Just one drink today, nothing else, we're just discussing work." He used ambiguous words, telling her, "Let's work together as a team and spark some new inspiration." She said she was introduced to a manager by an actor, and he seemed interested in her work. He touched Sejong and smiled. "We impressed the director of the project, that's why." Finally, he whispered in Sejong's ear, "I'll be dedicated all night to helping you get a solid start." Being part of a big company and a prospective actress, she was afraid that refusing a meal or drink would affect her final appeal. But now it's really over. The last time she went to meet that bastard, she chose to resist. She recorded every word he said. "You know what will happen if you blow this up, right?" Sejong held up the audio file on her phone. "From now on, don't even think about holding anyone hostage, not with me or anyone else." Then she quickly ran away. In her haste, Sejong didn't notice the road. "Hey, don't stand there!" A large truck came barreling towards her. The situation unfolded too quickly for her to react. In the end, Sejong fell. Du-chan gritted his teeth. That demon in disguise, it's because of him that my beloved daughter is gone forever. That's why I was going to kill him, the bastard who ruined and trampled on my daughter's dreams. But in the end, it's just me who has to rot in this cell. The story left Hyeon stunned. Chan Huk, what on earth have you done? Du-chan bowed his head in despair. Anyway, at the police station, they have no evidence and can't resolve anything for me. Even the broadcasting station, afraid of damage, stayed away. What more can I say? Legally confronting Chan Huk's management company transparently is very difficult because I've heard the representative has ties to both politicians and the criminal underworld. It's hard for an ordinary person to take them on. Hyeon realized that although it was very ruthless, given the current situation, the only way to distance herself from Chan Huk was to cause a distraction. Hyeon told him, "Please calm down." Du-chan took a deep breath and said, "I would like to ask you for a favor, if that's possible. My second daughter said she would avenge her sister. I don't want to put her in such a dangerous situation anymore." He handed over the phone and pleaded, "I'll give you her phone number. Please stop my daughter." "Please agree to this." A few days later, in a bright and clean cafe, a girl with a busy demeanor entered and spoke into the phone. "I'm at the cafe now." "Where are you?" The voice on the other end replied. "I'm next to the window on the left." The girl glanced over. In that corner, a tall young man was waving at her. She quickly walked over and sat down. "Are you my father's friend? You seem more like someone my age." This was Su-chin, Du-chan's second daughter. Hyeon spoke directly. "This explanation might be a bit lengthy, but as requested, that's how I came here." While Su-chin ordered a drink, he observed her and had a sense of familiarity, as if they had met somewhere before. Su-chin spoke up. "I don't know if there was any particular intention in relaying the message through someone else, but what is it?" Hyeon was still wondering. "Her name and face are so familiar, where have I seen her before?" Feeling ignored, Su-chin knocked on the table, calling out, "Hey you! What message does my father want to convey to me?" Hyeon snapped back to attention, embarrassed. "Oh yes, I need to focus. Right now, I need to get things in order," Hyeon replied. "Du-chan wanted to tell you to stop now." Su-chin immediately understood what her father was referring to. She sighed and replied, "All right. He tells me not to do anything every day. What can I do? If you're here about that, you don't need to worry. At first, I didn't intend to seek revenge like my father." She rested her chin on her hand and said, "Of course, that scoundrel Song Chan Huk deserves to die, but I'm an actress. Even in confrontation, I can win through acting." At that moment, Hyeon remembered. This girl, she's an actress who's been rising steadily, starting from supporting role, class 20, Su-chin. Although she hasn't taken on leading roles, every project she's been in has left a strong impression and built considerable recognition. Something like this happened to Su-chin's sister. Why did no one know about it back then? She continued, "My father also endured it with great difficulty. He watched as Chan Huk rose to fame with the movie Check Met Co. That guy, Chan Huk, caused my family to end up like this. If he succeeds, it would be utterly unfair." Hyeon clenched his fists. Could it be? Originally, Check Met Co should have stopped at around 2,800,000 viewers, but the future changed. The success of Check Met Co might have been due to the opportunity to meet Chan Huk. After clarifying her points, Su-chin expressed her intention to leave. "It seems I'll have to get up early tomorrow, and it's already late, so I'll take my leave." Hyeon quickly called out. "Wait, miss," he sincerely said. "If you ever need help, please contact me at any time." In his heart, he wondered if it was because of a slight feeling of guilt. Su-chin didn't respond but politely bowed and said, "Excuse me, I'll be leaving first." Hyeon knew. This is the best I can do for now. In the days that followed, the news reported about a strange person showing up and shouting the name of actor Chan Huk. What in the world was that? Chan Huk angrily scolded his manager. "Didn't you say you had completely stopped the articles?" The manager nervously replied, "There might still be some errors." His face immediately turned cold. "What did you say?" The manager bowed his head, saying, "I'm sorry, I did my best to block them, but—" Chan Huk asked, "What did the director say?" The manager stammered, I haven't been able to reach him yet." He furiously grabbed the manager by the collar. "Then shouldn't you at least come up with a solution instead of offering hollow apologies?" The manager, frightened, ran off. "Yes, I'll do it right away." Chan Huk sat down in anger, clutching his head. "This is driving me crazy, really. Now, the achievements of Checkmetco are practically ruined. If I wanted to make a bigger deal out of it, it could also be a way to erase past issues. Just then, the director arrived. I heard you were looking for me. Seeing Chan Huk's anxious face, the director reassured him. Don't worry too much. Incidents like this will soon be forgotten. The most important thing is to set a record with that film you're starring in. Chan Huk bowed his head, saying, But I still feel uneasy, as if these negative things keep coming up in public opinion. The director chuckled. You're really something. If you knew all that, why did you still do it? You're acting like an amateur. Chan Huk frowned. Director, you're not even trying to encourage me at all. The director coldly replied. I'll give you what I can, but I can't offer you any nonsense, Chan Huk sinisterly said. Well then, there's someone I'm really not satisfied with. The director quickly intervened. Now you're not telling me to handle it, right? If that's the direction you're going, then I'll back out. Chan Huk quickly waved his hands. No, not like that. I just mean, what if we shift public opinion a little? The director seemed more intrigued. Oh, divert the public's attention towards that person, huh? Chan Huk nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. That could work, right? If just one article comes out, everything will spiral towards them. So, who is it? Specifically, who are you targeting? After all, they can't be too different from you in status. Chan Huk smiled. Don't worry, it's someone worth the attention. Meanwhile, at a small restaurant, Hyan suddenly felt an itch in his ear. Sorry, my ear suddenly feels itchy, the person across from him laughed. Isn't it because someone was talking about you, Song Hyan? Truly different from other young actors. Embarrassed, he responded, the director is something else. So, why are you suddenly asking about my schedule today? She laughed loudly and said, if you haven't made any plans for your next project yet, I have a suggestion. She handed over a stack of scripts. Since you reached out so suddenly, I was a bit surprised, but please give this project a read. Hyan took the script and asked, is this the director's work? She nodded and said yes, though compared to Checkmetco. This was written earlier. But now I want you to see it even more. The play revolves around the conversations of women in a noble family who help civil defense forces escape from the capital. The role Song Hyan takes in this project isn't a lead, nor is it a supporting role with a big secret. Hyan was quite puzzled by this character. He continued, though it's not as important as the lead role, your involvement won't be made public. He found this quite intriguing, and He will send a specific schedule to the management company. He is really looking forward to this collaboration, so don't disappoint her. Song Hyan is also really looking forward to it. He read the information on the script the writer handed over. Song Hyan wondered if the other roles were still being cast. He was still having trouble finding the right actors and asked Song Hyan if he knew any female actors. For the female lead's friend, they had found a new face, but it was a bit challenging, so she wanted him to introduce a few people. Song Hyan suddenly thought of Hun Soo-chin, whose acting skills had already been proven. Song Hyan told Hee that he knew someone. Writer Hee suddenly got a phone call and had to step outside to take it. Hee didn't seem comfortable as the person on the other end mentioned Song Chan Huk. Song Hyan reacted when he heard that name. Hee hesitated and said, sorry for the urgency, but it seems Song Chan Huk may have already heard something about the new project. He said he would introduce a female actor, and to be honest, Hee felt a bit confused. Song Chan Huk said to bring her to his bar, but Hee declined, not trusting his offer. The look on Song Hyan's face suggested he had guessed something. One day, Se-chong had mentioned that an actor was introduced to a major management company and was said to be interested in the project. Se-chong intended to get revenge, saying since his father was also an actor, even if they faced off, he could win with his acting. Song Hyan suddenly asked writer Hee, where is Song Chan Huk now? Song Hyan was determined to make a trip to see what was going on. It might just be his guess, but it could be related to Hun Soo-chin's revenge. Song Hyan left the restaurant, and stood waiting for writer Hee to bring the car to pick him up. He was very worried that there might be another victim. Hee didn't know why he wanted to go there so suddenly, but she drove him there safely. Hee noticed that ever since they got into the car, Song Hyan had been extremely anxious. Even though Song Hyan didn't say anything, it was written all over his face. As they drove, Hee spoke, it's hard to say anything for certain since nothing's confirmed yet. But I don't think there's any reason for you to worry, Song Hyan. Finally Song Hyan spoke up, do you know about the outrageous incident that happened at the fan meeting event? Of course, Hee knew. And even worse, Chan Huk was at the scene, which shocked Chuhee, who turned to talk to him. She forgot she was driving. Chuhee said that even if there were bad rumors about Chan Huk, they were probably just baseless gossip. When Song Hyeon went to the police station as a witness, he talked to that person. The daughter of the man who held the knife that day is the writer of the film. But Chan Huk approached her, offering all kinds of help. Chuhee was disgusted by that crazy guy. Song Hyeon felt quite guilty telling Chuhee everything. So even the actress introduced might be in danger. Now, Chuhee was furious and tried to drive faster to get there as quickly as possible. In the restroom, the faucet dripped slowly. Han Suchin was in the restroom. She stared angrily at herself in the mirror. It had been a year since Suchin's sister's accident. Only later did she learn the cause was Song Chan Huk. To avenge her sister, she went anywhere to catch Song Chan Huk's attention. The first day she appeared before Song Chan Huk, she tried to suppress her emotions and politely greeted him. He didn't say anything, just glanced at Suchin. Then Chan Huk smiled a terrifying smile. What a coincidence to still run into each other after all this time. Suchin's phone displayed a message from Song Chan Huk. He wanted her to meet and discuss details with their representative. Suchin had already devised a plan to destroy Song Chan Huk, record his true nature and leak it to the media, and when his career is ruined, she must reappear as a successful actress. Just one more night, and everything will be over. Just one sacrifice, and it'll be enough. Why does Suchin feel this terrifying sense? Is this what her sister felt? Suddenly, Suchin's phone vibrated, signaling a new message. It was a message from Song Hyeon asking where she was and to call back if she saw the message. Suchin was very surprised that Song Hyeon had messaged her. At the end of Chuhee's movie project, the two of them would be happy together. Since sending a message to Suchin, there had been no reply, and now Song Hyeon was worried because she might be in danger. The phone in his hand finally had a connection. It was Suchin's number. Song Hyeon anxiously answered the call. But on the other end were terrifying sounds. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. Chuhee saw his reaction and asked what had happened. Song Hyeon anxiously told the screenwriter to hurry up. At the bar, Suchin was in danger. Chan Huk was acting perverted towards her. That guy took advantage of her casting role to do vile things. But she refused to accept such actions, which surprised him quite a bit. She only wanted to become an actress through her own abilities. But her main goal was to avenge her sister. Indeed, for Suchin, this was terrifying. Chan Huk sneered, no matter how talented one is, without opportunity, they're nothing but at the bottom. It's best to let him make her great. Suchin felt terrified by Chan Huk's face. She tightly closed her tearful eyes, praying for someone to come save her. At that moment, Song Hyeon's car arrived in front of the bar. He went ahead while the screenwriter followed. Song Hyeon felt that reaching his dream was difficult, and realizing it even harder. Song Hyeon sprinted at full speed to that room. He didn't care about the staff trying to stop him, he just kept running. He burst through the door and stepped inside. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. Chan Huk was assaulting Suchin. Both were shocked to see him. Seeing Song Hyeon, Suchin cried and pleaded for help. He was truly furious at what Chan Huk had done. Then Song Hyeon grabbed Chan Huk by the collar, shoved him against the wall, and cursed at him repeatedly. Chan Huk was bewildered, wondering how he knew to come here. Screenwriter Chuhee arrived just in time. She ran over to help Suchin, who was on the floor. Chan Huk understood all of their intentions. That bastard sneered and said, trying to get revenge for the last time, huh? And still involved with that fox. That guy refused to shut up and even provoke Song Hyeon. He threatened, at this company, getting rid of a newcomer like this is very simple. Song Hyeon's face was dark with anger, but he said nothing. Once you mess with Chan Huk, forget about ever working in this industry again. Song Hyeon forcefully pushed him against the wall. Chan Huk kept provoking. Don't you want to work in this industry anymore? He thought Song wouldn't dare hit him, so he became more aggressive. Suddenly, Chuhee's phone beeped, revealing she had been recording everything, from blackmailing others by exploiting their weaknesses to a confession. Everything was recorded, and now Chan Huk was doomed. Modern technology is so advanced that no part would be left out. Chan Huk panicked and rushed to grab the phone. But Song Hyeon stopped him. After dealing with the situation at the bar, everyone went to a cafe. Suchin didn't want to go home and asked to follow Song Hyeon for a while, feeling safe around him. Suchin wondered how he thought of recording in that situation. Song Hyeon got the idea when he noticed something unusual in her voice during the phone call. Suchin asked if Song Hyeon really intended to release the recording. But that decision depended on Suchin because she was the victim. Suchin froze for a few seconds upon hearing this because she didn't plan to go public. She looked worried, knowing that going public would affect many people, so she hesitated. But in the end, Suchin decided to make the recording public for everyone to hear. Perhaps her sister and father would once again reveal the truth. That's right, but if they didn't expose Chan Huk now, he would continue to trample on others' dreams. From now on, Suchin, her father, and her sister would move forward. If they kept living in fear and running away, how could they ever move on? She was a bit worried about the reporters, but Song Hyeon would handle everything. A few days later, through a reporter that Song Hyeon introduced, Chan Huk's story spread at lightning speed. In Chan Huk's office, he angrily smashed his phone when reading the news. He couldn't believe how fast the rumors spread. Wasn't it Song Chi-hun, the reporter who had exclusively interviewed Song Hyeon? Chan Huk was furious that the reporter dared to stab him in the back. Chan Huk didn't care what it took, but he had to stop the rumors, and first, he needed to write an apology. But there was no way Chan Huk would admit everything was true. In his rage, someone entered Chan Huk's office. It was his manager. Shamelessly, Chan Huk begged for his manager's help. But first, they had to deal with the obstacle ahead, Song Hyeon. Song Hyeon was in the middle of filming his movie, where he played a student. His scene involved standing by a fountain when suddenly someone walked up from behind, saying, "I heard you finally come back." It was a young man about the same age as the character Song-hun. He acted exceptionally well. The young man's innocent acting showed he had no regrets and felt proud of his performance. Song-hun's character was also happy to have worked with him. The director shouted that they had reached the final scene of the movie. It was a happy scene between the main male and female characters. Song Hyeon's performance created a huge wave among teenagers, breaking viewership records. The real battle in the film industry had just begun. However, amidst all this good news, an issue arose. Chan Huk was struggling miserably, pleading with his manager. He begged and pleaded for help. The manager simply responded, "What were you thinking, doing something like that?" He sighed in frustration, telling him to know his place. "Don't get cocky just because you've gained a little fame, walking around the company like you own the place." The manager threw a piece of paper on the table, making Chan Huk turn pale. It was a police summons. But Chan Huk didn't seem to grasp the severity of the situation, and the company would cancel his contract. He should know that. There was no need to worry about contract compensation. After saying that, the manager turned and left, and Chan Huk desperately chased after him, begging to stay. He clenched the paper in his hand, furious. The top search keyword was Song Chan Huk's retirement. His career officially collapsed. A few days later, Song Hyeon was walking down the street, his face well covered. Before going out, Bi Dan-chun carefully reminded Song Hyeon to always wear a mask and hat, especially to avoid reporters. While walking, he was approached by a theater troupe selling tickets. The man asked if he came with his girlfriend, but unfortunately, he was alone. The ticket seller was very enthusiastic. The play was a romance genre. It had been a while since he'd been here, so he decided to buy a ticket. Song Hyeon, still fully masked, sat down to watch the play. He felt that many actors of his time had ambition but gave up on their dreams because they couldn't handle the pressure. However, the actors who didn't give up and gradually worked their way up from small stages, pursuing their dreams and holding on to hope, were truly admirable. Suddenly, Song Hyeon noticed someone sitting in the front row. It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. The play finally began. Its content was quite simple. The couple broke up because they couldn't forget each other, and still had feelings. And in the end, they got back together. The play told a reunion story where they finally understood each other's feelings. Though the theme wasn't exactly familiar, their acting talent was excellent, keeping the audience hooked, the way they expressed their sincere love for each other. Before this, Song Hyeon had acted in heartbreaking love stories from France. To escape from the evil headmaster of the orphanage, the friendship of these two boys had to end. Youthful affection found true confidence, and overcame challenges. Because the work had its own appeal, it might have gained attention. But the result was no, so he hoped one day Song Hyeon's talent would be recognized. Suddenly, the man sitting in the front row earlier stood up, and he could see his face more clearly. It was Senior Hanaseo, a famous actor who captured the public's heart with his powerful charisma. Song Hyeon politely went up to greet him. The senior recognized him as the one who acted in the recently popular film. They had a pleasant conversation when suddenly someone entered. Min-suk and Hanaseo were delighted to meet each other after a long time. Min-suk saw Song Hyeon and asked if they came together. Hanaseo said they had just met there. Hanaseo warmly greeted him with enthusiasm. Song Hyeon had only come to watch the play by chance, not expecting to meet Hanaseo and Minsuk there, and Minsuk knew he had acted in another film after that. Hanaseo was surprised how he knew about it because Minsuk had watched that film very closely. Minsuk imitated a classic scene from that work. Minsuk jokingly said to Hanaseo, "If you didn't watch that movie, then what are you doing?" To which Hanaseo replied that he was too busy to go. Suddenly, an employee called Manager Minsuk to handle some work. He hurriedly said goodbye to both of them and left, leaving the two of them bewildered, smiling at each other. There was something that Hanaseo had been curious about for a while now, and that was he wanted to witness the acting of the junior who everyone said appeared like a rising star. Song Hyeon could only stand there, mouth agape. "Comments about your Chet Mako were good, but I'm also very curious about the acting you did in the role of Choi Din-song," said Hanaseo proudly. "There were so many compliments around me. But I want to see it in person right now. Can you do that, Song Hyeon?" He was blushing and hesitating. Hanaseo added, "If it's too much pressure, don't feel forced." Song Hyeon, shy but accepting, said, "No, I'll try." Inside, he was battling with himself, because it was impromptu acting in front of a seasoned senior, so he was a bit nervous. How should I perform? Should I try the role from the movie I just finished? Or perhaps Choi Din-song from Chet Mako, which the senior expected? His thoughts were scattered. He was torn, knowing that performing a completed role wasn't what the senior wanted. It had to be something fresh, with his own style. In the end, you finally made your decision. "If that's the case, I'll take on the role of the senior." Going back a few days, Song Hyeon's colleague showed him the draft. He reviewed it, and thought it was quite good, so he let Song Hyeon check it out. The colleague explained that since the screenwriter was Shin Do-hae, the style was relatively easy to grasp. However, Director Bak still had some concerns. "After all, I heard the capability was good, but with historical dramas, since the role couldn't be disclosed, they couldn't promote it either." However, the colleague changed the situation, gaining the director's trust in this project. The colleague happily said that even if it's just once, Song Hyeon should read the script. Suddenly he cut off his colleague, saying, "It's finally here. I've contacted the director in advance. The company has reportedly sent it, so I'm waiting. Until I get the script, I can't reveal anything. The producer told me to keep completely silent." "Sorry for not telling you earlier," the colleague said with a hint of sadness. "It's fine. So, what's your decision on this piece?" Song Hyeon praised the work, saying, "Its sudden appearance may mark a historical turning point, but it's captivating right from the opening. Of course, I'll have to perform it." The colleague smiled brightly and said he would go convince the director. Song Hyeon thanked him and asked for his opinion as he was analyzing the character. He picked it up and began reading. The Chosun forces were divided into two parts, and the discussion within the guard unit and the chaotic situation began. Among them was Lee Bae-kwan, the role I would play, despite the atmosphere of a chaotic Chosun. A man called out for help. "Bae-kwan, help me here," he replied. Yes, I'm coming." Portraying a pure young man living in a peaceful village canyon. On one calm day, he instantly fell in love at first sight with Don Di-din, the female lead who had come for a retreat. The main character shyly admired her beauty, and then she appeared in the small village life on the other side. The start of the formation of the guard unit would later be rooted in Lee Bae-kwan's actions. He was a man of integrity, and even when faced with power and bribes, his heart remained righteous. For his nation, Bae-kwan was determined not to let his people fall. The hidden crown prince of the Chosun royal family. In fact, one day, this would be discovered. Senior Han Seo and Song Hyeon were rehearsing. Song Hyeon thought silently. "It's not quite polished yet, is this okay?" He continued his line. "You've always been this timid." The senior was surprised by his line and responded, "What we're doing isn't something to hide sneakily. We're creating a new truth." Song Hyeon was shocked by the senior's line. "Bak Di-chang, the guard captain, how does he know Bak Di-chang's lines?" he replied. "I was involved in the script, so I read a bit." Song Hyeon admired the senior. Han Seo praised the work, saying, "Although there were some combinations, compared to historical dramas, the anxiety is higher. But seeing your acting, the determination is strong." He stepped closer to Song Hyeon and said, "Even though the lines are strong, it doesn't detract from Lee Bae-kwan's gracefulness, to the point that it could sweep you away in an endless flow with the co-star. Good acting isn't just about portraying your own role well. Raising the quality of a work involves all characters in the play." Although Lee Bae-kwan carried a big secret, he didn't have many standout scenes. As a result, even in a small screen production, it required the utmost effort. Whoever took on the role would have significant expectations and worries. Therefore, although the decision to join the production is being delayed, if it's you in this role, I believe it can be entrusted. The senior stretched out, feeling more relaxed. Senior Han Seo had mentioned in the introduction that he felt the most tension when filming historical dramas. But since this is that day, the pressure seems relatively less. This is probably what the senior wanted to tell me. Han Seo placed his hand on Song Hyan's shoulder and said, "Since this work has high artistic value, it seems meaningful. I'm also looking forward to collaborating with you, Song Hyan. Since I've agreed to join, I'll probably get in touch later." Song Hyan was delighted and thanked the senior. He was overjoyed that the senior had joined the cast. Song Hyan teared up, crying with happiness. The performances captivated everyone. The work, when revisiting the past, gained a mysterious power. He became a star. For the first time, his acting was recognized. He met people who acknowledged and supported him. The conversation between the director and Chan Huk. "Are you doing this to make a living?" "I can't." He set down his glass and explained. "Just saving me is enough. You should also consider Din Song, who's here." A young man nearby suddenly responded. "Aren't the flashy ones supposed to have good instincts?" "Right, it's guys like me, cooperating with the actors I've watched. It felt like it passed by so fast it's unbelievable. I can't even imagine. Everyone worked so hard. Professional filming camera." Then the scene with Song Hyan entering, he rushed to grab the collar, the despicable beast, it might even be helpful to someone. Then comes the scene of the two sisters hugging tightly. Song Hyan thought, asking for more might be selfish ambition, even the opportunity to act alongside senior Han Seo. A captivating work with attractive characters, outstanding actors combining for future projects, including senior Han Seo. How much can I challenge myself with this work? Moreover, what else can I learn? He and the senior shook hands and resolved to give their all. Song Hyan beamed as he shook hands with Han Seo. He smiled widely, as his acting career truly began. At the office, sunlight poured in. A couple was walking home from school. The boy said, "Although we've graduated, do you have anything you want to say?" The girl shyly replied, I just want to live freely. Travel a lot, and learn things I was always interested in." "You'll continue swimming, right? And win awards at the tournaments, isn't it about becoming the national representative?" The boy, looking a bit sad, answered, "Yeah, maybe." The girl asked, "Why do you react like that? Do you want to do something else now?" He explained, "Swimming is good, winning tournaments is fine, but there's something I want to do more." The girlfriend eagerly asked, "Oh, what is it?" He whispered, "Traveling with the one I like, learning new things together, also walking freely." He softly said, "I want to do these things together." The couple moved closer to each other. They shared a sweet kiss. They kissed passionately, both shy but still drawn to each other. Two women were watching the romantic scene and were very excited. They were big fans of actor Han Seo, the brunette, and her daughter thought it was Di Kwan Han. The short-haired woman excitedly said, "How can everyone not recognize Han Seo? No one has forgotten Han Seo's iconic wall kiss scene." The brunette replied, "What are you talking about? The final breakup scene between Du Dian and Di Kwan Han was the most amazing. That's why Di Kwan Han is the ultimate male lead." The two women argued nonstop. A girl's voice chimed in, "Look, Han Seo is so cool. Who wrote this perfect script?" "Isn't that right, Han Seo?" He shyly smiled. The two behind him were surprised, "Really? Is that really Han Seo?" The two asked Seo, "The love for the movie Flying High is so strong in the script." He greeted back, "Hello, I'm actor Lee Song Hyan." The short-haired woman, being a fan, said, "I also found the Korean version of Flying High and watched all your other works. I'm a huge fan of yours, keep up the hard work, I truly love you." Flying High ended beautifully. The whole crew enjoyed a wonderful vacation in Japan. Song Hyan took a picture with Minio at the Tokyo Tower and Mount Fuji. The two snacked on Japanese street food. Song Hyan looked at the director's photo. It was so beautiful. The director took a great photo. "I like this one the most." This is where they met the Japanese fans. "I was really surprised," Minio happily said. "Flying High created a craze in Japan, so it's not surprising. The love for K-romantic youth is overwhelming." Song Hyan was overjoyed. Suddenly, he looked around and saw everyone supporting the movie. Flying High was broadcast internationally, including in Taiwan and Japan, receiving lots of love. Especially in cultural trends, it garnered much attention from teenagers. And it sparked the K-youth movement. Song Hyan thought to himself, hearing that the work I participated in spread internationally. He glanced over. A huge screen with his appearance on it. He stared admiringly at the picture for a long time. Everyone around praised him endlessly, saying the photo looks so good, our main character is extremely handsome. Song Hyun felt shy and embarrassed. Back in his room, he reflected on earlier, his face being featured all over Japan. He excitedly stomped on the bed, before, just being able to continue acting made him very happy. He calmed down and thought, how much more can I rise in the future? Because Dang Bae is a youth romance film, it already received a lot of attention in the trend and of course is more accessible to teenage audiences. Later, I will be widely known with a more diverse image. Maybe with this momentum, even Hollywood is possible. He was on cloud 9, suddenly he fell down, thinking what is this, oh my god. Song Hyun looked at his phone and asked, who is this? It's screenwriter Sin Do-hai. He answered the phone, yes, screenwriter, the other side replied, Song Hyun is traveling happily. He hesitated to reply, oh yes, I'm having a lot of fun. The screenwriter said, Aram keeps showing off so I also want to go along. Hyun asked, do you have something to discuss? She replied, if you come back to the country, can we meet to talk about some matters related to the film that day? He cheerfully replied, if it's the screenwriter, of course I can. She worriedly answered, although it's not something to talk about now. But maybe it's something I feel a bit guilty about. Song Hyun was surprised and puzzled, why, what did I do wrong? At a small cafe in the city, someone was walking towards it. It turned out to be Hyun. He saw someone behind and turned around. Suddenly a voice sounded, making his heart skip a beat, Song Hyun. It was Chu-hee. She cheerfully asked him, what are you doing here? Hyun replied, I'm looking for where the screenwriter is sitting. She wondered, why did you get startled? Are you doing something bad? He responded, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere, that's why. She invited him, alright, let's go inside. After talking, both entered to have a drink. Chu-hee inquired, traveling is fun, but meeting like this right after coming back must be tiring. Hyun replied, because the director is also taking me around, so I've had a lot of fun time. Chu-hee heard that and said, indeed, you're so lovely. She continued, anyway, as long as you're happy. He happily looked at his drink. Chu-hee tapped the table and said then. She continued, let's talk seriously about the work. He heard that and his face froze as he looked at her. Hyun worriedly looked down, feeling uneasy and thinking, it seems there's something to apologize for. The need to apologize is, what is the implication? Chu-hee said, actually hearing you say that. Hyun was confused and looked up. She clasped her hands, with a serious face said maybe the box office of this film won't be high. Hyun was surprised and looked at her. He awkwardly laughed and thought to himself, so she's worried about this, the screenwriter really. He said, but it's okay, I'm still new. Chu-hee rested her chin, worriedly, tremblingly said, no, even so. He asked, how low is it, compared to Check Mako is it even lower? Chu-hee got angry, stood up and slammed the table, saying, of course it's much better than Check Mako. She made him startled again and went outside. She continued, after Check Mako and La Ing, more broadcasters seem to be looking for Song Hyun, because I also can't offer more. The coffee cup was spilled from the strong earthquake from her hand earlier. Hyun looked at her in surprise and thought, she said I'm still paying more than Check Mako, then maybe being new also gets a pretty large amount. He clenched his hands, continued thinking, so I'm actually rated quite high in many aspects. Suddenly Chu-hee became excited, raised a finger and said to him, then, let's add Running Goran to the director. He was puzzled and asked, yes. She said, if we exceed the break-even point by 100 points, it will be 100 million per person. Hyun hesitated for a moment, closed his eyes, and cheerfully said, thank you for caring, screenwriter. He thought to himself, definitely will be. The break-even point that day is 5 million, provided to receive 100 million each from audience, since crossing that milestone. He speculated, if I surpass 5 million and reach 8 million, I will receive hundreds just with Running Goran. Chu-hee said, although there are similarities with other roles, in the role of Lee Baek-hyun that you Song Hyun are taking, I have higher expectations. Hyun worriedly swallowed and thought to himself, I'm sure the film will be successful. His hands were on his lap, clenched tightly in fear. He thought, there's no better condition than this. Chu-hee cheerfully rested her chin and said that day will create an official hit and require a lot of investment and effort. It will directly relate to the work's performance soon. Suddenly she stared intently at him and said, you are the Song Hyun I know. She continued, then you can maximize the comprehensive strength of the character Lee Baek-hyun. That made Hyun astonished, feeling Chu-hee was trying to encourage him. She took the cup, sipped the coffee and said, "That's promising." Hyun took the cup, leaned down to look at the cup, his face a bit bright. He said, "Yes, screenwriter, I will work hard." He thought to himself, how come one running Goran received up to 100 million? Chu-hee suddenly remembered something and asked him, have you heard the news? Hyun asked, "What news?" She continued, "Hui So-chin will get the supporting role that day." He was stunned when he heard her news. Hyun asked her, "Is it Hui So-chin that you know?" Chu-hee happily agreed, "Yes." He suddenly became interested, placed both hands on the table, and said, "This is indeed great news. What kind of role is it?" She replied, "It's the role of Seo So-hwan, the friend of the main female character, Don Di-chin." Hyun happily responded after she finished speaking, He thought to himself, the main female character that day, Don Wai-chin, a beautiful girl with dark blue hair. Hyun thought, the role of Seo So-hwan is the friend of the main female character, a character with a charm opposite to Don Wai-chin. He touched his chin and thought, isn't Hyun So-chin closer to the main character Wai-chin? Chu-hee spoke up, "I also know what Song Hyun is worried about." The ice in the glass had melted, causing the straw to shift a bit. She happily shook the glass, resting her other hand on her chin and said, "I thought the same the first time I saw Hyun So-chin at the audition, because I had the same thoughts." Going back 1 week, everyone was in the hallway rehearsing. Inside the room, Su-chin stood in front of everyone, looking worried, and said, "Hello everyone." Chu-hee, across from her, clasped her hands together, looking at the file with a bored expression and said, "Please introduce yourself and the role you're auditioning for." Su-chin confidently introduced herself. "I am Hyun So-chin, auditioning for the role of Seo So-cheon." She continued, "I will start now." Hyun recounted, the friend of the main female character Wai-chin, Seo So-cheon, is a character with an attractive and energetic appearance, the youngest daughter of a mischievous and rebellious infantry official. Chu-hee touched her head with frustration and thought, the role of Seo So-hyun is a bit vague. Hyun continued, "It must show a captivating color and a contrasting image to the main character Wai-chin. The image of Hyun So-chin naturally leans toward Don Wai-chin." Su-chin bent down. Then she immersed herself in the character, grabbed her clothes, her face full of fear as she screamed, "There's a fire." Her performance made Chu-hee surprised. Wyon grabbed a white cloth, waving it high, fearfully shouting, "There's a fire, fire, please bring water quickly to extinguish it, or everything will burn." The scene shifted to a movie set. Wyon waved the white tissue continuously. Everyone rushed to help put out the fire. A man questioned, "What suddenly happened?" The woman next to him worriedly said, "Isn't there someone inside?" He carried a bucket of water inside. The woman lifted her dress and followed behind asking, What, where's the fire?" "There's nowhere on fire." Both of them looked around in confusion. Then Wyon hurriedly approached them. She placed her hand on her chest and said, "Here." Wyon winked at the two and cheerfully said, "My mind?" She excitedly said, "I proposed to the boy from the upper village, but he said he'd rather run away than serve in the military. Hasn't the rumor spread yet?" Both looked at her helplessly. Wyon took a large gulp of water from the bucket and said, "Thank goodness, it will consume less over there." Both of them were shocked and stopped her. "Hey, that's freshly drawn water." She wiped the water from her mouth, with an enthusiastic face, raised her arm in excitement, and said, "So what? It's cool and clean." Both angrily shouted, "People like you, once you drink, it said you could drink a whole vat." Wyon's expression suddenly changed. She looked seriously behind her. Turns out Wai-chin was hiding behind, nodding her head at her. Chu-hee said, after watching Hyun So-chin's performance, "I immediately thought that." Wyon turned her head back, raised both hands, and said, "Come on, let's go in," while Wai-chin was jumping over the fence. After finishing her immersion, Su-chin closed her eyes happily and said, "If you keep being lazy and messy like that, you'll make your father angry." We were silent before that image, but aren't we choosing people who are good at imitation? Chu-hee looked at Su-chin, bewildered because her performance was too good. She continued, and directly in that work, the more she spoke, the more surprised she was. Back to the present, Chu-hee clasped her hands again, closed her eyes, and happily said, "Isn't it about choosing lively actors?" Chu-hee looked at the excited Su-chin and thought, "Wow." She bewilderedly thought, "This fairy tale seems to be made for Seo So-hwan." The director next to her, bored, flipped through the script and read the content. In the end, Lichi was caught by her father and brought back home. Su-chin immersed herself again in the role. Wai-chi angrily slammed her hand on the floor and said, "It's all your fault. Why did you lie? Only making my father angrier. Now I'm grounded because of you." Wyon raised a finger happily and said, my apologies, everything is just beginning." Wai-chi suspiciously asked back, You say it's just beginning, what do you mean? Wyon said, I will throw you down the well. Waichi panicked and screamed, what did you just say? Waichi angrily lifted her dress and said, isn't it enough that my leg is like this, now you want to kill me too? Wyon awkwardly replied, that's unfair, I didn't mean to murder anyone, I meant sneaking down the well. Wyon approached Waichi, raised a finger and said, to deceive others you must first know how to hide yourself. Waichi became terrified after hearing that. The director recounted, Luchin fell seriously ill after falling into the well. Rumors spread that the daughter of the great official Don, Luchin, had heart disease while under house arrest and sought death. Her father held her hand and said, oh my daughter. Wyon sat behind, closed her eyes and said, sir, I think this isn't a good way. I think we should send Miss Luchin to the countryside to recuperate. What do you think? The father asked back, the countryside. Wyon placed her hand on her chest and said, yes, an aunt of mine also had heart disease, and whenever her illness worsened, she went to the mountains. The father looked at Wyon. She continued, thanks to the fresh, open air up there, she recovered quickly. Wyon added, so that's why. The director narrated, finally, Luchin was allowed to leave the capital and go to the countryside to recuperate. Early the next morning, the servants carried Waichi's sedan chair to the countryside. Waichi bewilderedly lifted the curtain. Su Qin continued, compared to the serious Luchin, the character of Seo So Wyon, with her lively personality, was originally added to make the story more interesting. However, Seo So Wyon, played by Hui Su Qin, also seemed to be a character serving as a comparison. Su Qin continued, for Luchin, who regained her freedom with her own hands, Wyon stood behind a large tree. Wyon seemed to want to say something to Waichi. Su Qin said again, Seo So Wyon, played by Hui Su Qin, also seemed to be a character serving as a comparison. Wyon smiled and waved goodbye to Waichi. Waichi also happily waved back at Wyon. Su Qin said, for Luchin, who regained her freedom with her own hands. Wyon watches as Waichi's sedan chair moves away. She suddenly takes something from behind, happily says, all right then. Wyon puts on a hat, delighted, and says, what should we do next today? After the performance, Su Qin excitedly raises her hand and says, that's the whole story of this character. Returning to reality, Chu He clasps her hands together, happily says, that story really convinced me. She continues, just like the first time I saw Sung Hyun's acting, you seemed a bit nervous and unconsciously raised your hand. A few days later, the casting for that movie ended, and the actors received the first few pages of the script. In the room, Hyun noticed everyone focusing on their work. He was surprised and thought, everyone is working so hard, the cast for this movie is massive, isn't it? Hyun thought, the king of the box office, idol of all actors, Oh Hwin Suc, playing the Prime Minister, Bak Chi-chang, he's happily chatting with the black guy. He pondered Chi Chi-an, the female lead Dam Luchin, drawing attention for winning this year's Rookie Award for her debut work. She's focused on reading the script, holding a water bottle in her other hand. Hyun thought, Kim Chun-seo, the male lead Namdun, has been a famous actor since childhood, affectionately called the nation's little brother. He suddenly saw me and said, hello. Startled, he happily replied, senior, hello? Chun-seo waved at him and said, I was wondering who would play Lebakun, turns out it's you, Sung Hyun. He touched his chin, regretfully said, I wanted to play that role too, was going to ask the director for a try, but the casting ended. After saying that, Chun-seo's expression changed, his eyes showing displeasure as he looked at him. Hyun felt uneasy after hearing that. Cheon elbowed him and said, even though no one shows it, everyone has high expectations for you, Sung Hyun. She winked, waved, and said good luck. He turned and looked at her, bewildered. Cheon propped her chin, closed her eyes happily, teasingly said someone better go read the script. Chun-seo clasped his hands, smiled, and sarcastically said yes, thanks for the reminder. Hyun, confused by the situation, forced a smile and said yes, I'll do my best. Both of them stared at him, making him feel scared and stammering in thought, so much pressure. Suddenly, a voice called out, actors Cheon and Chun-seo, please come over here for a moment. Both turned and cheerfully replied in unison, yes. Hyun bowed and said, I hope for your guidance. He looked up, thinking, on the outside, they seem friendly and harmonious. Hyun watched them discussing and thought, but in reality, there's always a certain tension in their relationship. He saw them turn to each other, laughing and talking, and thought, an unspoken competition between actors to claim their roles. Hyun stood up, nervously touched his stomach, and thought, it seems I still haven't relieved all the tension. Hyun suddenly noticed something. Startled, he said, Hui Sochin. He saw her pale face, tiredly walking. Sochin sluggishly said, Sung Hyun, no, senior, it's been a while. He asked. Did you just arrive? She tearfully said, I'm sorry, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep last night. I planned to arrive early but the traffic was terrible, and I forgot my script at home so I had to go back. Hyeon helplessly smiled, thinking, she's even more nervous than me. He said, it's okay. I was like that at the beginning too. Hyeon continued, I trust in your acting skills, so just relax, don't be too stressed. Sochin touched her head, worriedly said yes. She said, my acting, how could you? Hearing her, he froze because he accidentally revealed information, feeling guilty and embarrassed. Hyeon awkwardly said, oh, I heard the writer talk about you during the audition. Sochin, hearing that, pulled at her hair, crying and said, the audition? I remember I made so many mistakes. He touched his neck, guilt-stricken, remembering, I've watched Sochin's performances many times before, so. Sochin raised both hands, showing determination, excitedly said, even so, I've prepared my secret weapon, I'll give it my all. Hyeon looked at her in surprise, thinking, secret weapon. He brushed it off, raised his hand, happily encouraging her, even though I don't understand anything, let's do our best together. She excitedly raised her hand and said yes. Suddenly, a voice cut through the enthusiastic atmosphere. It's time to work, everyone, please take your seats. Hyeon helplessly sat down, thinking, even though I told her not to be nervous, since it's her first time, it's unavoidable. Over at Sochin's side, she was also feeling anxious, touching her chest, trying to calm herself down. It'll be alright. Hyeon suddenly saw Sochin pull out a small piece of paper from her back pocket. He was startled and thought, wait a minute. Hyeon, terrified, anxiously thought that he was reflecting, having personally written and studied the script and watched the actors' interviews. But this was the first time experiencing it in reality. Wondering if this was the secret behind Sochin before she stepped back. And after stepping back, he could only rely on this ability. Admiring Sochin for her outstanding acting skills. Relentlessly striving to reach that level. Telling himself he can't lose. His face became more confident than ever, determined to give his best in this project. He continued watching the film on the screen. The traitor named Bok Tri-chung from the self-defense team met the messenger at an abandoned house. Bok Tri-chung told the person that it wasn't the right time, so he advised not to come around. The man had urgent news to deliver to Tri-chung. It was about a pair of twins hiding the crown prince. Right after the crown prince was born, due to poor health, he was hidden in the mountains. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise. Hurriedly examined the secret letter again. In the drawing was a handsome young man. The messenger said it was just a deduction based on the information I had heard. Realized that this face belonged to the one who used to run errands for Dunjiitrin. He remembered that this person had greeted him once. Tomorrow, Bok Tri-chung will go with Lord Namdun. He thought that wasn't the face of a man brought into the palace. And if that man was indeed the crown prince's twin, they would definitely eliminate the royal bloodline and carry out the plan we devised to put Lord Namdun on the throne. The rustling sound came from somewhere. Bok Tri-chung shouted, "Who's there?" The messenger quickly turned around to see who it was. In the distance, there was a shadow of something. It was just a rat. This old man's hearing is sharp. He hurriedly explained to Bok Tri-chung, "There's no one, just a rat," reminding him of this matter. Only Bok Tri-chung and he knew about this, returning the drawing to the messenger. He quickly obeyed Bok Tri-chung's order. Bok Tri-chung's face seemed to still be suspicious of something. He turned to look at actor Hunseo with admiration. Trin Chi-kwan admired how just reading the script could create the film's context. It was amazing. At this moment Lee Pi-kwan, hiding in the abandoned house, overheard the conversation between Bok Tri-chung and the messenger. Trin Chi-kwan turned to the right. It was Lee Sung-hun's turn. At this point, finally, sitting down with legs folded, Lee Pi-kwan quickly turned back thinking about the portrait drawn earlier. Was it really the crown prince's twin? He placed his hand on his chest, breathing heavily, thinking clearly. Confirmed it wasn't his own face. Exclaimed, "Oh my, could ghosts really cry?" With pride, thinking he's also a notable figure in the village, he couldn't believe there was another face so similar to his. This part was pretty confident. For a moment, it seemed impossible, because they were twins. Looking up at the sky, recalling the time when that young lady came to rest, hearing rumors around that she could become the crown princess. Happily wondered if Doon Chung couldn't forget about that girl. When he asked her today, "Nice weather, right? Today the girl just sighed in boredom, making him think he was the crown prince's twin. Oddly thought that girl might like him more. Sung-hun spoke, "I couldn't understand her heart," in a very natural way. Trin Chi-kwan could only praise how skillful it was. The next scene had a heavy atmosphere. The facial expression acting was so intense, it left me breathless. Looking over at veteran actor Hunseo, his performance was just as remarkable. What an absolutely amazing performance. Hanseo intently watched Sung-hun delivering his lines, smiling as if proud of something. At the edge of the forest, in a scene Hanseo had filmed before, people respectfully greeted and wished him a good morning. There came the sound of someone greeting senior. This was how Hanseo first met Sung-hun. He quickly asked why Sung-hun arrived so early. Praised that he had a knack for acting, practicing until the shooting began, telling him to rest a bit, but Sung-hun just wanted to work harder to be like his senior. Haven't you already worked hard enough? Sung-hun handed something to Hanseo. What Sung-hun held was the script, worn out at some point. He wondered if Sung-hun had been studying it more. Sung-hun laughed aloud, saying that while reading he got excited by Sotrin. Sotrin suddenly appeared, curious about what was related to him. Hanseo looked at Sotrin and Sung-hun playfully teasing each other, thinking that actors like Sung-hun have both talent and effort, and are still so humble. I truly believe this person is worth looking forward to, hoping for better acting in the future. Hanseo thought so. Suddenly, the camera fell to the ground. Hanseo shouted, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Something is happening. The director yelled for everyone to get into position. Today's scene is about Dunny Trin and Lee Bikwan sneaking into the capital. The director said to Sung-hun, let's keep doing what we're doing. He happily agreed. As the two walked into the dark alley, they suddenly encountered a group of unidentified people. Bikwan glanced at the beautiful actress acting with him. And to protect the one he loved, she also attentively looked toward him. Enduring excruciating pain, her beautiful face resembled a blooming flower. Looking at her with gentle eyes, the beautiful lady mounted the warhorse. Bikwan followed behind, asking if the lady was all right. Her face full of pride, wondering who was worrying about whom, he explained they had been walking for a long time and feared the lady might be tired, but he was fine and didn't need any worry. She shyly turned her face in another direction, trying to show that there was no need for concern. Wasn't it his own fault for getting into this? Someone joyfully said he had promised to follow wherever the lady went, even jokingly threatening that someone might follow him to the afterlife. If he didn't say anything now, she would be scared. Bakikwan silently listened. Humorously, it was just a joke. Something was about to rush toward him. The sound of horses screaming echoed. The horse was terrified. The group of strangers suddenly rushed out. The girl screamed, "Who are you?" One of them replied, "You don't need to know who I am, because you'll die here anyway." Offering a deal, "Surrender the lady, and I'll spare your lives." Someone flatly refused, firmly standing his ground. The leader ordered them to kill Bakikwan. They raised their swords and charged, shouting there was no choice but to take her with them. Raising his sword to block, slashing him, blood splattered everywhere. The second one charged but was knocked down with a powerful strike. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, and he quickly turned to look at the other side, hearing screams. It was too late. Another was holding a knife to the throat of the woman he loved, threatening, "Do you not want to see her one last time before she dies?" Forced to drop his sword, she urged Bakikwan not to do it. Sobbing, she begged him to leave her behind. They were only after her. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Urgently telling him to return to the village as fast as possible. Unable to say anything more, Bikwan dropped his sword to the ground. Kneeling down, he promised to give them everything he had. Bowing down, begging them to release her. Bikwan only wanted, if it was for her, he would give up everything, even his life. From afar, a senior was watching Sunghan's performance. Those simple lines carried all of Bikwan's emotions. Even Bikwan himself had become the character. The person standing next to him praised Bikwan's outstanding performance, asking if the screenwriter really trusted the actor that much. Of course, but no one could play that role at that age except that guy. Truly a crazily talented person. With a regretful sigh, he felt like he missed his chance at that role. It was the first time he felt this envious, and overlooking that envy, this project was really worth anticipating. Returning to the scene, the lady cried out, screaming no. Standing behind Bikwan, the bandit raised his sword, intending to kill him. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He looked in extreme pain. Another person approached holding a knife. Delivered a fatal stab to his back. "Your acting is on point, brother." The director had a beaming face at his excellent performance. Seung-hun suddenly stood up. Everyone around started worrying if he was acting okay. His face darkened, feeling like he was in real pain. Everyone anxiously asked him if he was alright. Quickly turning to blame the supporting actor, saying it was supposed to be a fake strike with the knife, and the other actor just pretended to stab without making contact. Seung-hun suddenly couldn't endure the pain. It was just acting. How did it turn into this? He collapsed to the ground. Everyone panicked and rushed over. What happened? Quickly call for an ambulance. He still felt his body in great pain. An X-ray image of Seung-hun's lungs was displayed on the wall. Bai Dan-chun hurriedly asked the doctor if there was any serious issue affecting his body. Luckily, the doctor said the scans and X-rays showed no abnormalities. The doctor wondered further, "Did you feel pain during the action scene?" Seung-hun admitted that he felt suffocated, like a barrier was in his heart, painful with each breath. He felt like someone was really trying to kill him. For now, the doctor suggested more tests to know the results, saying it's a temporary sign of stress, a psychological issue, so take some time to rest. At that point, he could only sincerely thank the doctor. His manager said he'd go to the counter to pay the medical bill and be right back, asking him to wait there. He started thinking, am I stressed out? Recalling from the time of the check Mac kept flying. Up until now, he had been working non-stop, overworking and selling himself. Bai Dan-chun rushed over to announce that the hospital bill had been paid. Let's go home. Seung-hun was still reflecting, is this really the reason for me to rest? A smile appeared as he happily agreed to return. After a few days, staying home too long made him feel awkward. Bai Dan-chun's sighs could be heard. This situation had already been explained to the studio. They'll film the earlier scenes, no need to worry. Listening to the doctor's advice, they encouraged Seung-hun to take some good rest for a while. His face was gloomy, thinking Bai Dan-chun was saying that to make him not worry. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. If it's just a broken arm or leg, it would heal in a few weeks. But if it's a psychological issue, time alone can't fix it. The phone rang. It was his manager, sending him a message, "What's up now?" The message read, "You must be bored, so watch this and hang in there." He opened his phone to check the news about the film he was working on. He was stunned. Receiving many compliments for his acting skills, and the film's rising popularity with a lot of love from the audience, even in Japan, many female viewers loved his show. This move from his manager lifted his spirits. His face looked so refreshed, worries gone, smiling with his eyes squinting. The doorbell rang, seemed like someone was here. Seung-hun wondered, he didn't call for a delivery, but still had to open the door to see who it was. Surprised, he asked, "Who's here?" It turned out to be Dunche and Minio, along with So-hyun, all wanting to surprise him. Minio barged into the house without hesitation. Dunche did the same, following suit. Dunche was surprised at how clean Seung-hun's house was. He stood there stunned for a few seconds, saying his room was dirty. Minio, now sitting on the couch, said she's been hearing this every day, and that his fans would be deeply disappointed to hear this, so. Dunche chimed in, with so many members around, cleaning wouldn't make a difference anyway. Seung-hun was curious as to how the three of them came to his place. His manager, Bai Dan-chun, had told them to come over. Minio recalled when she accidentally ran into Bai Dan-chun. The two asked how things were going. Minio asked about Seung-hun, how's he been? The whole company has been coming around lately. Reluctantly, she replied about Seung-hun. He told Minio about Seung-hun's recent events. From joyful, she shifted to a blank face. She could only sigh sadly and remain silent for a while. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Can we join the flying team? Whenever you're tired, just chatting with friends relieves the stress. That's a great idea. So after work, I'll come to find you, Minio enthusiastically suggested, throwing a surprise party. They'll have to buy good food and gifts for Seung-hun on the way back from work. Seung-hun asked, when did you plan all this? The three quickly asked about the hospital. Was he hurt at all? He said nothing abnormal so far. It might be psychological, but it's not certain. They looked embarrassed, glancing at each other. If that's the case. Gathering together, drinking beer, and noisily resting was the answer, but Seung-hun was the only one not drinking beer. Now is the time to rest, and based on the doctor's advice, it's better not to drink beer, and that's correct. Seung could only smile at this moment. Min Dunche was surprised to learn that So-hyun and Minio were close. Except for him, she was close to all the main actors. Minio now said we're close, and that's all that matters. So-hyun cheerfully boasted that last time when making the film's music, he won her over. It felt like an actor studying a character, so she asked Minio for her contact info, and since they were the same age, they often met and talked. The two held each other's hands tightly, looking close like sisters. Seung-hun wasn't surprised, remaining calm. Min Dunche then asked who they were supporting as a couple. Minio hesitated to respond. At this moment, Seung-hun thought, I'm resting, why do I feel guilty deep inside? He drank his glass of water without even noticing. He felt a deep sense of guilt and heavy responsibility, bearing the weight of his efforts, both in the past and present. But now, he had friends helping him lift that weight. Someone else was coming to his house, Minio, and Sohyun thought it was the manager again, since he usually just entered by punching in the code. Minio and Mindunche kept arguing. Could it be that Seung-hun ordered more food? Seung-hun gently walked towards the door. He asked who was outside. A strange voice responded rudely. The man in the hat and glasses looked mysterious and dangerous. This man was alone, and it was unclear who he was. He said he had something to deliver.